Hi there, abhik here, and this video is a comprehensive guide to learn basics of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now here we build 3 projects to learn a wide variety of topics in web development. Now these projects are highly inspired from Frontend Mentor, and the best way to get the best out of this video is to give 2 hours every day for 4 consecutive days. So each day we will be completing one project and we will be learning a lot of stuff along the way. So on the first day, we will be learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript basics using this simple recipe project. Here you can see the image is there, this box shadow is there, this rounded corners is there, this font styles are there, the background color, foreground color, bold, then the ordered list, then unordered list, then this table is there. So we will be learning a lot throughout this first project, and most of them will be HTML and CSS basics, right? So after that, when we have learned the basics, then what we will be doing, we will be creating this amazing news website where we will be learning CSS Flexbox, CSS grid, these buttons, and much more using this footer, these icons, social media icons, etc. And we will also be learning CSS responsiveness as well. So here you can see how responsive the website looks like. This is for laptop screens, this is for wide laptop screens, and then how it looks on mobile screens as well. And along with responsiveness, we will be also be learning the interactive navbar. As you can see here, this interactive navbar also we will be learning. So we will be learning a lot more through this website. Finally, we will on the third day we will be learning JavaScript basics. Why? So that on the fourth day we will be so that on the fourth day we can create a interactive comment section just like this using the JavaScript basics. And we will be learning a lot of advanced stuff like fetch and promises, etc. throughout this project. And here you can see that there are base comments and there are reply comments, just like this thread structure, right? So let me show you one reply. So this Max Blackwood, I will reply to that. I'll click on the reply button over the Max Blackwood's comment, and you can see on the text area written here. And by the way, this is HTML forms. You can see his name is getting shown, so the username is tagged. Now what I will do, I will write a comment, any comment I will write, and then I will click on this send button. And then what we will do, so you can see here a thread is created for reply to Max Blackwood's comment. You can also create a basic comment over here, and this will also work, but you can also reply to any comment and that will also work. So this is the basic of this is the final project that we will be creating. And by the way, this final project is also a responsive project. So you can see on the mobile screen it looks a little different, and these counters are interactive also, and on the desktop screens it looks a little different. So this is the entire 3 projects that we will be building throughout this project. So I have already opened my VS Code. Now what I will do, I will click on this open folder. So as I open my folder, I will open a folder where I will write my code. Now as you can see, I have already created a recipe folder, and since our first project will be a recipe website, so here I will create a folder named recipe, and then I will open this folder in VS Code. So I will select the folder and this folder is opened. Now you can see on the side pane you have written recipe here. That means this is the folder, and this folder has 0 files, no files. That is why nothing is shown here, right? So I will first create a file, HTML file. I'll click on this icon, new file, and here I will give it any name. You can give this HTML file any name. It can be a.html, b.html. The name should end with .html. Right, like for example, when we use a document file, MS Word file, we have .docx. Similarly here .html. Okay, so it can be any name, a.html, b.html, any name. But normally there is a naming convention, and that is index.html. Why index.html? Because when we run a web server, most web servers, inside these web servers there is a root directory, and this root directory always have index.html. So if the name is index.html, then we don't need to search for the web page manually. If I have a name as a.html and I run a web server, then what will happen is we will have to write the entire address of the server and then slash a.html to open our HTML page. But if it is index.html, then that will directly open at the website root. I will explain this in details when I do the project of interactive comments section. There I will be using a web server. Then I will explain those things in details. So for now, we have this index.html page, right? What will I do with this index.html? What I will do, first thing is I will click here, index.html, I will click here, and here you can see copy path. You can also alternatively use Shift Alt C. I will copy the path and then I will open my web browser, and here I will paste the path. As I paste the path, you can see our HTML file is shown. You can see file written here. Our HTML file is shown, but nothing is getting shown. Why? Because we haven't written anything, obviously. So let's write some HTML code. So how do you write a basic HTML tag? The first thing first is you write an angle bracket like this. Then you write the name of the tag. That can be any tag. Let's say p tag. And then p stands for paragraph. And then you close that using this. Then you close that using this. Now here you write your content, and after that when you want to close the p tag, see, the thing is you write something and you wrap it inside these tags. That is why these are known as tags. These tags wrap anything. So how do you wrap? So you have opened just like, wait a second, just like a bracket. You write a bracket, open a bracket, you write something, and then you close the bracket, right? Similarly here you write the p tag, then here you write some content, and now you want to close the p tag. How will you close the p tag? You will write a angle bracket again, but this time along with the angle bracket you will write a forward slash, and then you will write the p, and then this angle bracket will be closed. This is how you write a HTML tag, and inside this HTML tag there will be the content. So let's write some basic HTML tags now. The first basic HTML tag is h1. H1 stands for heading 1. It is the topmost heading, or you can say a title. Okay. So have you seen newspapers where there is a headline, top headline? That is this h1. Okay. So let's say I write I am abhik. And then I go to my HTML page that is opened in the web browser, and then I have to refresh. Now you can click this icon to refresh, or you can press Ctrl plus R. I will press Ctrl plus R, and now you can see my H1 is getting shown, right? Now what I can do, one more thing is I can duplicate this line using Shift Alt and down arrow, and then instead of h1 I will write h2. Let's save this here, Ctrl S to save the file. Go to web browser, Ctrl R, and you can see this is h2. So h2 stands for subheading. H1 is the main heading, h2 is the subheading. There are some more h tags. Actually total there are 6 h tags. So this one will be h3, 4, 5 and 6. Let's see. Now you can see the hierarchy of these h tags are shown here according to the number. So h1 is the biggest, h2 is the small, h2 is a little smaller, h3 is then a little smaller, h4, h5 and h6 is the smallest. So these are basic of heading tags. Now let me show you one more thing, that is p tag. P tag is a very basic tag which will be used for almost in every website. P tag means paragraph tag. So let's write some lorem ipsum. And by the way, if you want to know how I did that so abruptly, all you need to do is type lorem and then this is a VS Code emmet. So there are some emmet named stuff, that is snippets of code that is already written inside this VS Code inbuilt feature. So when you click on this or press enter, what happens is it generates a little bit of lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum means placeholder text, a little text which is completely gibberish. We have no idea what this text means, but this is just a text to demonstrate certain stuff, right? So if I refresh this, now you can see an entire paragraph of stuff written there. Now notice one thing, no matter how small this h1, h6 is, it is smaller than this paragraph tag, no doubt, but still it is a little bit thicker than this. Why so? Because H tags have a little font weight is a little bit bolder than normal paragraph tags, right? Now here one thing that you need to understand very carefully is, see here we have a complete paragraph, right? Now inside this complete paragraph, what if I want to break this for lines? What will I do? Inside anywhere I can write br and then slash. What will happen? You can see the line gets broken. So the new line should start from Nisi and the new line starts from Nisi. So this is one more thing that you should know about this paragraph tags. Now there are some other tags as well. The most popular tag is div. What does div do? Div means it is used to group stuff. So for example, if I take this tag up here and I paste it here and then I paste this down here, what this means is this h6 and this paragraph is now grouped together as a div element. You will not see any visual change, but it is grouped together. Now you can stylize, if you want to give any style to this entire this group, then the whatever style you give will be affected to both of them. That is why we need this div. Okay, so these are some basic HTML tags. There are a lot more HTML tags, don't worry, this is not just everything. So how do you define? So now let's delete everything. Why am I deleting this? Because HTML has a proper structure. What is the proper structure? So the proper structure is, let me write exclamation mark, and this will open a emmet abbreviation of this proper structure. I'll press enter, and now understand this entire structure very carefully. What does this doc type HTML do? This line says that this is a HTML website. Even though we don't need to explicitly do that, obviously this is a HTML website because that is why it is this is a HTML page, that is why it is ending with the .html extension. But still this is a convention that has been followed and we still keep on following this. The next thing is HTML language equal to EN. Now to understand this thing, let me write a paragraph and let's say something like, let's say I have written this thing. Now if I change the language of EN to FR, FR is a code which stands for French language. Let's see. If I refresh this page, due to some unknown reasons, this is not working on my Chrome, so I am using this on Edge, Microsoft Edge. And if you reload this page here, you can see there is an option which says translate page from French to English. So that is what it means, is that if you write the language as FR, then it will automatically assume that your HTML web page is written in French language. And if I write this in EN, which stands for English, then that dialog box will never be shown. Okay, so this is something, that is why we use this lang n. Okay, now here we have this head. What does this head do? This head element has a certain stuff written in this code which is to be embedded at the head of the HTML page always. What are those code? Those are some metadata of the web page. What are those metadata? The first metadata is char set UTF-8. That means every character is UTF-8 encoded. Now UTF-8 encoding is a very vast topic. You can Google that down, but that is not necessary for this tutorial. The next thing is meta name viewport. Viewport equal to width equal to device width and initial scale is 1.0. What does this viewport means? See the entire web page. You can see the entire white section inside this website is inside the screen. Whatever the white section is, that is the viewport. So when we have, let's say, inside the mobile screen, whatever the viewport will be, the white screen will be, that is the viewport. Whatever screen you can see the website, that is known as viewport. Next up we have title document. If I change this to recipe, what will happen is if you refresh this page, you can see top here we have recipe written. This is the title of the web page. This is the title of the web page. Then we have body. What does this body do? The body, inside this body tag we will write all the elements that will be visually visible to the user. So till now whatever is written inside the head is metadata, and inside whatever we write inside this body will be the data that is necessary for our website, that will be shown to the website, visible to the user. Okay, so that is the basic of the HTML structure over here, and obviously there will be HTML tag and there will be a closing HTML tag. Now let's understand the website that we are web page that we are going to build in this video. So if I zoom in, this is the entire web page, but if I zoom in, you can see here is a picture of an omelette, and this entire orangish background, as you can see, that will also be the part of the web page, not only the white part but also the orangish background. So what actually happened is, wait a second, here we will have an orange background inside this, instead of white background we will have an orange background, and in the middle of the page we will have a white background where we will have this entire content written. So what is the content? Here will be some image, some title of the recipe, a little description of the recipe, then the preparation time, then some ingredients, then the instructions, and then finally the nutrition. And then if you see closely, then you can see here we have some box shadow as well, some shadow as well around the white sides. So this, if you want to tackle this is a very big problem. I mean, this is a very big task we have to do. So let's divide that task into small parts. So this is the division. That is, first we will tackle this image. Then we will tackle this title and description. This will be a second section. Actually, what we are doing is we are breaking this web page into different sections, and each section we will build together. We will build each section one by one. So first we will build this image. Second we will build this title and description. Third we will build this preparation time. Fourth the ingredients. Fifth the instructions, and sixth the nutrition. Now the problems, sub-problems are not this entire thing only. We also have some more problems. What are those? How to have a background like this. Secondly, how to center this white background card inside this orangish background. And then we also need to do some shadow. So there are total 9 problems. 6 is inside this white card, 7th is this orangish background, 8th is this centering this card, and 9th is customizing this card. It is, see here we have rounded corners, then we also have shadows, all those stuff. Okay, so let's begin. The first thing first, what I will do is I will wrap everything inside this main tag. Why so? So if you see here, as I said, this orangish background is the body and then there is this white. So everything, each and everything inside this white structure is going to be inside the main tag, and this body will have this orangish background. Okay, so for that we are using this main tag. But there are some other uses of this main tag as well. So here you can see a website where we have this logo, some nav locations, and then we have this hero section and all those stuff, and then we have some footer as well. So what happens is so what happens is so this entire section is known as footer section. This entire section is known as header header section, and the remaining stuff, that is this orange box, this and all those stuff, these are all main section. That is, this is the main content of the website, and this is the footer part, this is the header part, right? So for that we will use main. We also use main for that purpose, to display the main content, and for the other secondary contents we use other sections like header, navbar, etc. Now in our example we don't need header and navbar or footer, but in next projects in the next project I will definitely show you how to use header. Right, so let's begin. So inside this main, what is the first thing that we will do? We will the first section that we are going to build is this image section. So what we will do, we will create a section tag, and inside this section tag we will have a image. Now understand this thing, all this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all will be inside a section tag, because section tags are defined for this purpose only. So we will wrap each of these 6 sections inside the section tag, as I said. And inside this section tag we will have image tag. In the first section we will have an image tag. Now notice one thing, image tags are self-closing. What this means is we don't need to close this like this. We never close image like this way. We never close image like this way. That is not how we do. What we do here is, these are self-closing tags. That means here the angle bracket starts, here the angle bracket closes with a forward slash. That means this image tag is closed here. Unlike the others, we don't wrap anything inside the image tags. So how will I pass an image tag? So first thing first, I will do a src, and then I will pass a value, a URL of the image. Another thing that we will have is alt tag. Alt means a alternative text description of the image. So sometimes what happens is, sometimes the image does not get displayed properly, or the image does not get loaded. In those cases, you should show the user a alternative text written there, which describes what the image is about. So here I will write simple omelette, because our image will be of an omelette, right? And then I will get the image. So you can download the image from the link given below. I have already downloaded my image, and you can see it opens up inside VS Code, and then I will paste the link of the image. How will I paste the link? Remember, I showed you how to copy the path of index.html. Similarly, here you can right click, you can copy the path, you can paste it over here. This way the image will work. Let's see, Ctrl S, and then if I go to my website web page, if I reload it, you can see our image is getting shown. Yeah, it is way too big, but it is getting shown, right? There is another way to do this as well, that is known as relative path. You can copy the relative path here as well, and instead of pasting this as the src, I will paste the relative path. That is just the name of the image. And since both the image and the HTML is in the same directory or same folder, that is why this will also work perfectly. I will control say S to save it. And if I reload, you can see the image is working perfectly. There is another way to do that as well. So here, if I write dot and then slash, then you can see all the folders, all the files that are inside this directory, that is inside this folder, recipe folder, will be shown one by one. You can select any of that. So I will select the image from that. These will also work. You can control S and then you can reload the page and you can see it works perfectly. So I will keep the relative path over here. And our image section is done. So our first section is done. Now we will deal with the second section. And by the way, if the image size is bothering you, what we can do here is we can pass width and height properties. So let's give the width property as 50% and let's see what happens. You can see the image size is now under control. So let's now build the next section, and the next section will be the H1 section, right? Here we have a heading, which will be the H1 tag, and then we have a description, which will be a P tag, paragraph tag, because this is just a paragraph. This is not a subheading, right? So I will write H1, and then I will write a P tag, and inside that I will write whatever is written here. Now, for the sake of saving our time, what I am doing is I have already written the content somewhere else. So I am just copy pasting the content from there. So now you can see I have the H1 tag and I also have a paragraph written here, right? Okay, this is done. Next up, what we have is our preparation time and this written here. Now, one thing you need to understand, I am going to style this later on. So now just write the basic HTML. So what do we need for here? We need a P tag will do, because this preparation time is not a subheading. So if it was a subheading, I would have used H2 or H3. Ingredients is a subheading. So for that we can use H2. But preparation time is not a subheading. So I will use a P tag over here. And for these total preparation and cooking, I will use lists, HTML lists. You will learn this right now. So I will create another section, and this will be inside here. I will have a P where I will write preparation time. Okay, and then I will have a list. Now this is not an ordered list. This is a unordered list. What are ordered and unordered lists? See, here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 written here. So this is a list with a order. That is, first is beat, second is heat, third is cook, like this. Order means number. There are numbers written here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. These numbers are known as order. So this is a ordered list. And unordered lists are here, which have only bullet points, nothing written there, no order is there. So for that we use unordered lists. So to write an unordered list, what we do is we use UL tags. I will write UL, and then this is the unordered list tag wrapping, just like we are using section wrapping, and inside this section we are writing our content. So UL is just a wrapping, and inside this UL, whatever items we write will be taken as a list item. So how to write a list item? To write a list item, we use li tags. Li stands for list item. So the first list item is total approximately 10 minutes. Let's see it in action now. And you can see here we have a P tag, preparation time, and there we have a list item, bullet list, and then we have total approximately 10 minutes. So it's working. Now notice here, total is in bold however approximately 10 minutes is in normal. Also preparation time is also in bold, but we will come to that later. First thing we can see total is in bold, approximately 10 minutes is in normal. So what we can do here, we can wrap this total using B tags. What does B stand for? B stands for bold. So what will happen now? You can see total gets bold. There are some other tags as well like this. B stands for bold, but I stands for italics. So if I refresh now, you can see this is written in italics. Italics means slightly slanted, right? What if I want to write, what if I write U? What does U stand for? U stands for underline. So you can see the text is normal, however it has an underline now. Instead of U, if I write mark, what will that happen? That highlights the text. You can use this for highlighting. So these are simple tags. There is also one more tag, that is strike. What does strike do? It strikes through. So these are some very basic HTML tags. Okay, so here we will use B. And also instead of using B, you can also do one thing, that is strong. Strong also works the same way as bold. But we will go with the B part. That is very easy. So now we will have another list item in the similar format. The list item will have preparation 5 minutes. Let's see it in action now. And you can see total approximately 10 minutes, preparation 5 minutes, and cooking 5 minutes. You can see this is what it looks like now. So we have 3 sections built in together. We have built the first section where we have an image, cover image. We have the second section where we have the title and description of the recipe, and we have the third section which has the preparation tab written here. Now I have instead of UL, what if I write OL? OL means ordered list. What will this do? Let's see. You can see now instead of bullet points we will have 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so now you know how to build a unordered list, and you also know how to build a ordered list. And I have already told you this ingredients, instructions, these are subheadings. So why don't you build this ingredients and instructions on your own? You can pause this screen for now and you can understand how the what are the texts written here, and why don't you build that ingredients and instructions on your own. Just the HTML structure like this, just a HTML structure. You don't need to stylize this, just the HTML structure. So this is your assignment 1. Do it. Pause this video right here, do it, and then come back. So I hope you have already done this. If you have not done, okay, let's do it together. Section, and inside this section what we will do, we will have a h2 tag, and here I will write ingredients, and then we will have a ul tag. Why? Because this is a unordered list, and then I will copy paste all this stuff written here. Each of them will be a list item. So I have already written them one by one. So each of them are list items. So now I will just copy this entire thing, and not this thing actually. I will copy this entire thing, and instead of OL, this will be UL. I will copy this entire section and I will paste it at the end. Now remember, everything will be wrapped inside the main tag, so don't cross the main. Okay. And instead of P, this will be another h2. And here, instead of preparation time, I will have instructions. And if you can see here, this structure and this structure is very similar. You can see total is bold. Here you can see beat the X is bold, like that. But this is ordered list. So I will change it back to OL, and I will see ingredients is working and instruction is also working, but it's not the right instructions. So I'll give the right instructions, which we see here, and then we will complete this. So I'll give the sections, and I have already written all of them. Let's see it in action now. If you see, you can see that all the ingredients are written and all the instructions are written as expected, right? So now what we have written left, we have the nutrition part left. And for nutrition, what I will do is this will be another h2 as expected. This one will be a p tag which says the table below shows something like that. And then this will be a table. Why table? Because this data is in tabular form, so we will use the HTML tag table. So this will be the last section. The last section. Here we will first have h2 which says nutrition. Then we will have a p tag which says table below shows nutritional. So I have already written this. Now what I will do is I will create a table. So to create a table, you write table tags like this. Just like any other tag, we will use table. However, inside a table tag, there are rows. Inside a table, we have rows and we have columns, right? So each of the row is known as tr, table row. We write it like this, tr. However, inside row, we will have columns. So in our case, we have two columns, right? Calories and then the value, name of the property and the value of the property, right? So for two tables, we will so for two columns we will have two TD. TD means table data. So let me show you. For each row, we will have two TDs. TDs means table data. For the first row, I think I have calories, and then I will duplicate it using Shift Alt down, and the value is 277 kilocalorie. 77 kilocalorie. Now if I see it in action, you can see here nothing is getting shown. You cannot understand anything that whether it is a table or not, but this is a table. Don't worry, this is a table. Then we will do this for all others, carbs, proteins, fat, etc. All right. So I hope you have already understood the table thing. We will have inside table we will have rows, and each row will have the number of columns we need. So in our example, we need only two columns, so we need use TD for column. So you can see our table is also created. So our entire HTML structure is created properly. We have the nutrition part, which was the 6th section. We have the 5th section, instructions. Fourth section was ingredients. Third section was the preparation time. Second was the title and description, and the first section was the image. So our HTML structure is completely done. Now to convert from this look to this look, what we have to do is we will use CSS. What are they? They are cascading style sheets. Those are style sheets that are used on HTML to give some style to this HTML website. So in CSS, here are three properties that you need to understand very much. Three very important things. Those are selectors, property, and value. What are selectors? Selectors, let's say I want to stylize this entire section. How will I select this section? Because there are multiple sections, right? So how will I select this section? There are three ways to select this section. As written here, tags, classes, and ID. So what are tags? This section written here, this is a tag. As I was saying continuously, tag, tag, tag. This body is a tag, this main is a tag, this section is a tag, this image is a tag. These are tags. What are classes? So here if I write a attribute, let's say A. So by the way, this class equal to something written here, this is known as HTML attribute. There are multiple HTML attributes. One of them is class. So if I write class, then this is also attribute. We can select it as a class. So when we are in HTML, this class is known as an attribute, and when you are selecting this A class in CSS to stylize this A class, to give some style to this A class, we call this class as a selector classes, right? Another one is id. Id is also another selector. Instead of class, we can also have id. And this id is also a attribute known as attribute in HTML and selector in CSS, right? So I'll remove those. Next up we have property. What are properties? Color, font size, border. Multiple other stuff including color, font size, border, background, width, padding, margin, etc. These are all properties. And what are the values? Values are the value we give to the property. So let's say color, we give hash 000. This means black color in hex code. The hex code of black color is 000. We give this to the color. Font size, let's say we give the font size as 16 pixels. So that means a size is given, a value is given. So the value is known as these are the values, and properties are the color, font size, border, etc. And selectors are tag, classes, id, etc. Now the syntax of these are as follows: selector, property, value. Selector, inside the selector we will open up curly braces, and then we will write the property, then colon, value, and we will also use semicolon. Semicolon is very necessary in CSS, right? So now let's understand a little bit of specificity. What is specificity? Um, Specificity means the order of the let's say we are using id. Here we have an example of id, right? So we write hash symbol and then we write the selector. Now notice the hash symbol is also used to denote colors, but those are values. Here hash and then the selector, let's say I have the id of a over here. Okay, id is a. So I will write inside this CSS, I will write what I will write is I will write hash a, and then inside this colon I will write the, let's say, color equal to 000. So if I write id here as a, then the inside CSS I will write hash and then a to identify it as a id a, right? So in HTML we write the id equal to something, and then in CSS we write hash and then that. Next up we have classes. Also note one more thing, id has topmost precedence. So if I have a class named a, let's say I have a class equal to a, and I also have a id equal to a. Class can be anything, let's say b, and I write b dot b as color red. Just because I have written id, we have given a different color to id, and we have given a different color to class. id will be given topmost preference. id's color will be kept, and the color of the class will be denied. That is a very important concept you need to understand. That is why we say specificity. So the topmost preference will be id, then there will be class, and we write class as class equal to something, and when we select it on CSS we write dot, and then this dot denotes class, dot and then the class name. Last we have the tag. The tag are like p tag, any other tag, and then let's say we are trying to stylize the section, then I will write just the section, and then I will give the code, whatever color red, background red, whatever I have to give, I will give it there. So this is the specificity and selectors. Now how will we write the styles or CSS? First of all, Ctrl X, cut this, and inside head what I will do is I will write style. These are style tags, and inside this style tags I will paste it, and I will remove this section over here, and let's see it in action now. Nothing is getting shown here because we have written, okay, wait a second, instead of color if I write bg, bg stands for background, and let's see. Now you can see the background color is changed to black. What if I copy this and paste it here? We check the specificity, we can still see black is preceding over red. And if I remove this statement, then what will happen? Then this will be red in color. So the background is working. This is one way of adding style. Another way of adding style is using CSS file, and that is the normally used style. We will use that style only. What I will do, I will create a name. You can give any name to this file, but normally I give style.css. That is just my preference. Style.css, and instead of this style tag, I will remove the style tags over here. What I will write is link. Link rel will be the style sheet, and the href also means link or URL. So href will be style.css, and here is the style.css. Now we can write some styles in this CSS file, and these styles will then affect the HTML over here. So I have already copied some colors over here. You can just pause this video and copy all these colors over here. So these are some colors that I have already copy pasted. Now the first thing that I will do is I will stylize for each and every element. To select each and every element, I use the selector star. The star selector selects each and every element. What I will do here, I will give the margin as 0 pixels, and I will copy this line down, and I will give the padding as 0 pixels. Also, one more thing that I will give is box sizing as border box. By default, the box sizing is content box. What are they? Let me explain you. The first thing first, box sizing means each and every element has some width and height, obviously. So when we add margin and padding to them, if the box sizing is not set to border box, then the margin and padding will be added externally to the width and height of an element. And when I add box sizing as border box, margin and padding will be included as the width of the element. To understand this thing in details, let's understand margin and padding now. So the difference between margin and padding, and what are margin and padding are: margin is the space outside the border of an element which we explicitly set. Padding is the space between the content of the elements. Let's see it in action. So if margin, in case of margin, you can see the white box remains the same. However, there are margin around it. The blue box around it is the margin. Whereas in case of padding, look closely. Padding is inside the box. So the white box does not shrink. Don't misunderstand this. White box does not shrink in reality. The white box is, this entire box is of the same size as this white box, first white box, right? However, the content inside this, the second white box will be having a padding of this blue color. This is what it means. Padding is inside the box and margin is outside the box. So we give margin and padding as 0 pixel for each and every element, so that we can explicitly set margin for any element which we want to set. And when box sizing is set to border box, what this means is this padding and margin will be considered as the actual width of the element. Otherwise, it would have been considered as the external width. Okay. So next up, what we will style is, we will first give this body a color of this oranges. So I will select the body, and body does not need any class or ID. We will give body directly. What I will give the background or background color as this color. This color I have already fixed. Hats and this color. Let's see it in action now. You can see the body's color has been changed to this color, orangish color. Now we will do some more thing. That is, we will see now what is padding in action now. So I will give padding of 24 pixels. And then you can see here is some padding. You can see some space over here. And also you can see some space at the top as well. And even if I give margin, you will not be able to understand what margin works here. So we will see margin in action sometime later. Now let's understand CSS units like pixel. There are other units as well. Let's understand those in details. For that, the first thing I will do is I will comment out the entire main section. Entire main I will comment out. How to comment out? Press Ctrl and then forward slash. This will comment out a entire thing which you have selected. Another way to comment out things are actually writing it. So you write this angle bracket, then the exclamation mark, and then two arrows. And then while closing the comment, you write just two arrows and then the angle bracket. And then you can see the two hyphen and then the angle bracket. This is a comment. This is how you write a comment. Anyway, here I will have a div whose class name will be box. And here I will give this box, I will select it using dot, then dot means a class, and then I will give it some width. You can give any width and height, and then I will give it a background color of black. Why am I doing this? I am doing this to explain you how the CSS units work. So as you can see here, the pixels is given. So this is a fixed width. The pixels are given and the width is just 56 pixels. It is a square. Now what if instead of 56 pixels, I give another unit, pixels instead of pixel, I give another unit that is EM. So I will give 2 EM here and I will give 2 EM here. What will happen? Obviously the size will shrink. There is no doubt in that. Okay, what does this EM unit mean? So understand this thing very carefully. If you set a font size of any amount to the parent element of this. So this div is inside the body tag. So the body is the parent element of the div. So if there is any font size selected, then 1 EM will equal to, wait a second, 1 EM will equal to parent's font size. Whatever the parent's font size will be, that will be 1 EM. So if I write 2 EM and here this is 12x, so that means 12 into 24 pixels. So this is 24 pixels. And how to comment out? Use a forward slash, then a star, and then a star to close the comment, star and then a forward slash. This way in the comment. So this is 24 pixels because the width is 2 EM and 2 EM means 1 EM means 12 pixels because the font size is set to 12 pixels. Let's see it in action. We can see the font size is 12 pixels and that is why it works like this. Another way to see this in action is Ctrl Shift I. Press Ctrl Shift I. What will this do? This will open our inspector tab. We will understand the inspector tab a little later. For now, understand this thing. You select this. You can see the HTML elements over here, right? You can see how it is commented, the main section. When you go to this box, you hover over this div element block box. You can see on the screen there is div.box. Dot box means the class, and you can see 24 by 24. What does this mean? This means our width is 2 EM by 2 EM. 2 EM by 2 EM, that is why width and height are 2 EM and 2 EM respectively. That means 12 pixels is of the font size and that is why it is 24 pixels. What if I change the font size to something else? I change the font size to 18 pixels. Now you can see the div.box is 36 by 36. That means 18 into 2 is 36, so 36. 2 EM means 36. Now another unit there is rem. What does rem means? What is the difference between em and rem? So while em takes the font size of the body, that is the parent element, rem takes the root element's font size. What is the root element? The root element is HTML element. So if I give the font size as 12 pixel, what will happen is This if I refresh this page, you can see the box will have 24 by 24. If I give the font size to the body as let's say 60 pixel, then also it will not change. It will stay as 24 by 24 only. And if I change the HTML's font size to something else, let's say 99 pixel, then you can see that the root elements font size is changed, so it is changed. So the difference between rem and em is rem takes the font size of the root element and em takes the font size of the parent element, not the body element, parent element. Okay, now I will delete this box over here and I will delete this box over here as well, and I will uncomment the main section again. This was done just to explain you the CSS units, right? So I will delete this HTML section over here as well. It is of no use right now. I will delete the font size here as well. Now that we have already know what are units and all, you can see we have written background and then there is this color. Now this color is in the format of hex color, hex properties. We also say hex color. You can change it to HSL values as well. HSL means hue, saturation and lightness. There are some other ways as well, HWB, RGB, red, green, blue. There are different methods, but I generally prefer the hexacolor hex methods, but there are other methods as well. For this project, we will be using the hex methods only. Now, we already know the background, right? Let's learn a little bit of color as well. What is this color property? And this if stands for white and black means 000. So this corner here you can see if, and if I drag it back to here, then you can see it is 000. That means it is a black color, and if means white color. And how did I open that dialog? I hovered over the color and then it opened this dialog, right? So the color of the fonts, that is the letters, everything written here is changed to white color. So color property means the text will be changed, and background property means the background color will be changed, right? We don't need the color to be FFF, so I will remove that. Now let's learn one thing, very important thing, that is how to center our div. So you remember that we have this white section as the main. So I will first target the main section, and here I will give it a background color of white. You can directly write white also. It will also work, and you can see white is getting shown here. Our background color is white. We can do one more thing here. We will give a padding of 24 pixels to make it look a little nicer, and it looks a little nice. Now remember we had rounded corners. So how to do rounded corners? To do rounded corners we need border radius. This is the border, right? This is the border element, right? So this is not a border, but this is the border of the box. That is what I meant. So if I write the border as 12 pixel, what will happen? It will have some rounded corners. If I give it a border of 999 pixels, what will happen? It will become a, you can see it becomes a pill, capsule like structure, right? But if I remove that 999, instead I write 12 pixel or any smaller value, it gives a nice round effect. Wait a second. It gives a nice and round effect, right? So I settled with 12 pixel, but you can definitely play with the value and understand for yourself what is the right value. So this element seems to be centered, but this is not at all centered in our body. What do I mean by centered? See here, the page is of such size, but this white element is of a very small size compared to the entire background, and it is centered. So how to center? There are multiple ways to center. We can use position, we can use flex, we can use grid. Here we can also use transform, but here we will be using display equal to grid. So inside the body, since we want to center the main element, which is the white background, so we will use a display grid. And what is grid, what are flexbox, we will learn that in the next project. So display grid and place items center. This is the very shorthand. This just 2 lines of this will center a center our children element inside a parent element. So the parent element is the body and the children element is main. So this main will be centered around these children. This main will be, this children element will be centered around the parent element, inside the parent element. So you can see it is centered. However, this main is of a way too big. How to reduce the width of the main element? We can give a width property of, let's say, 50%. Now I forgot to explain another unit. Alongside pixels, EM and REM, there is another unit, that is this percent. What does this percent do? Let's see it in action. So you can see the width is small. How did that happen? So the entire orange's background is the body's width, right? 100% width, and the child element is inside this body. So when I give a percentage to it, that means it will calculate that the total width of the parent is 100% and I am given 50% width. So I will take the 50% of the width of the parent element. So if the parent's width element is 100 pixel, then 50% of that will be 50 pixel. So the width of the child element will be 50 pixel if the child element is given a width of 50%. There are one more thing that you need to understand. If I give min width, that means minimum it should be of 50% width. Then it goes back to its original width, because the minimum width should be 50%. It should not never be less than 50% of the width. And if I give a max width of 50%, then what will happen is, no matter how much it grows, it will never exceed the width of the 50% limit. And instead of 50% for min and max, you can also give hard-coded values like pixels or EM, REM. Okay, so these are something you need to know. So here I will give the max width of 50% and nothing less, nothing more. Now one thing I forgot to tell, now I'm going to tell is, this padding 32 pixels, I have given padding of 32 pixels, right? Let me save this and refresh. Now you can see here there's a padding of 32 pixels, but this happens on both all the sides, that is on the top, left, right, bottom. Every side we have this padding, right? What if I just want to give it to the left side only? I will write hyphen and then left. What this will do? This will give padding only on the left side. What if I want to give it on the top only? It gives padding on the top only if I write padding top. Similarly, if I write padding here, this is a shorthand property. What this means is, if you save this and open up our Control Shift I, if you open up the inspector, what you can do here is, this entire tab is known as inspector tab. Control Shift I pressing will open up this inspector. Here you can write see the HTML, and here you can see the styles. You can also see the console, and there are a lot of other stuff which you can learn later on. I will teach the console stuff later on. So here inside this main, we have multiple sections, right? So if you see this main here, you can see padding is 32 pixel, but here is a small arrow. Why is this arrow? If you click on this, you can see padding top is 32 pixel, padding right is 32 pixel, bottom and left is also 32 pixels. So all the sides are 32 pixels. Here is one thing, cool trick you can know. So what if I change this 32 pixels, and also I can have another pixel value, and I say let's say 18 pixels. What does this mean now? You can see padding top will be 32 pixel, right will be 18 pixel, bottom will be 32 pixel, and left will be 18 pixel. So the shorthand property of targeting each side is like this follows. Wait a second. First we have top, then we have right, then we have bottom, and then we have left. Top, right, left, bottom. So if I write, top will be, let's say 20 pixels, right will be, let's say 5 pixels, bottom will be, let's say 0 pixels, and left will be, let's say 16 pixels. What will we see as a result? If I close this, you can see the top is 20 pixels, as I said. Right we have 5 pixels, left we have 16 pixels, which is very near to top, and bottom we have 0 pixels. You can open the inspector tab and you can open this directly. Wait a second. You can see that top is 20 pixel, right is 5 pixel, bottom is 0 pixel, left is 16 pixel. That is how we have written, right? So this is a shorthand property, and you can use this shorthand property for margin as well. Instead of padding, if I write it as margin, then also this will work, right? So we are using padding here, not margin. But if you write a margin here, then also this will work. So this is the shorthand property. Always remember top, right, bottom, left. Okay. Let's see now. Now, one thing we have to do understand is we have written width as 20%. Instead of 20%, if I write 100%, now it takes the entire space of the parent element. As I said, this parent element is the section, and this section is taking 100% width of the main. Main is the main parent. So this image will also take 100% width, and it makes it look very beautiful. So our image is done. So our first section styling, our first section is done. Well, not really, because here we have a rounded corners at the edges as well. Here also we need to have some rounded corners. Then how to do that? So let's target the image. We will select the image and we will give border radius. Border radius means corners radius will be challenged. So I will give the radius of 8 pixel. What will it give? It gives some rounded corners. Wait a second. It gives some rounded corners and it looks beautiful. It looks stylish and it looks beautiful. So we are done here with the image section. Also, I will reduce the padding to 24 pixel to make it look a little beautiful, and it looks little beautiful. Now let's target the h1 tag and this description. So let's target this one now. So here we have a section, and before targeting that we will learn a little bit of margin. We will use it for section. So each section, as you can see, is almost very close to each other, like it is sitting just next to it. So I want to give some space in between. How will we give that? I will use margin. Why margin? See, padding is inside the box, margin is outside the box. So I want space outside the box for now. I will use the shorthand property, and here I will teach you another shorthand property. What are they? Let's say I give 24 pixel and 12 pixel. What does this mean? If only two values are given, that means 24 pixel is the top and bottom, that is vertical, and 12 pixel means horizontal, that is left and right. Okay, so let's save it and see it in action. You can see each and every section is given some margin over here and some margin over top and bottom as well. We see some space over here. So I will remove these 12 pixels. Instead, I will make it 0 pixels, because I will give padding to each of them. And what is the padding I will give to each of them? I will give a padding of 12 pixels as well. And now you can see it looks a little better. And it looks much better, but the top section also has some margin. top section also has some margin. So what I will do is I will remove this id first, and instead of class B I will give it a name of covered image. I will select this covered image over here, and I will give it a padding of 0. I don't need any padding over here. Also I will give it a margin of 0. I don't need any margin also. And it removes the margin and padding. But it keeps the margin and padding for all other elements. Now let's stylize this preparation time section now. So I will go back to my code base, and here see how do I select this preparation time section, because there is a section and we have already selected a section. Now it will target all the sections, right? So how do I select this preparation time? So for that I will use the class name another, and I will give it a short name of prep time. I will save it, and I will target it here, prep time dot prep time, and then I will open the curly braces. And what are the style that I will give? Let's see the image first. So here we have the preparation time, which is written in maroon, and the text is written in maroon, and the background is a light maroon. I will do the same. I will give the background will be a light maroon color. I have that over here. I will copy this and I will paste it here. Then I will give it a color which will be of dark maroon, which I have over here. And let's see. You can see that our background is of dark maroon and this color is of this. So it is working, right? However, here is one thing that we need to understand, that there is no padding and this preparation time looks very meh. So to do that, what I will do is I will target the preparation time text over there. How to target that? I will write prep time and then dot prep time, and then I will give a space, and then I will write the p tag. What this means is the p tag inside the prep time class. There is the class of prep time, and inside that prep time class, if there is a children element of p tag, this is a parent element, right? This section is a parent element, and the children element is this p tag. To target that, we can use prep time. Alternatively, you can use a class name prep time heading. You can give it a class name of prep time heading, but we don't need that here. We can directly select prep time p. Then I will give it a font weight. What does font weight means? See, what does font mean? This writing style is known as font. There are different styles of writing, sans serif, serif, and all those. We will explain that just a little later when I actually give some font to this style. So here we will give this a font weight of bold. What will this do? See, this bolds this. I will also increase the font size. How will I increase the font size? I will write font size and I will give it a size of 24 pixels. And it increases the font size, right? So it increases the font size, but I will not increase it so much. I will give it a range of 1 em. What does this 1 em means? Preparation time, not 1 em, 1.5 em. I think 1.5 em is 24 pixel, 1.25 em. And this looks pretty. Now I will also give this prep time some padding of 12 pixels and 12 pixels and 24 pixels. Now it looks a little better. However, it will also look a little better if the margin, there is some margin over here of 8 pixels and 0. 0 means left and right there will be no margin, but top and bottom, that is vertically, there will be 8 pixels of margin. And this will give some little spacing around. And then I want this total preparation cooking, this entire list to be tucked in. How to do that? Just like here we have this as tucked in, I want that to be tucked in as well. How to do that? We will first select the prep time and then we will select the unordered list. Like P, we will select the unordered list. And what we will do, we will give some padding of extra padding of 12 pixels. And now you can see it looks a little tucked. What I will do here is actually instead of 12 pixels I will give it a padding of 18 pixels. And now it seems a little better. It gets tucked in, but the spacing is way too much. So to counter that, what I will do is I will give 0 pixels padding to vertical, that is top bottom, but left right horizontal we will have 18 pixels. Let's see. Now you can see the spacing is even. The spacing is much better. What I will do is I will reduce this padding as well. So I will remove the padding completely here as well. And it looks much better. It looks much better, right? So the preparation time is completely styled now. We will now next we will style the ingredients, instructions, nutrition. But before that, I will style this simple omelette recipe and this as well. So I think each and every p tag needs some margin. So instead of giving the margin to this particular p tag, what I will do is I will select the p tag over here. I will write p tag and I will remove this margin line. What I will do is I will hold alt and then I will press the arrow key, up arrow key. And this will directly move the margin to this p tag over here. And then you can see that here also we get some little spacing over here which makes it look a little beautiful. And here we already have the p tag, that margin, right? And here also we have some spacing. This is also p tag. Here also we have some spacing which makes it look a little beautiful. And I will now increase the font size of this simple omelette recipe. That will make it work. And this is just because this is the h1 tag. I will write h1 over here and I will give it a font size of 48 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, now it looks much better. So I will also give the body some font size of, let's say, 18 pixels. Now it looks much better. I know the font doesn't look that great for the eyes, but I will adjust the font. We need to go to Google Fonts. Search Google Fonts and then go to Google Fonts. And here search for two fonts, young serif. You can select this font. I will get font. Click on get font and then instead of downloading, click on get embed code. Now keep it selected. Instead of doing anything else, what you will do is click on the Google Fonts icon and this page will again open up. Clip outfit actually. Now I will select both these fonts. Now what happens is inside this, here you can see a link is written here and we can copy the code. And after copying it, inside this head tag, what I will do is I will paste that code. Don't worry, I am explaining everything in details. What we do here is we download the two pre-connect relations links, the font.google APIs and the gstatic.com, and then we also get the fonts over here from Google Fonts. Now there are multiple ways to import a font. The fastest way is to import it from Google Fonts. There are other ways as well which we can learn later. So if I refresh the page, nothing has changed. Why? Because we have imported the fonts but we have not used them anywhere. So what I will do, I will go to the font family written here. Font family is a property and there I will write outfit. Outfit is the name of the font that we have downloaded and also there is young serif. So now you can see the font gets changed and it is much readable font. However, for h1 and h2 tags we have a different font and that is this font family should be young serif. Wait a second, font family should be young serif. If you save it, and now you can see that H1 tag has different font and it looks much better. What about H2? So I will write H2 as well. Wait a second, H2, and I will duplicate this line and I will paste it here as well. So for H2s we will have the same font, however the size will be a little less, but the font style will be this. These kind of fonts are known as serif fonts, and these are known as sans serif font. You can find those details later on. You can find those details on Google later on. Okay, so now that we have done the font part and we have designed this entire two sections, that is the first image section and the second is this title section. Also we have designed this preparation time section. Now let's design the ingredients, instructions and nutrition. Let's see the picture. Here you can see after this we have ingredients, and ingredients is written in a different color. So let's see that one as well. So each and every H2 you can see has a particular color. And what is the color? So to select a color we use the color property, and the color is this brown color. I will select it and I will paste it here. Let's see it in action now. And you can see that the colors are changed to this. And it looks amazing. Now let's stylize this UL tags and this OL tags. How to do that? Well, we can select the UL tag directly. However, that will not work for our case because we already have prep time UL which we have designed differently, right? So for each section I will give them a class name, ingredients. I will copy it and I will paste it for the instructions as well, and instead of ingredients I will write and then close the inverted commas to avoid the error, and same goes with the nutrition as well, and I will close the inverted commas. Now what I will do, I will select those classes one by one, ingredients UL, then I will write a comma and then I will write another instructions UL, and both of those have actually instructions have OL instead of UL, and both of them I will style. What I will style? I will give them a padding left of 12 pixels. What will that do? Let's see. This tucks in the sections. Now I will give it to, instead of 12 pixels I will give it actually 24 pixels. Let's see. It tucks in perfectly. Now one more thing that I will do is, instead of just padding left, I will also give padding of top and bottom. So what I will do is padding top and bottom will be 12 pixels and left and right will be 24 pixels. Let's see. Now it gives a little space and it looks much better. Now one more thing, these markers, li markers we say, that is this bullet points, this 1, 2, 3, 4, we need to colorize them as well. You can see in the picture we have them colored. So how to color them? Okay, let's see. I will select these again. I will select these again, and instead of UL I will write li, and instead of OL also I will write li, and then I will open up. And what is the color that I will give? I will give the color of the same color, and let's see. But it changed the font color as well. So I don't want to change the font color. What I will do then? What I will do is I will do double colon and then marker. What is this marker? I will copy and paste it over here as well. What are these markers? So these markers are this 1, 2, 3 dot and these bullet points. These are markers. And this double colon and then this marker, these are known as Pseudo classes. What are pseudo classes? Pseudo classes are specific parts of a HTML element that can be styled. For example, here we have this marker. So these are known as pseudo classes. We will learn about some other pseudo classes in later projects. So let's save it and let's refresh. Now you can see that the bullet points are marked properly with the same color, and the numbers here have the same color. Now to make this a little bit spacious and to make it look a little better, what we will do, we will target the li elements, and inside the li elements we will give a little margin of 8 pixels and 0. Why 8 pixels? For the vertical. So vertical spacing we will give 8 pixels, and we will also give padding left of 8 pixels. Why padding left? Let's see. Now you can see the distance between one dot and bit. Now see, after a refresh you can see a little bit spacing. This makes it look a little nicer, and each of the list element has a little spacing in between, and this happens with the preparation time as well. And by the way, I think preparation time should also have padding of 12 pixels and 24 pixels. 24 pixels left and right, 12 pixels vertical. That will make it look a little nicer. And you can see it makes it look a little nicer. So now we have styled most of the stuff. Only thing that is remaining is this nutrition table and a little of shadow. Other than that, everything is completely done. So let's now stylize the table. Now we need to style this table. How do we do that? So the first thing first is I will get this table class and I will give it a border of 1 pixel solid black. Now hold up and understand this thing. Border, like padding and margin, we have shorthand properties. Border also have shorthand properties. Now this is a shorthand property, so the longhand property will be, let's see. Now you can see the border, there is a border shown in around the table, right? And if you click on this, right click on this and then press the inspect, then it opens the table, and then you can see here is a border of 1 pixel solid black. If you open this arrow, you can see top with this 1 pixel, right with this 1 pixel, bottom and left with that 1 pixel. So the border happens in all the 4 directions: top, left, bottom, right. So all them have the same width, same style, solid, same color, that is black, and then the image source, outset, repeat, etc. Those are unnecessary stuff for now. So this is the main concept of border. Border is very simple. You can have different styles of border. So instead of solid, you can have dashed as well, and you can see how the dashed border looks like, a little bit of dash in between. You can also have dotted. It looks a little dotted. And so let's get back to solid. We have solid. Also, one thing that you need to understand, each of the column is known as TD, right? So I can give the same border to a TD as well. You can see TD also has same borders around it. How to stylize this table? Let's understand these things first. I will have separate styles for the table and the TD. So obviously I will have no border for table. However, I will have width of 100%. What this will do is it will take up the entire space. So let's refresh, and you can see it takes the entire space. Now you can see one thing, that is here is some gap in between these cells, right? So what we can do is we can remove this gap also. How to remove this gap? By default there will be gaps. However, to remove it you will use border, but instead of border I will use border collapse. And I will say collapse. That means it will have no gaps. Let's refresh, and now you can see here are no gaps. Now if you see here this text, I need to align them to the center, because in the image you can see the texts are a little inside from the border, complete border side, right? So to do that, what I will do here is inside this td, what I will do is I will do text align. Now text align is one very important property where if you by default text align is left, but if you do it center, what will happen then? Then the text will be centered. What if I give it to right? What will happen then? Then the text will be at the right side of the box. Okay, so this is a very important property. Please keep it in mind. So text align center, we will keep it for now. However, we will give some margin or padding. I will give some padding to the vertical axis, that is top and bottom. So I will give it a padding of 8 pixels, and left and right there is no need for giving any padding because it is at the center. So there is no need of giving any padding. I will refresh. Now you can see it looks a little bit spacious. There are some space and it looks much better. However, in the original design, you can see there are no border at the side, only border at the bottom. How to do that? Very simple. Instead of border, I will write border hyphen bottom. That's it. Now you can see border bottom. Here also one more thing you need to understand. If you see the picture, the last element has no border. Only the first three elements have border bottom. Last element has no border bottom. How to achieve that? Now see here, here comes the table row. So there are one table row, two table row, three table row, and four table row, right? So I will target the fourth table row and I will say it should have no border at all. How to target the fourth element? Also, the fourth element is the last element, right? So to have the to capture the fourth element, what we can do is we will again use pseudo elements. Now, but this time this is known as pseudo class, not an element. Pseudo elements are that double colon, and when it is single colon, then it is pseudo class. And I will get the nth child. What does the nth child mean? See, inside the table, this table is the parent, right? And inside this table we have four table rows. Now these four table rows are four children. So the fourth children, we will capture the fourth children. I can write directly 4, and then inside this colon what I will do is border, which is none. So border none means no border. Wait a second and let's refresh, and it does not work at all. Why so? Okay, understand this thing. The TD has border bottom, not the TR, right? So I will have to select the TD as well, which I completely forgot. So TR nth child 4 and then the TD, and then I will remove the border to be none. Let's see it in action. If I refresh the page now you can see the last border is none. So what happens here is inside this TR nth child 4, all the TDs will have no border. All the TDs inside this TR of nth child 4. Now since the fourth element is also the last element in this case, what we will do? We will do last child. Directly we will write last child. You can directly do that, and then also it will work perfectly. One more thing, the color black is not that black there, so I will change it to 164, 0.164. How did I do that? I opened the dialog, and then here this handle, this is the opacity handle, and here I reduce it to 164. So the RGBA value will be RGBA value. A stands for alpha. Alpha means the transparency, right? The opacity. So let's see. Now it looks much better. Now also there is one thing left, and that is inside the image you can see this column has a different color. How to achieve that? Very simple. First thing first, I will change this kilocalorie to small kilocalorie. And then this is the second child. See, inside each table row there are two children, that is this td1, which name of the property and the value of the property is in the second td, the second column, right? So to choose the second column, what I will do is inside each table row, td, and then also the last child. You can also use nth child too, but the last child will do here perfectly. I will change the color to this color. Let's see it in action now. And you can see the color is changed to this color. And now I will change the font weight to bold. That's it. Now you see it works perfectly. Now you can see it looks perfectly. And it is absolutely like the design we have seen here. It looks absolutely like the design we have seen here. So the last thing remaining is the box shadow, right? Where we will give this box shadow? To the main. We will give this box shadow to the main. Why? Because main is the white color, right? White color card, right? So here is a simple formula for box shadows, and the formula is box shadow. Then we give the X, then Y, then blur, then spread, and then the color. So this is actually a shorthand for property, not a formula, a shorthand property. So box shadow means X and Y. What are these X and Y values? So X means in this axis, that is this top, sorry, left, right, horizontal. So horizontally, how much do you want me to have the, how much the shadow will be shifted? And Y means Y axis, that is how much vertically the shadow will be shifted downwards or upwards. Then blur, how much blur should be done to the actual color of the shadow. Spread, how much the shadow should be spread around. Let's see now. I will duplicate the line, and instead of X and Y, I will give 10 pixel and 10 pixel to each of them. And the blur I will give 10 pixels. 10 pixels of blur. The spread will also be 10 pixels. And the color I will give is black. Let's save it and let's see it. This is, oh my god, this is so ugly looking. So the thing you can see is this shadow is shifted a little downwards. That is because of the Y value. The shadow is shifted a little this side, right side. That is also because of the X value, right? If you give negative values here, then what will happen? Then the shadow will be shifted in the opposite direction, completely opposite direction. Okay. So this is one thing, and the blur is 10 pixels. Let's increase the blur to, let's say, 60 pixels. Let's see. Now you can see the blur happens like this. And what if I decrease the spread completely? You will not understand much better. But if I increase the spread to, let's say, 90 pixels, you can see the spread happens. So this means the shadow is spread around, right? I will keep it at 0 only. And I will decrease the opacity of this black color. So I will hover over it, open the dialog box, and then drag this handle down to 192. Let's see. Now there is a very subtle shadow and it looks amazing. So instead of 60 pixel, I will reduce it to 20 pixel. And the x-axis I will have 0. So now you can see the shadow looks a little better. It looks like a card. And if I increase it to, so let's say here I increase it to 30 pixels. And increase the opacity as well. Now it looks perfect. Now it looks much better. And I am very much satisfied with this box shadow. So our first project is done. Now do leave a comment down below and comment on your feedback. How much you have learned through this project, whether you are actually loving this project, this video so far or not. Do leave a comment and feedback down below. The second project is a news website. This is the landing page of the news website. So what are the elements we have in this website? See, at first we have a header where we have this logo of the website, and then we have the nav links such as home, new, popular, trending categories, etc. Then we have a main featured news. Here is the cover image, then there is the headline, and then some details of the summary of the data and the summary of the news. Then we have a button, read more. This button is also known as, these kind of buttons are known as call to action buttons. What does that mean? That means when you click on these are highlighted buttons. See, only one button is there which has the red color. These are the highlighted buttons. If you click on this, then it will take you to another action. So that is why these are known as call to action buttons, and you should know these terms. Next up we have here is the news section where we have these three news and a little summary of these three news. This is where we have this is what we have, and then below that I think these are known as top stories, where the first story is of a there is a picture, the 01 written, which means this is the first story. Here is the headline of that news and a little summary of the news. Similarly, there are two other news as well, 2 and 3 respectively, with their respective images. Then we have footer, and in this footer we have a gibberish text, we have copyrights, we have some social links, and then again the whatever is there in the navbar, you can see whatever there is the navbar, these same links are present here, right? Now let me show you this. So this to build this website, we are going to divide this website into three parts. The first part is the header part, where we will have this logo and the nav links. These are the links, we will have this. The second part is the main content of the website, where we will have this news and all the top stories, etc. And the third part is the footer. Now to design this kind of layout, what we are going to use is, we are going to use Flexbox and grid. What are they? I will be teaching you throughout this video. This is the main purpose of this project, is to learn how to use Flexbox, how to use grid, play with them, and as well as learn how to create a layout like this, right? So the main section is also divided into three parts. The first part is this headline news, second is this new news, and the third are these top stories. So let's go back to the VS Code again. So inside the VS Code, I was working on this recipe project, right? So what I will do is I will close this folder using this option here, close folder, and then I will open another folder. Now I have already created the news folder over here, so I will directly open this folder, and I have nothing as usual. So what I will do, I will first create a directory. This new folder, I will create a directory, and I will name this directory images. Why will I name this directory as images? See, here I have one image, two image, three image, and four images. So I have already four images. So I will store those four images inside this images folder. That's why I will have them. Next up, I will create a file. The file name will be index.html, and I will create another file, that is styles.css. We will use both those files, right? So I will go to the index.html, and the first thing first, if you are using VS Code, you will press shift and then the 1 key, which will open up this exclamation mark. And when you write this exclamation mark, then there you will see two options. The first option is this exclamation, which will write this entire boilerplate code, and if you hover over the next line, then it will just write the doc type HTML. I don't want this doc type HTML, I want the entire boilerplate code. So I will press enter, and then you will see the boilerplate code is present here. Next thing I will do is I will update the title to news. Okay, and then what I will do is I will write link, and it will open up the link emmets. So I will click the link CSS. What will it do? It will link our CSS file. Now after I am done with this, what I will do is I will save this file, and then I will click on the right click on this index.html, What will it do? It will open up this dialog box, and there I will copy the path. I will copy the path, open up my web browser, and I will paste my path over there. And then open the file, and you will see nothing. Why? Because we have not written anything in our index.html. So let's write the first thing. What is the first thing that I will write? The first thing that I will write is this navbar, this entire header section where there is a logo and then there is this stuff. So let's write this. So for this, what I will use is I will use header section. Now remember, in the previous project what we were doing were we were using these section tags, right? Now there are a predefined section tags for header and for footer. We call them header and we call them footer. We call them header and footer, right? So for now, let's keep the header and footer let's keep the footer empty. And for the main content, that is this news, we will have main. Remember I explained you why main we use main. So for main content we will use this main structure. For now we will keep this main and footer empty and we will just work on our header. What will I do? Inside this header, see, we have a logo. At first we have a logo, and then we have this navbar. So first thing first, what I will do is I will create a div with a class name of logo. Div.logo. If you write this and press enter, this is a emmet abbreviation which will transform it into div with class of logo. I will do that, and then what I will write? I will write w and then full stop. Why? Because that is the logo, right? After that, what I will do? I will have for this. See, these are the links in normal websites. If you see in normal websites, you will see that at the header section, whatever links are written here, they are clickable links. Throughout this example, we will have no clickable links. However, these are clickable links. What does that mean? That means if you click on them, they will take you to some, either they will perform some action for you, or maybe they open some dialog box for you or some modals for you, or they will take you to a different page, right? So for those, we have a predefined HTML tag. What are those? What is that tag? The tag is nav. Nav means navigation links. Okay, and inside this navigation links, since this is a list of links, what I will use? I will use ul. I will use the angle brackets, then I will write li, and then I will multiply it by 5. What will that do? That will open up 5 li tags, and it will open up 5 li tags inside this unordered list. Since this is it does not have any order, so we will use it unordered list. But these are list of elements, that is why we are using unordered list. Now inside each link, this is a VS Code shortcut. Press and hold Alt, and then click inside each of the li tags. What will this do? These will have multiple cursors, and then what I will do? I will write a, and href will be nothing for now, so I will use just a slash, and then I will close this, and then I will save this. What did this do? This did what? First thing first, we created a navbar, and inside this navigation links we had a unordered list, and inside this unordered list we have 5 list items, and each list item also has a anchor tag. What are anchor tags? Anchor tags take you to different places. Anchor tags means clickable links, which if you click on this link, it will take you to another page. So just an example, if the first link I update it to www.youtube.com/@abhik, right? And if I write YouTube, let's see it in action. If I refresh the page here, now you can see there is a blue colored link over here, and this is a written YouTube. So this means this is a clickable link. If you click on this link, if you hover over this link, you can see that it shows a file, and then it shows our www.youtube.com/obp. If I click on this, it will go nowhere because I have messed up somewhere. Let's see. Okay, it should be http. Yes. Now if I reload and if I hover over this, you can see in below of the screen, you can see www.youtube.com/@obp. If I click on this, what will happen? It will take me directly to my YouTube channel. So you can have any link. I just give my YouTube channel's link, but you can give any link provided, right? One more thing that you need to know while using this anchor tag. So href is a link, and this link will be a clickable link which will go to any page or any website or anywhere, provided that is a valid link, right? Now here one more thing you can do is target equal to blank. What will that do? This target is an attribute. We call this thing as attribute. So this attribute, what it will do, let's refresh the page and let's see. So if I click on this, earlier what happened, this page only turned into this YouTube page. However, now if I click on this, it will open a new YouTube page. This link will be opened in a new tab, right? There are multiple values for this target. Wait a second, let me show you. There are blank, parent, self, top. So normally I use the blank thing. So this is one thing that you need to know. Anyway, we will have blank links here because I don't need my href to go to anywhere. As I said, this will not be a clickable links for the sake of this tutorial. So what are the links we need to click? We need to write home, new, popular, trending, and categories. So I have already written the 5 links over here. And if I refresh the page now, you can see it looks something like this. So transforming it from something like this to something like this, where each of them are in the same line, we need to learn Flexbox. But before learning Flexbox, let's give some basic styles to this. What are the basic styles? First thing, I will go to my styles.css, and then, like always, what I prefer to do and what you should definitely do is select all the elements, because sometimes what happens here, sometimes some elements get margin and padding on their own, so you need to remove each and every margin and padding from each and every element. And then I will give the box sizing to border box. I've already explained you why I do that in the recipe project. So now that we have done this, what I will do, I will give some styling to body. The first style that I will give to body is minimum height of 100 viewport height. Now this is another unit that I completely forgot to teach you while we were doing this recipe project, and that is viewport height and viewport width. What are they? So see, this entire white screen that you are seeing is known as viewport. The height of this, so 100 viewport height means 100% of the viewport's height. If I write V instead of VH, if I write VW, that means 100% of the viewport's width. Okay, so you need to understand, if I write 90, that means 90% of the viewport's width. So let's save this and let's see. You will not understand anything because it is given the height as minimum height is 90. So you can see a scroll bar over here. As you can see, this scroll bar actually scrolls. And also you can see these links are sticking to the at very corner of the screen. Why? Because we had initial padding which we removed using this. Okay, so anyway, I will remove it and I will make it minimum height should be viewport height, 100 viewport height. And now you will see no scroll bar over here. So I will give some, I will not give any padding to this body. Why? Because we will give padding to each section. That is this header, this main, this footer. We will give each section some fixed padding. So now what I will do is I will teach you one thing that you should know. The thing is font family. I have already taught you what are font family. But if you write font family and then press enter, what will happen is you will see this dialog box open up. What does this dialog box mean? If you see, here are different fonts, different style of fonts, and we normally use any kind of font. Uh, there are three, say for example, the first we have this courier new, and then this courier, and then this monospace. What will it do? Let's see. If I click on this, it will open this three fonts. It will write three fonts together. Monospace is font. This courier and monospace. What does this mean? If we already define a font over here by the name, then why do we need these two? These two are known as fallback fonts, and this is the font family. Monospace is the font family, and these are known as fallback fonts. What does this mean? If due to some reason the font that we have specified is unavailable at the moment when a user is viewing our website, then it will fall back to these fonts, which will definitely be available in the user's web browser. So let's save it and see. You can see it changes the font, but we don't want this kind of font. What we want is, we want a different font. And for that, what I will be doing is, I will go to Google Fonts. And by the way, Google Fonts have free fonts, right? I'll go to Google Font, and then I will search for Inter. Inter is a very popular font. So I will go to Inter font, and then I will click on Get Font, and then I will click on Get Embed Code, and then I will copy this code. And the rest, you know the drill. You need to go to link, and instead of styles.css, after styles.css, you can paste them, and the Inter font will be pasted over there. And instead of courier new, courier monospace, what I will do? I will do Inter, and I should be in capital. Then what I will do? I will use this sans serif written here. See how to use this font here. We have a proper guidance over here. So after Inter, what I will do? I will use sans serif, because sans serif is the fallback for Inter font. Then after Inter, I will have this sans serif, which means it is a it is a fallback font over here. So after that, what I will do is, I will give some font size as well, and the font size I will give is 18 pixels. So this will be the base font style for all the elements, but later on we will increase it or decrease it. Let's say for this headline, I will increase it. For this stuff, I don't need to decrease it, but we will need to increase for any other stuff. So let's see now. If I reload it, you can see it looks like this. Okay, I have already zoomed in. So if I zoom out, you can see it will look like this, right? Now before I will close this window now. Now before we start, applying flex to these, we need to learn a little bit of Flexbox. But before learning Flexbox, I will teach you what is display. Now whatever you are seeing this code on the screen, I know you have no idea of where does this come from. Don't worry, this is just a code pen I have created just to explain you what this is. This has no relation with the website, so feel free to not copy this. You don't need to copy this. You just need to see this to understand how things work. Okay, so ignore this for now. What I will do is, I will create a p tag, and there I will write some lorem ipsum. So what does this do? It creates a lorem ipsum p over here. As you can see here, we have a p tag. Now what is display property, that you need to understand very much. So what I will do is, I will take this p over here, and I will give no style to this p. However, I will create a wait a second. I will create a span over here, and this span will be, this span is an inline element. What does this span do? This span is an inline element. So inside p, if I write a span also, you will not understand any difference over here, right? So we will stylize this span. Instead of p, we will stylize this span. What will I stylize? I will give it a background of cyan. Why cyan? So that you can understand. See, I will give it a background of cyan, so you can see this pen is colored. So sometimes you might need to give some specific style to a paragraph tag, a particular word or a particular group of word in a phrase of words in a paragraph. So for that you can use pen. Now here I will use the style of display. This is the display property, and here I will give it a, let's say, block. What will this do? As you can see, it creates another block. See, every statement you see here and every new line is a new block of text, right? So if you give a display of block, that means it will create a separate block statement. Now by default, each paragraph tag has a display of block. However, each word inside the paragraph tag does not have a display of block, and by default every span has a display of inline. What does inline means? Inline means this. So it is by default. So if you remove this line, then also it will work perfectly, isn't it? Now there is another display property which is known as inline block. What will this do? You will have no idea what does this do. However, if I give some height to this, and now you can see, just because this is an inline block, so even though it is inline, it will take the entire height. It will display work as a block inside a line. And if I remove this inline block to just inline, then it, even though it has a height, it will ignore that height. And if I remove it, if I remove the inline suffix over prefix over there, then it will have a block which will have the height of 87 pixels. Okay. Another display value is none. So if I give none, then you can see that particular word which is doloribus. You can see there is no doloribus written here. Nothing. That entire thing is gone from the HTML element. It is gone. Just simply vanished. So this is very important thing, display none and display block. You need to understand this very carefully. Okay. Now instead of display none and block, what we use display of flex or grid or stuff like that. Now let's learn what are display of flex, because we are to learn Flexbox, we need to learn display of flex, and for that I have already created a parent div with 5 children div. I have given each children div a name of class of child, and also I have given to target each specific div, I have given them a class of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And inside the CSS, I have just written dot parent and dot child. Nothing stylized we have done so far. Now, display of flex is always given to the parent element. So if I have 5 children element, I will not give any display of flex to any of them. Rather, I will give it to the parent element. What will it do? Let's see. Display of flex. And what does it do? It aligns them in same line. We do not do it just to align it in same line. We have various other purposes for it. So, but just for now, what you will do, it will align it in same line. And there are different directions. So this is a by default flex has a direction of row. So it will fit all the children element in one row. That is why you see in one line. So there are different directions. Flex direction. If you write the flex direction property, then you can see there are different property directions. What are they? They are row reverse, column, and column reverse. Now one by one I will explain all the direction. So what does row mean? Row means in one row. In one row all the elements will be fitted. What if I instead of what is then row reverse means? Wait a second. And you should give only one direction. Don't give multiple directions. What does row reverse means? Row reverse means the rows are reversed. See, subscribe is at the last row, at the last element. But here the subscribe is the first element, then the comment. Comment is the second last element. Share is the third element, so it stays alike. Like is the second element, whereas it becomes the second last element. And please is the first element, which becomes the last element. So that means the row is completely reversed. And also when the row is there, it started from this direction, this place. And now it has reversed it to this place. Why? Because this entire viewport width is the width of the div of class parent, right? So entire thing is reversed. Now what does column mean then? Instead of row reverse, if I write column, then it will show it like this. So in one column, all the children elements will be fitted, right? And if I write column reverse, it will just do the same as row reverse, but in column. So subscribe will be first, then comment, then share, then like, and then please. It will reverse the column. So if the column is like this, it will reverse it to like this. So this is flex direction. Now I will change it. I will comment it out so that we have the normal direction. Now one thing that I will do inside this child is I will give this child a padding of, let's say, 12 pixels, and I will give it a border of 1 pixel solid gray, just to understand how these things work, so that it looks like a box, so that we can understand how it works. So now that we know how flex directions work, let me show you one thing. So if I drag this handle over here, you can see that please like, share, we can see, but comment and subscribe goes outside the screen only. So to tackle this, what we can do is we can also do one more thing, that is flex wrap. And flex wrap is wrap, let's say. What does this mean? I am explaining you. But before that, you can see that now everything is wrapped in. Now if I do I drag the handle more, then you can see this share and comment comes in same column, same row. This please and like comes in same row, and this subscribe goes to third row. And slowly it becomes like a column. What happened here? See, I told you that in one row entire flex stuff is shown, right? However, if I give the wrap property, then as the viewport size decreases, if it dims fit, then it will wrap it in multiple rows. So here it will wrap the children elements in multiple rows. That is what happens here. Okay, and there are multiple ways of wrap. So if I write wrap reverse, what will happen? So as the reverse happened, see, before giving wrap reverse, if we had the flex wrap of only wrap, then what happened was subscribe was coming down below please like share, right? But now what happens is subscribe goes above please like share. So it wraps but in reverse order. It wraps in reverse order, and until it becomes column, it wraps in reverse order. Another value of this wrap reverse is no wrap. So that means that is the default value, that is no wrap. Flex wrap is no wrap. So if I do this, then it will have no effect. So that is what the default value is. Anyway, I will comment it out as well. The next thing is flex flow. What does flex flow means? Flex flow means it is the combined shorthand property of direction and wrap. Remember, we were learning shorthand properties for, let's say, border, padding, margin. Similarly, here the shorthand property for direction and wrap is together combined as flex flow. So if I write row, but then I write wrap, what will happen? You see, as I do like this, then it works like a flex flow direction of row and wrap of wrap. What if I write wrap reverse over here and I give it a value of column? Now as you can see, if I give it a height of this parent element, let me give it a background also so that you can understand what happens. So if you see, if I give the parent element a background of yellow and I give it a height of 150 pixel, what happens over here is if I did not have any height, then what would happen is everything will be in in one column, right? But now that I give it a height, what happens is it wraps in two columns. The flex gets wrapped but in two columns, and it gets wrapped in reverse order. So if I write just wrap, then it will wrap in normal order. Please like, share, and then we have comment which is wrapped here and the subscribe is wrapped here. If I write 200 pixel, what will happen? Let's see, only one element will be wrapped, right? So now you understand what flex flow does. So till now we have learned flex direction, flex wrap, and then flex flow. Now we will learn very important thing, and that important thing is also one thing you notice that see here, it takes the height of the entire, each children takes the height of the entire parent, right? Now let's see one thing, justify content. This is the main reason why we use flex. Flexbox does not mean that you can just have certain children element in one line. It means you can use the align this children element, have a proper layout of your choice for these children elements. Okay. So justify content have various properties. One first property I will give is start. What will happen? That is the default property, so it will work nothing. If I give it end, what will happen? It will go to this. So this side. What does this mean? That means justify content works for the horizontal axis. That is this left and right axis. What does it do? It aligns this stuff either in this direction or in this direction or in the center or spaces around, spaces evenly or space between. We will learn all of them here. So what justify content end means here is it will make the children elements align to the end of the horizontal axis of their parent element. And by default justify content is set to start because that is the start element. So by default it is at the start. What if I write center? Then it will space in the center. Think of it as text align, which we learned while we were learning recipe project. That same thing. However, here we have some more values as well. Along with center, we have one more value, that is space around. What does space around means? So you can see each of them is spaced around. There are some space in between each of them. If I give evenly, what will happen? Space evenly. That means even space around each of them. There is equal amount of space around each of them. And if I give space between, what will happen? Then there will be, see, the first element will always be aligned to the extreme left of the parent, and the last element will be aligned to the extreme right of the element, parent element, and all in between will be having same space. If there is anything between, then it will have same space. So this is one thing. Now that you have understood space between, one thing that I want to say so that you have proper understanding. See, okay, let me show you the HTML code for our project. See, here we have two. See, if I apply display of flex to our header, what will happen? See, we have not completed our flexbox yet. What will happen? We will apply this flexbox to the header, which is a parent element. And how many children does our parent element have? Two children. This div with the class of logo and then this nav. So what does this mean is, so these two will be having this flexbox. And if I give space between, what will happen? These only two elements are there. So the first element will be at the extreme left and the last element will be at the extreme right. And whatever in between will have even space. But here we have nothing in between. So there will be no space in between and nothing, no element in between. This is what we will use with space between. So if I remove the last middle three elements, what will happen? You can see this is what happened. Instead of please, if I write the logo, and instead of subscribe, if I write the navbar, that is what it will give the look. And that is the look we want in our navbar as well. So when I will build the navbar, stylize the navbar, I will show you again. So this is just something I thought you should know. So anyway, I will uncomment this. And now that you know justify content, let's learn one more thing, that is align items. What does align items mean? See, justify content does it for the horizontal axis and align items do it for the vertical axis. So let's do. So if I write align items end, what will happen? It will align all the items at the end of the parent element. So the parent element ends in this place, so it will align all the items in the end of the parent element. Let's keep the justify content space between so that you can see how it looks like. If I make the instead of align items end, I make it in align items center. It will align items at the center of the parent element. And by default, align items is always at the start. So if I write start, it will do it at the start. But if I remove this, then what will happen is it will take the entire height of the parent element. But if I don't, if I apply this, then it will have no height. It will not take the height of the entire parent element. Rather, it will take the height of its own size. Whatever its height is, it will just keep it to that much only. So now that we have learned a little bit of all of these, I will comment them out. What if you don't actually use the justify content and the align items? What will you do in those cases? But you can see there is no spacing in between. What will you do in those cases? I will use gap property and then I will give it a gap of 8 pixels. Gap is basically just margin which is applied to all these 5 elements. Just imagine if I give margin of left and right to all these elements, what will happen? Same things happen in the gap part as well. So if I write 48 pixel, you can see a little more gap, right? Now gap also has two parts. One is row gap and one is column gap. So if I use the shorthand property, just like we use the shorthand property for padding, if I use that, let's say 24 pixel, you will not see any difference. However, if I, let's say if I write flex wrap, right, and if I do it here, now you can see that here the padding gap is 48 pixel, 24 pixel, but here the gap is 48 pixel. So for the column, the gap is for the row, the gap is 48 pixel, and for the column, the gap is 24 pixel. Now here one thing you need to carefully understand, and the thing is flex direction row means in one row. However, when I give gap of row, gap in the direction of row, that means the gap between each row. The gap between each row, not the gap in the row. Okay, so this is something you need to understand. And see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 elements, 5 columns. So the gap between each column is the column gap. Okay, so now that we have learned a lot of the stuff on our parent elements, let's learn something more. And that is, what if we what if we want to stylize something more on each children? What will I do? So let's say if I want to stylize something on this children of 1, that is 1 means this please element, and I give it a order of 5, let's say. What will happen? As you can see, the order of 5 means, see there are 5 elements, and order means numbering. Let's say I told you earlier order means numbering. So I give it order of 5. That means it will become the 5th element now. Even though in HTML it is written as the first element, it will become the 5th element on if I write order. If I write 3 and give it an order of let's say 1, what will happen? So the wait a second, please like shares should be the should have the order of 1, but it does not. So I have to give it a wait a second, 4 should have order of 1. Now understand this thing. Just because these are numbers doesn't mean that this is very important concept you need to understand about order. So even though I gave the order of 5 and it changed to the fifth element, that doesn't mean if I give order of 1, it will go to the first element. So to give the order of 1 to a order of 1 means first it will be shown, this element will be shown, then this element will be shown, the 2 means the second element will be shown, 3 means the third element will be shown. However, if I give two elements a order of 1, that means the first occurring element here, see the two elements that I have given order of 1 is 3 and 4. So which one comes first? Share comes first. That is why I have share of 1. And who comes next? The 4 comes next. Comment. So that is why comment comes next after share. However, subscribe we have not given any order to our subscribe. Why does this come at the first position? That is because it has order of 0. Order of 0. So we need to give order of 0 to any one of them. I will give order of 0 to 3. And now you can see share comes at the first element. Okay, so you need to play around with the order to understand how order works better. But this is the basic of order. Now, one more thing that I can teach you is grow. You need to write flex grow. What will it do? Let's say I give flex grow of 3. Now you can see this third element is grown thrice its size. You can see it is very increased, and if I increase, it will keep on increasing. It will never decrease. It is so increased that it takes the entire column space, and then also it is increased. Only after it is wrapped properly, then it will be decreased back to its original place. And why does it decrease back to its original place? Because the default value of flex shrink is set to 1. Flex shrink and flex grow. What does they do? Grow means it grows the element, and shrink means it shrinks the element. It shortens the element. Grow means it grows the element, right? So shrink's value is 1, and each of the element has the value of 1. However, flex grow is set to 3. That means it will appear first, and if it has space, it will take very big amount of space if it has that space, and that big will be as big as thrice its size. Okay, and the shorthand property of this is flex. Also, one more thing that I have to teach you is flex basis. What does this mean? This means the initial size. So let's say I give it an initial size of 50 pixels. I give it an initial size of 50 pixels. No matter how short it becomes, it will always become 50 pixels if it gets the size of 50 pixels. See here, you can see it takes the size of 50 pixels. If I give it a size of 100 pixels, what will happen? If it gets a position, then it will definitely take the size of the 50 pixels in the first. And the shorthand property for this is flex. Flex is the shorthand property for grow, shrink, and basis. First you will write the grow value, then you will write the shrink value, and then third you will write the basis value. Okay, so normally people, like you might have seen when you read each other's code, you might see some people writing flex 1 60%. That means it will take 60% of the size in the first chance, and it will be of 1 growth and like that. So I will remove this now. One more property that I have to teach you is align self. So if I check the align self as, let's say, end, what will happen? It aligns itself, the third element aligns itself at the end of the place. And if I do it for justify, what will happen? It will work nothing. However, if I give align self, then it will go to downwards. So align self works like this way. Okay. So now that you have learned way too much basics of the Flexbox, let's now stylize the header and the navbar. So what I will do is I will go to the header, and there I will give it a display of Flex. Let's see it in action now. As you can see, if you zoom it and see, then you can see this home, new, popular, trending, this list is beside the W written here. This is beside it. However, this is not completely aligned. So I will also give it to the header nav ul. Why header nav ul? Because later on when we design the footer, we will have these same nav links for the footer as well. So that is why I am getting it by header nav ul, and there also I will give it a display of flex. And let's see, and now you can see all of them are in the same line. So here I will do one thing that I already told you, space between. And now you can see it gives a space between each of them. However, if you see the web page, then you can see the website, you can see that here a lot of padding is there, here a lot of padding is there, lot of space is there in between here, and they all are aligned in same space. How to do this? So to do this, what I will do is I will give a padding of 10 em. Now what is a em? Em means the font size of the parent element. So the font size of the parent element is 18 pixels. So 10 em means 180 pixel, right? So let's save this, and now you can see it. Okay, it gives padding to the top and bottom as well. I will remove the top and bottom padding. I will give it only 12 pixel top and bottom. And now you can see it gives a proper padding on both the sides. So it works, right? However, see, each and every element will have the same padding, amount of padding. So what we can do? We can either remove this 10 em padding to this place, body. However, there will be a problem if I remove it to body. So instead, what will be the problem? The problem will be, see this footer section, entire width is black in color, right? So if I give padding to the body, then this entire footer section will not be black in color. Only this section inside this blue box will be in black in color, and the rest will be white. We don't want that. That is why we will give manually padding to each of the element, header, main, and this section, footer section. But since we are reusing a particular property of value, this 10 em, what will I do? I will create a root element. Root tag, this means the HTML tag. And there, what I will do is I will create a CSS variable. CSS variable are very important concept. You need to learn this. What will be the CSS variable here? Variable will be px. Px means padding on the x-axis. And what will I give the value? The value I will give is 10 em. And then here, instead of writing 10 em, what will I write? I will write var. Var is a short for variable. And then I will write the px. It still works perfectly. However, now if I change the value of px to, let's say, 5 em, 50 em, what will happen? See, you can see the padding also increases. Wait, let give it a 5 em, then what will happen? Then you can see the padding decreases. So if I change on one place, it will be affecting multiple places. So using CSS variables is very helpful if you use a particular value multiple times. Okay. So now you can see the bullet points are getting shown. And also all of them are in so much together that they seem very congested. How to fix them? Okay. So the first thing first is I will target all UL elements, all unordered list elements, and what will I give? I will give them the list style of none. That means no bullets will be shown. This is the first thing that I will do. Now next, inside this nav UL, since it has a display of flex, what I will do? I will give it a gap of 12 pixels, and let's see for now. Now it looks much better, right? Still, I think it should have a little increased gap, 18 pixel, and now it looks perfect. But if you see the logo here, the logo looks a bit different. It is very bold in structure and it is bigger in size as well. So how do I do that? So I will get the logo also here, dot logo. That is the class name, dot logo. And what will I do? I will give it increase the font weight to bold, Also, I will give it the font family will be serif. We don't have a serif font over here, so we will just give the serif font. Now you can see that it looks like the picture we have seen. However, here we have one thing missing, that is the font size. We will increase the font size and I will give it a 3 em. That means the font size here is 18 pixels, so 3 em means 54 pixels. Let's see. And now it looks something like this. However, now we have another problem. And the problem here is this home and the W's head are aligned. But I think the W's center should be aligned to the home. New popular trending categories. This nav. How to do that? We have already learned. To do that, what I will do is I will go to the header. Since we want to align these two children element, I will go to the header and along with justify content, I will do align items. Align items will be center. Let's refresh and it is aligned center and now it looks much better. Here, however, one more thing that is remaining is, see here, wait a second. See here, you can see none of the links have a blue icon below, blue underline below and the blue color. So I will give each UL, I will give each anchor tag, I will give text decoration of none. This will remove all the text decoration it has, just such as this underline. Underline is a text decoration. This color, all will be gone. Now the color is not gone, but the text decoration is gone. Now the color what I will give is, I will give a color of, let's say, black. I will hover over black and then I will decrease the opacity to 0.306. And now you can see it looks like this. Now you can see it looks like this. So the color is matching, right? I will also give it some font weight of bold. Wait a second, font weight should be a little bolder. Work. Yeah, 500 works perfectly. Okay. So our heading navbar is done. Heading navbar is completely done. Now what we will build? We will build the headlines and this page, this new section. Now before I write, understand this, that this 1, 2 and 3, these all sections belong to the main element, right? So whatever I write, I will write inside the main. However, there are a total of 3 sections. One is this, and one is this, right? How will we write them in such a order that this layout comes into existence? Well, to do that, we will use CSS grid. CSS grid is a little different from CSS Flexbox. Okay, so before learning the grid, what I will do is I will write the content for this. Okay, so let's write the content. So inside main, what I will do is I will have 3 sections. So I will write section multiplied by 3. So each section will represent something. So the first section will be this headline. So I will give it a class of headline. The second section will be new. So I will give it a class of new. And the third section will be stories. So I will give it a class name of stories. Alright. Now let's write the content for each of them. Now the first thing is headline. So headline is an article component. What does article means? Article means a standalone component. Normally article components are used for depicting blog post, etc. Right, so this is kind of a blog post only. So it will have a cover page, a cover image, a headline and a summary and then a click to action button. So we will use article component for it. So inside the headline component, what I will do is article and I will give it a name of headline. Article will also have the same name, headline. Alright, and there we will have the image. So the first thing I will have is the image and the src will be, wait a second, now I have already downloaded these 4 images. These are the three images for the story, and this is the image. So I've already downloaded this image. Link is in the description. So what I will do, I will directly copy the image path and I will paste it here. Actually not the path, actually I will copy the relative path to make it look a little better. And I will give it a name of headline image, alternative text of headline image. And let's see, and you can see the image is getting shown. However, it is way too big, so I will give it a width of 100%. And it takes the entire width of the screen. That is not what it is supposed to do. Why is that? Because why does it take the entire width of the screen? Because we have not given the section a padding of this. That is the first thing. And next thing is we haven't said the section how much space it should take. So what will I do? I will open the section tags, and there I will give it a padding of for top and bottom we don't need to give any padding, so I will give 0. But for the left and right, what will I give? I will open the bar and then I will give the padding of X, which is this padding we said, right? Let's see now. Now you can see that the image confines within the padding limit, right? Now also we need to tell this section that it should not take entire space. How will we do that? To do that, we will use CSS grid. But before that, I have already given this, right? So after the image, what will I do? I will give it a h1 tag. Why h1? Because it is the headline. And then I will write the entire headline. And then I will use p tag to write the entire text. And then I will use the click to action button, which is a button. So before writing h1 and p, which I will actually copy paste from the code I have already written, or text I have already written, I will do something like button. A button is another HTML tag which is a clickable button. If you click on this button, it will do something. So here I will write read more, and I will save it. And now you can see, wait a second. And now you can see here we have a button. You can see this button. It is a clickable button, and we will stylize this button later on. So this is a button. And now let's write these things inside this VS Code. So I have already written this thing, and if I save it and if I see the website, now you can see the headline is getting shown and the text is also getting shown, right? The next thing that we need to write is this new. This new will be inside the next section. So the new section, inside this new section, what will I write first? First, I will have a subheading of new written here, all in caps. So then what we'll have, I will have, see there are 3 items which have very similar style, right? And each of these style, so let's do that first. What will I do? I will use an unordered list once again, and inside this unordered list, I will have a list item. And see, actually this is a list of 3 news, right? So inside each list item, what will I have? We can have multiple elements inside each list item. The first will be a p tag, which will have the class of bold text. And inside that, whatever I write will be bold, because you can see that this is a little bold and this is a little faded, right? So it will be bold class. Alternatively, you can use strong or B. So I will use the alternative, and I will write strong, and S will be small. You can also use B, and then inside that I will write this text. And there will be another p tag, which will be a normal p tag, where I will write this news, and I will do it for three of them. However, for the first 2, what I will do is I will also do one thing, that is this HR tag. What does this HR tag do? This creates a horizontal rule line. Let's see. You can see here a straight line. If I copy it once again, you can see actually two lines. If you see carefully, wait a second, I will write something. You can see two straight lines. These straight lines are this HR. So HR means horizontal rule or horizontal line. You can have lines over here. Okay. So let's do it by seeing the image. Let's do it. And we will do it only for these two of them. We don't need to do it for the third item. So I have already done it. You can see. And the third list item has no HR. Okay. So let's save it and let's see it in action now. Now you can see that all this looks like this. Okay. And for now, and after that, what I will do is I will create this top stories part. It is very simple. First, each of them I will wrap inside an article, because see here also the first section we also wrapped everything inside an article. So here we will have three articles. These are not list items, these are articles. Okay. So there I will have three articles, and each article will have an image tag, then a 01 written, which will be a P or a span. You can also use a span, but I will go with P. Then we will have another P, which will have a strong text. So this will be a strong text, and then I will have another normal P, and I will do it for three of them. So why don't you do it on your own, what I have just explained, and treat this as an assignment and do it on your own. Pause this video here and do it, and then come back. I will show you with the solution. So I have already written the article. Each article will have an image tag, and I have copy pasted the relative path of the image. Then I have given an alternative text to that. Then inside a div, why did I give a div? So that when I use Flexbox, then I will use Flexbox for this each article, right? So one image and this div will be aligned side by side for that, right? And inside this div, I will have the P whose class I have given is number, and then I have written the number. And then inside a P I will have a bold tag, and inside the bold I will have the headline, and then inside the P I will have a summary. I have done that for all the others. And here I have written dot images slash. So I'll update the relative path for each of them. And now you can see all the images are working as expected. So I have updated them and all the images are working as expected. Okay. So everything is working. Now we need to stylize this. To make this look a layout like this, first we need to learn grid, CSS grid. So let's learn CSS grid. Now what I have done here is, again I have a parent element. Inside that I have the same HTML for Flexbox. But here I have commented out the background and the height for the parent, and the child will have padding of 12 pixel and border of such. Also, each of the children element I have given a separate color for each of them. Okay. So now let's see. Instead of display equal to flex, what I will write is display equal to grid. And it does nothing. Why? Actually it does. What it has done is, see, Flexbox does it for one row or one column. However, grid, what grid is actually based on, see, grid always means rows and columns, right? So this grid is based on rows and columns. By default, it will only have one column, and at that column, everything will be settled. So before starting, what I will do is I will give a gap of 8 pixels so that there is a little space in between, right, to make it look a little beautiful. And now what I will start is I will start with the rows and columns. So to have rows and columns, what I will do is grid template rows. This is the property to write rows and columns. So how many rows do I want? my plan is to have two columns and as many rows as possible, maybe three rows and two columns. So if I write grid template rows equal to 3, these will not work. It rather requires a measurement. What measurement? Measurement of the rows. So let me explain. So let's say I want to give a 3 rows. So I will give 10 pixel, 10 pixel and 10 pixel. This means 3 rows of 10 pixels each will be created. And it has created. You can see the first 3 boxes are covered. However, the next 2 boxes are not covered. Why? Because this is here one default value is also getting passed, which we cannot see. The default value is first 3 rows. Since we have 5 elements, so the first 3 rows, and we have actually have 5 rows, right? So the first 3 rows will be 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 10 pixel, but the next 2 rows we have not defined anything for them, so they will be automatic. So if you write 10 pixel, 10 pixel and then auto, then also it will do the same thing. But here it will add 2 rows for 10 pixels and the next 3 rows will be automatic, whatever it is. We don't want that. So I will again convert it back to 10 pixel. However, now what I will do is I will define the grid template columns. Grid template columns. What will that be? Same way we will have 10 pixel and 10 pixel. We want 2 rows and 3 columns. 3 rows and 2 columns. Okay, let me increase this 10 pixel to let's say 50 pixel. For each of them I will increase it to 50 pixel. Now you can see there are 2 columns and 3 rows. Only 3 rows each has 50 pixel size and 2 columns which are of 50 pixel. So that is what it looks like right now. This is a very popular, this is how a grid is formed, right? Now see, I am writing 50 pixels 3 times here. There is another way to do this. If you write repeat 50 pixels, actually 3 times and then 50 pixel. This also does the same thing, and here also I can do something like this, repeat 250 pixel, and then I will close the bracket and then I will just remove it, and it will have 2 columns. Now if I increase the column to 80 pixel, then 2 of them will be of 80 pixel. If I increase it to 120 pixel, 1200 pixel, oh my god, 120 pixel, then it will look something like this. Now see, hard coding pixel values are also very bad, or any value, let's say pixel, em, rem, these are all hard coded values. Instead, what we can do is we can use 1fr, 2fr, like fr units. What are fr units? Let's say 1fr. 1fr means one fractional unit. Here also we write 1fr. Now it takes the entire width of the parent and it divides them into 1fr, 1fr. So one fraction, one fraction, one fraction. So 3 rows of one fraction each, equal fractions, and 2 rows of equal fractions, that is 1fr. So it is divided, 100% is divided by 2, which is 50%. So it gives 50% width to each of them, 50% width of the column, right? If I increase it to, let's say, instead of repeat, what I do is 1fr and 2fr. What will that do? See, now total is 3. 2fr plus 1fr is 3fr, right? So 100% is divided by 3fr, and twice the size of 1fr will be given to the second column, and 1fr will be given to the first column. So whatever the 100% divided by 3 the value will be, that will be given to this, and twice the value will be given to this. Okay, so same goes here as well. I can also do it here, 1fr, 5fr, 2fr, and now you can see here its size is 1fr, here it is double the size, here it is 5 times the size. The second row is 5 times the size. So this is a very basic grid structure. Here we also have one more thing, and that is what we will do. We can do to a children element. What we can do? We can specify the row start, row end, column start, column end. What does that mean? That means, let's say I want this comment column, comment box to be here instead of the please. Just like what we were doing in the order, with the order, same thing we can do here as well. So here in the for class name 4, which is the comment section, what I will do is I will write greet row start, which will be 1. And if I do just this, you can see the it gets shifted to this. So that means it is starting from row 1. This position is known as 1, this is 2, this is 3. The place where please ends is 3. So if I, let's say if I say greet row end as 2, what will happen? It ends at 2 only. 1, 2, 3. Here also 1, 2, and this is 3. So let's say if I write 3 over here, what will happen? It takes the total place of 3. That means 2 rows it takes place. If I write 4, what will happen? It will take the entire place, just like what it was going to do. What if I make it to 5? What will happen? Okay, actually then it becomes, it takes the entire place, and all these other rows becomes a part of the second column. Okay, now I don't want that. I will return back to 3. However, I might want to do it with the column as well. So to do that, I will do column start, and then I will make it 1. So it will start from the first column only, and then I will do it for the, I want it to end at 3, position 3. That means it will take the entire header position, isn't it? So we can leverage this, and what we can do here is we can have 2 columns over here, and the third row will have the second row. There are 2 rows actually. See, here are 2 rows and 2 columns. However, this third section, that is this storage section, will take the entire width of the 2 columns. That way we can do it. Now here is a shorthand property for this row start and end as well. What is the shorthand property? The shorthand property is grid row. If I write grid row as 1, what will happen? It will work like this. And if I write grid row as 1 by 5, what will happen? Then it will take the entire place. So grid row start 1 and end 5, and there the separation is by forward slash, right? Same goes with grid column as well. If I write like this, wait a second, I will make it 1 by 3, and grid column start, instead of column start and end, what I will do is grid column 1 by 3. You can see it looks like this. This is how it looks. So these are the some shorthand properties for CSS Grid. So now that we know CSS Grid a little, let's dive deep into the design part. Now what I have done over here is, I have for each section I have updated, instead of padding I have updated it to margin, and I have given a border of 1 pixel solid black. Now what I will do is I will give the main display of grid. Also I will give the grid template rows, the template columns as 1FR 1FR. That means 2 template columns and 2 rows as well. So rows and columns will be 1FR 1FR each. And then I will give it a gap of 12 pixels. What else I will do? I will then stylize this stories to have display of flex. Stories section display of flex. Dot stories display of flex. And one more thing I will give it is grid column of 1 by 3. That means it will take that 2 column width. Okay, so let's see. And if you refresh, you can see that the first section over here, the second section over here, and the third section. To demonstrate them, I have used the border and margin. So I will update the margin to padding once again, and I will remove the border. And it still looks the same way, right? Now we have, our task is to stylize each section one by one. Okay, so now the one thing that I forgot to mention is instead of section, it should be padding should be in main and not in any other section. So I will remove that for now. And if I refresh the page, now you can see it looks much close to the layout image that we have seen. Now let's design the first headline image, headline structure. But before doing, what I want to say is this headline, this should take twice the length of the new section. So how to do that? What I will do here is I will update these template columns to 2fr. And if I save it now, and if I see it, now you can see it looks something like this. However, now this thing also grows, this storage section. What will I do? What will I do is I will make it 1fr and then auto. What will that do? You cannot see anything right now, but when we actually stylize this, you will understand what is the importance of 1fr and auto. For example, if there are two rows, so the first row will take 1fr length, but the second row will take the length only of the content inside and not the 1fr length. That is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, now let's stylize this section class headline. Actually, article headline, not section headline. So I will do article dot headline. See, because both section and article both have the same name of headline. So what I will do is I will do article and then I will write a dot here and then write the headline. So that means article with the class of headline. What will I do first? I will give it a display of grid. And then I will give it a gap of 12 pixel. However, now instead of writing grid template columns and grid template rows, what will I do? I will try another way of doing these rows and columns, and that is known as naming the rows and columns. How to do that? Very simple. I will do grid template areas. Instead of columns and rows, I will do grid template areas. Area means a particular area in maybe a column, a row, etc., but a particular area. So here, since we have the image, then h1 and then p and then button, what will I do? I will open the inverted commas and I will actually open the inverted commas in the next slide. So here, what will I do? I will do something like image. Image is the first area. The first area will be image. So I will have two columns of image. Why two columns of image? Because I will duplicate this entire inverted commas line and I will paste it here. And what will I do here? Instead of image, it will have now h1. So one column will have, first column it will be the image and then one column will have the h1 and then here p and then the button. So h1 and p, then I will again duplicate, but instead of p it will be button. This is the actual area. This is the how we want to lay out our headline article, right? So I've written it like this and then I will control S and let's see it now. And if I refresh the page, you can see it looks something like this. So why does it look something like this? See, I said the image will take two columns. The h1 will take one column over here and the p tag will take something column over here and the button will be below. But it looks like something like this. Why? Because even though we have set grid template areas, what we haven't done is we haven't assigned this area to the particular elements. So how to do that? Very simple. I will get the headline image tag and there I will write grid area. And what will the grid area be? Be image. And notice here we have inverted commas, but here we don't need any inverted comma. Okay. Similarly, I will duplicate this. And instead of image, I will press Ctrl D, so it will select both the duplicate values and then I will write h1. I will again duplicate and this time instead of h1, I will do p tags. I will again duplicate and instead of p tags, what I will do? Button. However, there is nothing known as this btn. Why? Because we have button, button. And now that I have given them assigned them the areas, let's see. And now it looks something like this. So our layout is actually correct, but now we have to stylize that so that the layout looks perfect. So let's stylize. So the first thing I will do is I will give the h1 a font size of 3 em. Let's see, and it looks much better. Now the button takes the entire width. We don't want that. Makes it look ugly for in this case. So what will I do? I will do the width as fit content. That means only the content. So this read mode only button will end here only where the read mode is there. So I will actually save this file and refresh. Now you can see it looks something like this. However, we also need to give some padding to the button as well. So the padding will be, let's say, 12 pixels. Let's see. Nah, it's too big. So 8 pixels and 12 pixels. 8 pixels on top and bottom and 12 pixels on horizontal axis. Right? Now it looks a little better. I would say much better. Now what's remaining? The remaining thing is let's change the color of the button. So the button color will be background color and it will be something like tomato. I will give it a background color of tomato. I will also remove the border. Now you can see here we have some border, black color. I will remove the border as border none. That will remove the border completely and it looks much better. One more thing I will do here is, and this is a very important thing while stylizing button, you should remember always give the cursor pointer. What it does, see, I haven't refreshed the page yet. What it does is, if see when I hover over this, so when I take the mouse over a button, that is known as hover. So when I take the mouse over the button, you can see the pointer as an arrow pointer, right? Now when I refresh this page, since I have written cursor equal to pointer, what will happen is when I take the mouse over the button, you can see it changes to click. That is this finger icon. That means clickable. You can click this. So we can click this. That is why we have this cursor pointer. There is one more thing that you can do is you can stylize this button using button hover actions. So let's say headline button, and this is also another pseudo class hover. So you write just one colon and then write hover. What will happen? So the hover action, that is on hovering, whatever, it will change the shape. Let's say I change the background color. I change the background color to yellow. So let's refresh, and if as I hover, you can see the color gets changed. Why we do this? We do this so that the user understand that this is a clickable icon or a clickable stuff, so that you can click. This is a interactive stuff, not some blind text like this, bland text like this. Okay, so for that we need to do some hover actions over this. So it looks much better now. What will I do next? I will next stylize this new section. Now before stylizing the new section, I have already copy pasted some color which you can also copy over from the screen, and we will use these colors for our new section. So let's target the new section for the first time, and by the way, the new section does not need any flex or grid. It is just a normal layout, right? So we will get the new section, and the first thing I will do is change the color of the box, and also I will give some padding over here. So the padding will be something like 24 pixels, and the color will be to get the background color we use background or background color properties. So it will be this dark color. I'll copy paste and let's see. And yeah, it looks kinda good because I have to change the color as well. So I will set the color to this off-white color. This color property will change the color of the fonts, obviously. So now you can see it looks much like this. Now we have to give some styling to all of them. So the first thing that I will style is this new. What will I give the style to this new headline? If you see, the new will be, I think this is a H2. Okay, so I will stylize this H2 as, I will give it a color means the font color again, color of this yellow color, which I copy from here and I paste it here. And let's see, and it looks beautiful. Now I will also give some margin bottom as well, or I can do something like I can give margin top to each of these element. And what are these elements? If you see here, each of them are li elements. So let's give some margin top and bottom to the li elements. Dot new ul li. What will I give? I will give a margin of, let's say, 12 pixels and 0 left and bottom, because we already have some padding. We don't want to ruin the padding. And now you can see it gives some padding, it gives some margin in between, but it does not look good. So I will increase the margin to be 24 pixels. Now it looks a little better. Now inside each li we have two paragraphs, right? And then one hr. So I will target each paragraph and I will give them a margin as well to give some more space to it. New lip, and what will the margin I give? I will give them a margin of 12 pixels 0. Let's see, and it looks much better now. So now this hr, we need to target these hr elements as well, those horizontal lines. So I will get the hr directly dot new hr, and what will I give them? I will also give them some margin as well, and the margin will be 12 pixels and 0. Let's see. It does not look that great. Let's give them a margin of 24 pixels. Wait a second. Now it looks much better. One more thing that I want to show you here is, see, this new ul li has margin of 24 pixel and this new hr also has margin of 24 pixel. So what if we want to see same line, same style to both of them? So what we can do here is, instead of repeating this entire segment once again, I will give a comma over here, and then I will press enter, and I will copy this thing and I will paste it here. So that means to both of them this same style will be applied, and then I will remove this. Wait a second. That way also it will work, but we will not remove that same thing here for one more reason. This is just for demonstration. So suppose you want to change the color. How will you change the color of a horizontal line? And normally, a lot of people might think background color will be changed. Let's say I give a background color of red. Will it change? No, it will not change. Then maybe the foreground color. And by the way, background color means the color of the background, and foreground color means also means the font color, right? So that is how we say color. So color doesn't also change. What will then change? Border color. This is actually border. So if I change the border color, now you can see the border color gets changed. And I will not change it to red. I will actually change it to off-white, or actually grayish color. And I will also reduce the opacity. Yeah. Now it looks much better. So I actually figured out how to do it perfectly. First thing is, you need to increase the gap of the main. Why? So that there is a gap between them. See, they are very close to each other. Removing this gap will actually work in long run. Wait a second. So I will increase the gap to 4 em, right? I will remove this align item start. I will just comment it out. Okay. And now what I will do is, I will actually save it, and let's see. And now see here we have given a little space, so it looks much better now. We don't need to give the align item start, because it looks much more aligned now. So we are done with this new section, and we are done with this headline section. Now let's stylize the stories section. Now the first thing I will do is, I will actually cut this dot stories over here, and I will paste it below the new. Why? Because that is where it belongs. So then I will start stylizing. So the first style that I will give it is display of flex, which I have already given. So definitely it looks something like this. Where is it? Something like this. To make it look something like this, see here we have some margin over here. And if you see the actual stuff, there is little gap, so we will actually increase the margin. So the margin will be, margin top will be 64, might look good. 64 looks good. And now since each of the story has an article, what we will do is we will start stylizing the article. Oh, by the way, I will also give it a justify content of space between. Why justify content of space between? So that it takes the entire space of the screen. So anyway, I will give the each article inside the stories, I will give them some styling as well. Styling will be, first thing will be max width, and max width will be 18 em. So, and then I will also give it a display of flex. Why a display of flex? Because see, each article has one image and then a div. You see the picture here, the image and then a div. Very simple. We will use the display flex. And let's now see. It looks something like this. The images are way too big. So I will actually get those images as well. Stories, article, image. And what will I give them? I will give those images a width of 25% each. And now they are very small in size. So let's now stylize these numbers. So how to stylize the number? So I will get the stories and then number. You can also directly get the number, dot number actually. That is the class. And then I will give them some color. So the color that I will give them is this same color, RGBA, this value. I'll give them the color. And then also I will give them the font weight of bold. Font weight of bold, let's see. Yeah, it looks good, but it needs to have a font size of, let's say, 2 em. Now let's see, and now it looks much better. Also, see here we don't have any gap between those image and the text. So to give them a gap, what will I do? I'll give them a gap of 24 pixels. Let's see. And now it looks much better. Now this div, we need to get this div as well. Where is this div? Each div will also be stylized as flex. Why? So that, see here everything is congested, right? We will give some gap in between each of them. So for that we will get the div. So I'll get the stories and div. And what will I do? I will give some display of flex. And then I will give them a gap of 24 pixel, let's say. Okay, and also I need to give them a flex direction of column, so that way it looks on the same line. So let's refresh, and now you can see it looks much better, but there is way too much gap in between. So I will remove the gap to 12 pixels, and now it looks much better, much better. However, the images are way too much stretched out, so we cannot work with the gap of 12 pixel as well. So I will go with gap of 8 pixels. Let's see, and it looks a little better now. I would say it looks a little better. Now you can see it starts below the screen, right? Why so? That is because that is where it ends. So I will give this story section margin top. Instead of margin top, I will give some margin and then I will give it 0. So that means it will have 0 on the horizontal axis, but margin on top and bottom will be 64 pixel each. Now you can see, you can scroll down and you can see it looks something like this. The images are still stretched out, but anyway it looks beautiful. So one more thing that you can do here is you can also decrease the font size. So the font size, if you decrease it to 16 pixel, that way it will look a little better, I would say. With the gap given 4 pixel, it looks much better, I would say. So our main section, stylizing our main section is completely done and it looks much beautiful, right? So now let's stylize the footers. So here is the footer section, and to stylize this footer section I will again use grid, but this time the grid will be very simple. two columns, where the columns on the second hand on this side will have the items. Each of the item will be aligned to the end of the column. That is, if the column ends here, then all the items should be aligned to this side and not to this side. By default it aligns to the start, but this time it will be aligned to the end. Okay. So it is very simple to design this kind of column, this kind of footer. Let's do that. So let's write the footer now. How will I write the footer? The first thing I will write is, see here we have the same thing as we have in the header, the logo and the nav links, right? We have the same thing over here. We will write those same thing. So I will just copy this entire thing inside the header. I'll copy and I will paste it over here. And by the way, the nav links also work inside footer as well. Don't worry. Okay. So the first thing I have written over here. So these are two columns we have already written. Now the third column will be these are two stuff inside each column, right? So the third is this paragraph with details, and I will give the name as p.details. That will be the class name, details, and inside that I will have lorem ipsum. That is some gibberish text, right? And after that I will have these social links. Now how to get these social links? There is multiple ways to get these social links. The one way that I am going to show you here is using font awesome. So I will go to my browser again and I will type font awesome CDN. It will take me, the first link will be CDN.js font awesome libraries. I will click on that and I will copy the link. I will copy this link, main.css, all main.css. This is the latest link, so I will copy it and I will paste it at the top. So here, I will paste it at the top. So here I have this enter font link, right? After that I will paste all this. I'll paste it. It is pasted completely now. What will I do then? The next thing that I will do is I will go to this link, the second link, font awesome. And there I will start searching for icons. So what are the icons we need? Here we need the Facebook icon, the Twitter icon, and the Instagram icon. Very simple. So I will write FB and it gives me the Facebook icon. I will click on it. You can see here CSS HTML snippet is given. I will click on the page and this will copy our CSS HTML snippet. What will I do then? I will then go back to my HTML and I will go to the footer section. Now here, after the paragraph text, what will I do? I will have a div with a class name of social. Why a div with a class name of social? So inside that div is a group of social links where I will have these three links. So I will write div.socials, and inside that what will I do? I will paste this thing that I copied from the font awesome page. So this will be the Facebook link. Then I will close this and I will search for Twitter now. So I will write tw and it will open the Twitter. I will do the same process again and I will paste the Twitter link now. And the third thing that I will do is I will do the Instagram. I will copy it again and I will paste it over here. So all the three are pasted now. Now understand this thing, how this works. See, this I means icon tags. Okay, span of text in an alternative voice mode, etc. You can understand it. And inside that we have two classes. One is FA brands and another is FA Facebook. Facebook means Facebook logo, Twitter means Twitter, Instagram means Instagram, and FA means font awesome. And these brands, these are these classes. We do not stylize these classes. These classes are already stylized in the style sheet that we are importing from this link. So till now we were importing a style sheet from our styles.css direct file, this file. But now we are also importing some styles from cdn.js.cloudflare.com, that entire link cdn, from a cdn, that is the CSS file. Okay. So that is where those classes are written. So now if I save it and if I see my screen, what will I see? I see some logos over here. I see some lorem ipsum. I see this link and navbar link and this logo, right? One more thing that is remaining is this copyright. So how do I write this copyright symbol? So the first thing is I will go back to the footer again. And after the div.socials, what will I have? I will have the last P, and there I will write something like and copy and then this semicolon. What will this do? This will give me the copyright symbol. And then I will write whatever it is written 2024 all rights reserved. That's it. So our entire footer's HTML is ready. Now we need to stylize it. Very simple. I will go to the styles.css and here I will start with the footer. So the first thing first, I will give the footer a background color of black. And then you can see it. Okay, wait a second. Color should be given as white. It looks something like this. And now I will start with the display of grid. But before that, I will give it a padding. Padding of what? 0, actually 12 pixels and var of px. Remember this var of px values which I was showing you earlier? So that means these all things are aligned, but this footer will have the black color throughout. Now I will give it a display of grid. Display of grid. Grid template columns will be very simple. Repeat 1 or 2 with 1 effort each. And how many rows? We will have 3 rows of 1 effort each. Equal rows and equal column, but instead of columns I will write rows. I'll save it and I will see, and it looks something like this. So the entire structure is done. Now you might be wondering, where is the navbar? Navbar is actually here, but we cannot see. See, if I hover it, you can see it. So here two things that we need to do. The first thing is I will go to here, and here the header nav UL where we give the display of flex and the font weight and all. Here we will remove it from the header thing. Why? Because it should be applied to both the nav UL, header as well as the footer. So now you can see it looks something like this. Next thing what I will do is I will come here, and for each of them what I will do, I will do something like align, wait a second, align items center. And now you can see items are aligned as center. And now for each of these two columns, what will I do? I will ask them to be aligned to this side. And by align means this vertical axis, and horizontal axis we do it justify content, right? So if I do justify content here, then both these columns will be aligned to this end. We don't want that. We want that only for the second column. So for that, we will have to target each of them separately. What will I do? I will do footer and then the nav UL, which I will justify self as not unset end. So it doesn't work because we should not be targeting the UL. We should be actually targeting the footer nav, because here footer's nav is the child of the footer and not the UL. UL is the child of the nav, right? So we will target the footer nav as well as the dot socials. So socials div. Both of them should be aligned to the justify self as end. Let's do. Now you can see both of them are aligned to the ending, isn't it? One more thing, that is I will now stylize this dot socials. How will I stylize that? The first thing that I will give is I will give it a display of flex. And the second thing that I will give is I will give them a gap of 32 pixels. Now the main purpose of giving it a display of flex is to give it a gap of 32 pixels. so that they have equal space around. And also one thing that I forgot is footer nav should have a color of white. Why is it not changing the color? So let's see. So here we have set the A tags to be the color of this. Instead of that, we have to remove this color. We have to remove this color to the nav UL. And that way, when I change here, we can change the color to white. And now it will work. And now it works. Now it works, but it becomes blue. Why so? Wait a second. Text decoration is none, but the acha, I understand it. So we have to remove the color to this A tags only. That is how it will change. So what will I do here is I will do nav will actually header A should have this color and footer A should have a different color. I will copy it over here. Color should be white. That's it. And text decoration we don't. Yeah, we can have the text decoration is not. Now it looks perfect. So we are ready. And I will also change the color of this paragraph and this tag. So I will get the dot details. And also the last thing, okay, I will name this class as copyright class. Copyright. So I will get both of them. And I will give them a color of little. Wait a second. I will reduce the opacity a little, and let's see. Wait a second. We will reduce the opacity a little more. Now it looks perfect. So we will have a footer like this. So our entire structure is done, and it looks something like this. Now that we have completed our website, now one thing that the main purpose of this project was not only to learn the layouts but also to learn responsive web design. What does responsive web design mean? Responsive web design means that in for each screen size, the website looks good, the website has better usability, and the website is in much good shape. Let me show you an example. So if I open the inspector tab here, wait a second. If I open the inspector tab, you can see how it looks like. Wait a second. I think I have clicked the grid over here. Okay, I will unclick it. Now you can see how the website looks like on 1440 pixel screens. This you can here see the screen measurements, and on this screen range it looks beautiful, right? So this is the laptop screen range. It looks much beautiful. However, if I reduce the laptop size to 1024 pixel sized laptops, now it looks a little not that great, but still you can work with it. What if I go to the tablet design? Now you can see the style is breaking and it is looking absolutely horrible. And if I go to the mobile screens, oh my god, that looks so horrible, isn't it? Why does it look so horrible? That means we have to write our CSS in such a order. We have to write and stylize the HTML and CSS in such a order that it becomes responsive. That means for each screen it looks beautiful. That means for tablet screen it will look beautiful. Maybe it will look a little different from what it looks at a laptop screen, but it will still look beautiful. So I will have different layouts for the mobile and for the tablet. What are those layouts and how to apply actually those layouts? So to apply those layouts inside styles.css, what we do is we actually use media queries. Let me first show you the different layouts and then I will show you the media queries. So for the tablet screen, what I intend to do is I want to show this I want to show this column and this grid. Remember, we have the grid as this headline section and this new section are shown side by side, but in tablet screen I want to show them one by one. And then also you can see that these top stories also get divided into this. It does not come in same line, it rather has 1 and 2 on the same line, but the 3 comes below. And the footer looks like this, so it looks right, and the padding at the side also is reduced to a limit, so it looks much beautiful now. So how to achieve these things? To achieve these things we use media queries. So let's start learning the media queries. So how to write a media query? You write @media screen. Now, why we write screen? Screen because we are looking at screen only, right? So we have to write the screen here. Other thing to write instead of screen is print. We are not printing right now, right? We are seeing at the screen, so it will be screen. However, not only just screen, we need to write and then we will give a minimum width or a maximum width. Anything will work. And then we will open the curly braces. Now what does minimum width here means? Here minimum width means any screen size which is above 768 pixel or 768 pixel, which is either 768 pixel or anything above 768 pixel. That is minimum width. And instead of minimum width, if I write max width, what will happen? That means anything that is less than 768 pixel. Now in our case, we are going to target the tablet size, right? And that is below 768 pixels or below that. So for the screen sizes that is more than 768 pixels, we have a proper layout that we can see. So for screen sizes less than 768 pixels, we will have these styles. So we will keep max width. How will we style? So let me show you an example. If I give a body a background color of let's say yellow. So for screen sizes that is below 768 pixel, we will give the body a background color of yellow. Let's see. So I will refresh the page. Then I will open the inspector tab, and as I start reducing the size by dragging these handles, you can see as it reaches below 768 pixel, that is 711 pixel, you can see the body color changes to yellow. And you can also see here at the inspector tab at the styles page, styles section, you can see the background of yellow is getting shown. And as I remove it, as I increase the size, that thing completely vanishes, right? So instead of changing the body color, what will we do first? First we will tackle this padding over here. So how is this padding present here? See, header has some padding, 12 pixel var of hyphen double hyphen this pixel, that is this CSS value, CSS var value of 10 em. This main has this padding and the footer has this padding. So what will we target? We will target not the padding of each section, rather we will target the CSS var value. That is why I use the CSS variable, so that we can change the value and that will be affected in every every section, that is main section, header section, footer section. So it is stored in the root, and instead of changing the background to yellow, we will change the px value to 2em. Let's save it and let's see. Well, it does not change because it is 1021. Now you can see the padding is, when I go to 768 pixel, the padding is way too less, isn't it? Now instead of two columns, I want to give only one column. How to do that? One way is to change the grid columns there. See, the main section has grid columns of 2 FR and 1 FR, right? So I can change it to just 1 FR. Another way to do that is to completely remove the grid. For screen sizes less than 768 pixel, we will completely remove the grid. Rather, I will give it a display of flex, and then I will give it a flex direction of column. Why will I give it a display of flex? So that it can use this gap property over here. So for that, what will I do? I will take the main section, and instead of display of grid, what will I do? I will give it a display of flex and flex direction of column, so that it is in one column, right? So if I do that, now you can see for tablet screens, it looks something like this. However, there is one thing left. If you see the image, here you can see that these three stories are divided into two rows, but here it is still fixing in one row. But we don't need to do anything in the media query. Here is one thing that CSS Flexbox, there is one property that I taught you, that is flex wrap. We can directly go to the stories section, and here after display of flex, we can give it a flex wrap of wrap. And what will that do? Wait a second, let's see. That wraps. However, there is one problem, and the problem is here is no gap between 1 and 3. So to fix that error, what will we do? We'll give it a gap of 36 pixels. Wait a second. And now you can see some gap, and it looks absolutely like the way we see in the picture. So for tablet screens, it looks something like this. And for desktop screens, it looks something like this. So it looks stunning in the desktop screen, and it looks stunning in the tablet screen as well, isn't it? So now you can see, now you can understand what responsiveness means. Now we will be styling it for the mobile screens, because for the mobile screens, it still does not look that beautiful, isn't it? So let's stylize it for the mobile screens as well. Now, even though it looks good for the tablet and it looks good for the big laptops, for small laptops it doesn't look that good. For small laptops it does not look that good. So we need to target the padding here as well. So instead of targeting the padding, this root at max width of 768 pixel, we will actually cut it. We will duplicate the entire thing, and instead of 768 pixel, we will actually target it at 1024 pixel. And I will also remove the main. However, wait a second. Before removing the main, let's see how it looks like. Did I save the file? Okay, let's save it and let's see. Wait. We will remove the display flex part. I will comment it out for now. And you can see it looks good. However, there is way too much gap in between the stories and the main. Every gap is very much. So to reduce the gap, what will I do? I will target the main, but instead of display flex direction of column, I will not give any flex display. I will still keep the grid display, but I will reduce the gap. The gap will be reduced to 2 em. Let's see. And now for small laptop screens, it looks perfect. For large laptop screens, it looks perfect. And for tablet screens, it looks perfect. Now for the mobile screen, what I have done is, I have already made another design for the mobile screen. So the image, as you can see here we have still have the this headline article still has a grid display, right? So we will remove the grid display to have it only as a flex elements, right? It should look something like this. The new section should looks always like this, and these stories will, instead of doing like this, it will see for small screen it always gets aligned. So we have already fixed that problem by using flex wrap. But we need to, for small screens, we need to fix this thing so that everything is in one row, one column actually, right? So we need to do that for this, and for the footer also everything is in one column. So for the footer also we need to do it in one column. Okay. And very important thing that we are missing is there is no nav bar. That is, those nav links are gone, and there is just a button with this hamburger menu. I'm pretty sure you have seen the hamburger menu in multiple applications or multiple websites for small screens. So this is what we will have, and this nav link should also be gone, and there, instead of that, we should have a nav button. So how to do that? To do that, what I will do, I will again duplicate this, and now I will target the 500 pixel screens. So any screen that is less than 500 pixel, we will target those. So we don't need to work on the main, rather I will work on the article with the class of headline. What will I do with this article? I will remove the display of grid. So I will give it a display of flex, and flex direction will be column. Let's see. Now it looks just like what we want. We will also remove the navbar for now. I will give the navbar of header, not any navbar, just the header navbar, and I will give it a display of none. That will remove it completely. And now it is removed completely. So let's see. Now it's removed completely. Now we need to fix the footer. So for the footer, what we will do, I will get the footer, and I will, instead of giving display of flex, what will I do? I will actually give a grid template columns of 1. That also fixes the issue to an extent. And then see, for footer, what we have done here is we have repeat 2 columns and 2 columns of 1 if. Now I am giving it 1 column of 1 if. And I know you might be wondering why I did not do that to other elements. I will come back to that. But for now, what we will do, see here we have justify self as end. I will remove that. So for here, everything will be justified as center. No justify self as end. Self as enter. Let's see. And also this footer nav, UL, I will make it. Wait a second. Flex direction, I will give it. It already has display of flex. I will just change the flex direction to column. And now you can see it looks much better. Now you can see it looks much better. The logo should be aligned, and there should be some gapping and all. So let's fix that. So display of grid, there is no gap in between here, right? So I will give it a gap. I will give it a gap of let's say 12 pixels, and justify content center. The gap is working, but the justify content center is not working, it seems. I will have to target each of them element, it seems. So the footer dot logo, the dot details, and dot copyright. Justify self as center. Let's see, and now it is centered. And I will increase the gapping to, instead of 12 pixels, I will increase it to 24 pixels. And we now have a lot more space, and it looks much beautiful now. Okay, you might think one thing, that is, why does each and every row has so much width, but then the last 2 rows does not have that much width? That is because, see, we have grid template rows as repeat three rows of 1 effort each. So it is giving the rows of 3 effort, 3 for 1 effort each. I will get the rows, grid template rows, and I will make it auto. Let's see, now you can see it looks like this, and it looks much better now. I will just give a padding top of let's say 24 pixels. Padding top only, right? Yeah, and now it looks much better. Did I decrease the padding? I think I have decreased it. So I will actually increase it to 3. And now it looks much better, isn't it? Now it looks much better. Now just target the details and give it the text align of center. Okay, I will target the details and I will give it a text align of center, because it is a paragraph, it needs to be centered, and now it is centered and it looks absolutely stunning. Now you might wonder, why did not I give it to this article element or even the main element when we were targeting it? See, here is the problem. If I do it, so let's say I give it grid template columns of 1 effort and grid template rows of auto to the main, instead of this display of flex and direction of column, what will happen? Then it will not work. Why is it not working? See here, inside main we have 3 columns, right? 3 rows, right? 3 sections actually, right? The storage section, here we have one line written which is very important, grid column of 1 by 3. If I unclick this, then this will work. Then one grid column of 1 FR means only one column will be shown. However, since I have grid column of 1 by 3, what that means is column starts at 1 and column ends at 3. So we explicitly say the stories that there will be an extra column. Now, even though there is no extra column, even though I give it a column of 1, it will still take the column of 3. That means it will take 2 column width, and since it becomes 2 column, then this will be shown in the next column. This new section will be present in the next column. Now we can also explicitly target the dot stories class here, and we can remove the grid column as grid column 1 by 1. We can do that as well, but it's much better if we use the grid display of flex and flex direction of column. That is a much cleaner approach, I would say. So now our mobile screen also, it looks much better. Now we just need to create a hamburger button. How to create a hamburger button? Very easy. All we just need to do is we need to go to the header nav UL, and before the nav, what we will do, we will have a button whose class will be whose ID will be, actually I am getting the ID here for a specific purpose, which I will tell you next time. I will tell you later. So I will open the I will click on windows.period, and that will open my emojis bar, and there I need to search the icon. After searching for a long time, I actually found this icon over here. So I pasted it, and I think this is 4 lines, but we can work with this as well. So let's refresh, and now you can see here a small button is getting shown here. Now it also shows in the big screen as well. For big screens, we need to remove it for large screens, and we only will show it on small screens. So how to do that? So to do that, before we are targeting the UL, what I will do is I will get the ham button using the hash symbol, since it is an ID, not a class. So I will get the ham button, and then I will give it a display of none. However, for mobile screens, what I will do is, since I give the header nav UL display of none, what will I do? I will again get the ham button, but this time I will give it a display of block. So let's refresh. Now you can see no ham button, and the website layout looks stunning. And now you can see we have a ham button over here, but no navbar is getting shown. So we just need to stylize this ham button now. Now one thing you might see here, that even though we have said the header has justified content of space between, but still here is a lot of space that is left, and it should be at the corner of the screen. However, the button is not at the corner of the screen. Why? Because here we target the head nav UL. However, we should actually be targeting the header. Inside header we have 3 children: div, this button, this nav. So we should be targeting this nav to be display of none. Otherwise, even though we target the nav UL to be display of none, the nav still stays there, and as long as it stays there, it will be at the corner, even though it is not visible. So we will completely remove that, and now you can see the button is at the corner of the screen. Okay, now what we will do, we will give some padding to it. Let's say 2 pixels at the top and bottom, and 12 pixels at the left and right. Then I will give it a font size of 2 em, and let's see how it looks like. And it looks much better. What will I do here is I will remove the border, and I will also remove the background. And now you can see it looks much better. Now what my plan is, for large screens we can completely see the navbar, right? But for small screens like mobile screen, if I click on this button, the navbar should open up. And when I click on this button again, the navbar should get closed. How to do that? So to do that, we will use a little basic JavaScript, but we will start learning JavaScript, and we will use that knowledge to create an interactive navbar. Okay, so for that we need to learn JavaScript. So for making that interactive navbar, we need to learn about document object model manipulation, DOM manipulation, and JavaScript events. So what is DOM manipulation? But before learning DOM manipulation, what is DOM? Document object model. What is that? Let's see. So let's say I have written a code over here. There are HTML tab opening and closing. Then there is this head tab opening and closing. And inside that I have a title. And inside the body I have a h1 and a p. Okay, very simple. So the document object model for that will be, wait a second. See, inside every HTML document, what are there? There is a root element. What is this root? Root is the HTML element. Okay, and this root, for our example, this root has two elements, head and body. Very simple. The head has another element inside this head, that is this title element, and this title element has a text of hello. Right? You can see here the title has a text of hello. Okay, now the body element also has two elements, two child elements, h1 and p. This h1 has a text element of hi, and the p has a text element of I am abhik. You can see that in the code as well, right? So this entire structure you see here, this entire structure is known as document object model. This is a very tree like structure, as you can see. So this structure is known as document object model. And manipulation means we have to manipulate it. For example, let's say I change the, using JavaScript, I change the text content of hi, this exclamation mark, I change it to hi something else, maybe a double exclamation marks, maybe no exclamation mark at all. Using JavaScript, when we manipulate the data inside this h1, or maybe I change, give some style to this h1, maybe I actually remove that from the body element only, or maybe I can add another h1 or maybe another h2 or any other element inside the body. This is known as document object manipulation. Now you might say, what are JavaScript events then? There are multiple events. One of them is click. So let's say I click on this h1. That means, see, events are user driven actions or a system of action that has happened, occurrence that has happened. Okay. So let's say I click on this h1, and as soon as I click on this h1, you want the text to be larger in size, let's say. So there we will have a function which will actually, whenever we click on this h1 event, which will actually capture that event, that is a click has occurred on this h1, and as soon as it captures that event, it will trigger a specific code which will actually larger the size of the h1 h1 element. One another example of this is, let's say I hover over this button. As soon as I hover, it changes the color, and as soon as I move, it again comes back to its original color. Now you might say, well, for that we have our CSS, but CSS is used just for styling. CSS is used just for styling. For click events, we cannot do that, or for any multiple events such as some other events as well, such as form submission, like those events, we cannot actually have this CSS. For that, we need to JavaScript, and we will use JavaScript to DOM manipulate, that is document object model manipulation. Document object model is this HTML, and the structure of the HTML as a tree like structure, manipulating it using JavaScript. For this we need JavaScript. Okay, so now we have talked a lot about JavaScript. Let's learn one thing, that is script tags. What are script tags? See, inside body we can use script tags, and inside script tags we do not need to write any HTML, rather we can directly write JavaScript. Now JavaScript is a programming language, and I will teach you the basics of programming language like JavaScript in details in this video only. But for the sake of this project, we are not going to go details into JavaScript. No, in details. We will do that just after completing this project. So for now, what we will do, we will use the document object model. We will use this structure to get our element. And in our case, the element is, wait a second. So what element we are trying to capture? We are trying to capture this button, so that on clicking this button, we can show the navbar. So we need to capture this button first. How to capture this button? There are multiple ways to capture a button. One way we will do here is document. I will write document and make sure the spelling is right. Document dot get element by id. Document dot get element by id. And then I will give the id. Now what is the id? I will give, wait a second. You can see here I have given an id of ham button to this button, right? So I will go and directly write this document id. Inside inverted commas I will write ham button. And then what I will do? I will do add event listener. What is add event listener? It adds a listener to our event. So for example, if I click on this H1 tag, the bright future of Web3, if I click on this, nothing will happen. But if I add an event listener to this, and then if I click on this, then that click event will be registered. And by registration, I don't mean it will give an ID for timestamp and all. No, nothing like that. But what I'm trying to say is, when I click on this event, then you can actually capture this event, and as soon as it gets clicked, you can do a specific code. You can perform a specific code. For that, we need to add a event listener. Otherwise, if there is no event listener, then even if we click, there is no one who is capturing this event of clicking, right? So I will write a add event listener, and then I will give a basic event of click, and you can see here multiple events. Wait a second, you can see here are multiple events you can do, but we will do the click event over here. And then I will use an arrow function. Now what are arrow functions? We will go into that in details after I complete this project. When we will be learning JavaScript, in JavaScript basics, we will be learning arrow function in details. Here we will just do one thing, that is I will open a parenthesis and I will close that parenthesis. Then I will give a equal to sign and then a closing angle brackets. Then I will open a curly braces and then I will press enter inside this curly braces. And then what will I do? I will do a simple thing of console.log and I will write hello world. Console.log means, see, each and every programming language you will see printing. We do printf or we do print. In Python we say print. In other programming languages we say printf, print skin, etc, etc. But here we do console.log. Why? Because it is not a programming language which gets compiled and then prints in a command line interface. Okay, so here what happens here is, see, if you open this inspector tab, you can see here console is written here, right? So if you open this console, you can see here nothing is getting printed, but whatever we are trying to print, we actually log it out in a console, and this actual process is known as logging out. So console.log means it will actually print the stuff over here, and this printing of it is known as logging. So hello world, right? So this is your first hello world program. Don't worry, I will do that while teaching JavaScript basics as well. So I have already saved the file and I will refresh this page. Now if I click on this button, you can see hello world is getting printed. And as many times I click, as many times it will get printed, right? So instead of actually printing the hello world, what we are trying to do? We are trying to do something like, let's say the navbar, we are trying to remove the display of none to this navbar. To do that, we will actually we will not do it so basic like that, but we will have some specific styles for that as well. Okay, rather than console logging, what we are now going to do is we will get another element, that is this navbar. We will get this element and we will give it a display of block. How to do that? Well, there are multiple ways to do that. First thing we will do is we will get that element. Now to get that element, there are multiple ways. See, one way is to get element by ID. Another way is to get element by query selector. How? Document dot query selector. And by query selector, you can use the CSS query just like how we did header, nav, and then curly braces. Instead of curly braces, we can directly write inside inverted commas, we can write header and then nav. And then what we will do, we will get the dot style. That will get the style property of that HTML element. And style is a property or attribute, and it is an inline style. Just like, see, if I write here instead of class socials, if I write style equal to let's say color red, and if I save it, wait a second, this will not work because I have the wrong JavaScript, so I will comment it out here. For now, if I write color red as a style, and then if I see the socials over here, you can see the socials colors get changed to red, right? So this is known as inline style. I will remove the inline style here. But what I am trying to do here is with JavaScript, I am trying to give it some inline style to the header nav. And what would be the inline style? I will give it a display of block. Let's see. And also give it a semicolon over here. Display colon block. That is the exact style we use in CSS. That is what I have given. Let's see. Okay. So let's refresh the page. And now if I click on this button, you can see, yes, it actually works. And you can see here on the HTML here, style display of block. However, if I again click on this button, nothing happens. Why? Because this is a one-time go on. I have given style to the display of block, but I will remove that style. So here, instead of giving style property, which is very redundant, what I will give is I will actually give it a class. And why I am giving that class? So that we can remove that class on clicking the button, and we can add that class on clicking the button as well. To give a class to any element, what will I do? I will get the class list of that item, and class list is a list or array, you might say, but here we will not be going so deep into the class list. We will just get a class list of that HTML element. Here it does not have any class list, and then I will add a class to the class list. What will be the class? Class will be show. What is this show class? Let's create a show class style for this show class. So any class whose name will be show will have a display of block. That's it. So what will happen now? Just like class socials we have, that header nav doesn't have any class, but we will actually explicitly add a class of the name show. And here is the style for that show class. That is display of block. Let's see now. You can see the navbar also, and as soon as I click a button, you can see class show is getting shown and the navbar is getting shown. Why? Because the class show has a display of block. But here also the same problem persists. I click on this button, nothing happens. Now you can do one thing, that is dot remove show, and then it might work, but then again it will never add that class only. So the class list can be added, removed. Another thing that can be done is toggle. What does toggle means? Toggle is a term that means, let's say there is a switch, there are two options. You choose one option, you can toggle to another option, and then again back to this option. As I click it, either it will choose this option, and then it can go. If it has already chosen this option, then it will go back to this option. Then again it will go back to this option. This is known as toggling. So let's see. So that means if you click, see this navbar over here carefully, as soon as I click the button, wait a second, let me refresh this page. As soon as I click the button, it adds the class show to the class list of nav. And then again as I click, it removes the class show from the class list. Now there is a class, but there is no class list. There is no other class to this class. There is no show class actually added to this navbar. Okay, so it is working. So before giving it new styles, what will I do? I will first teach you a very important concept, and that is CSS positions. So let's learn that. Now here in a code pane, what I have is I have multiple paragraphs. As you can see, I have multiple paragraphs, and between these paragraphs I have one thing, that is a div with a class name of parent, and then inside that I have a div with a class name of child, and inside that I have written abhik, and then again I have multiple paragraphs. Okay, and I have given some style to the each paragraph, some style to the child and some style to the parent, and these are very unnecessary styles. You don't need to worry about these styles. And if I scroll over these paragraphs, you can see that here I have our object b. This is the child element, this yellow is the parent element, and it has a high height because of this min height 70 viewport height. And then again we have these paragraphs. Now let's learn CSS positions. So what will I do is I will give this child a position of static. See, a position is just any other property. However, there are multiple values that you can give to this position. What are those values? The values are static, relative, absolute, fixed, and sticky. These are the five values that you can give to a position. And what are they? They play a very key role in the layout of our website. So let's learn one by one. So the position of static is the default position that we always give, and I've given this to the child element. And if I scroll, you can see nothing has happened. It stays still the same, right? Now, if I, instead of static, if I give it a relative position, what will happen? By the way, static is the default value. Nothing happens, right? However, now if I give the main purpose of giving position of relative, position of absolute, fixed, or sticky is we can use this top values, this top, left, right, bottom. What do they do? Let's see. So if I give top of 12 pixel, what will happen? See, it shifted a little downwards. If I give it a top of, let's say, 82 pixel, what will happen? See, it shifted a little downwards, a lot more downwards actually. So if I can do it to the left also, I can give it left also, then it shifts to the left, and you can see that it actually breaks out of its boundaries of its parent, and it goes out of that, as you can see. And if I give it to the right, what will happen then? Let's see. It still breaks, but we cannot see how much it has gone to the right of that, but it still breaks out of the parent. Now there is another, and that is position of absolute should be. And now you can see it actually sticks to the top of the web page and not the top of the parent. It actually goes to the top of the page if I give it a absolute position. So absolute means, see, relative means it will stay within its boundary, it will try to stay within its boundary, and then it will go either top, left, bottom, right, whatever. But when we give it a position of absolute, it takes the entire document object that we just learned. That entire document object it takes, and it goes to the entire body. Wherever if I give top of 0 pixel, then it will take the entire body as its parents, and it will go to the top of the first position over here. That is a visible position. So instead of top, if I give it a bottom, what will happen then? It will go to the bottom of the screen, and then as I scroll by, it will go away. It will go to the bottom of the screen, whatever it is visible. There is one way to contain it, and the way is to give position of relative to our parent element. What will happen then is, if I give it a position of relative, then what will happen is this bottom 0 pixel means it will go to the bottom of the parent element. So if the parent element has a position of relative, then if I give any child element, if I give it a position of absolute, it will be contained inside that parent element unless we explicitly specify it to go away. Okay, so let's say if I give bottom of 100 pixel, what will happen? it will go 100 pixel from the bottom. It will rise 100 pixel from the bottom. And if I give it a top of 100 pixel, it will actually come down 100 pixel from the top. Okay. Now instead of position of absolute, we have learned static, relative and absolute. What about position of fixed? Then even though you give a position of relative to it, its parent, it will not see. It will always stay fixed in the screen. It will always stay fixed in the screen. And it will be, let's say top of 0 pixel actually. Then it will be always be fixed to the top of the screen. Okay. So now that you have learned static, relative, absolute, fixed, let's also learn this sticky. What will happen then? And you don't need position relative for sticky. Unlike absolute, you don't need position relative for sticky. What will happen then? As you can see, this is what happens. See, when I give position of sticky and I say top will be 0 pixel, what will happen is, as I am scrolling, it will stick to the top as long as the parent element's height is not gone from the visible area. As soon as the parent element's height goes from the visible area, the entire parent element goes above the visible area. That time that sticky position, that children element with the position sticky will also go away. But as long as it stays in the screen, as soon as the parent element comes to the screen and it goes to the top, then the position of sticky sticks to the position top of 0 pixel. And as soon as the parent element goes, it also goes away with it. So this is what static, relative, absolute, fixed and sticky is. Position. This position will be very important because what I am trying to do is I will give it a position of absolute, and I will have no position relative of the bottom. And what will I do is I will give it a inset. What does inset 0 means? Inset 0 means top, left, right, bottom all will be having a position of 0. Okay. And this is what it looks like. See, the entire viewport is covered with this purple color. That is, this child element actually covers the entire viewport. So I want this, when I click on this button, I want this navbar to have take the entire space. It should be black in color, and the color font color of the each and every link inside this navbar will be white in color, and it will take the entire space. So for that we will be using this position absolute instead of 0. So now let's do that. Before doing that, one more thing, that is, instead of see in the media query max width of 500 pixel, what we do is we give the footer and nav UL a flex direction of column. Instead of doing it to just footers, I will do it for all the nav links with nav UL. I will give it a flex direction of column. What will happen then? See, as I click on this button, so you can see it is in direction of column, right? So now what I will do is, inside these tiles, inside this media query, inside this media query, what I will do, I will get the header nav UL, and then I will give it a background of black, right? I will also give it some padding of, let's say, 1 em. I will give it a font size of 2 em, and then finally I will give it a position of absolute inset 0, so that top, left, right, bottom all are 0. It takes the entire screen, right? And also I will give it a gap of each element should have a gap of 2 em, since its flex direction is column, right? So let's see. So if I refresh this page and then I click on this, okay, one thing I completely missed is the header nav anchor tags should also have the color of white. That is what the problem we came with when we were designing the footer, right? So I will click on this, and now you can see this is what the navbar looks like. However, there is no way to close that navbar. Why so? Because it is position of absolute, right? So position of absolute actually takes the entire page. It actually takes the precedence and it becomes top of each other. So there are two ways to do it. One is to give our ham button a z index. Z index means it will be given a z index means it will be given a order. What are order? Here in this case, let's say I have our website as like this. Entire website is like this. On top of that, we have our mobile navbar, that is this black color thing. And on top of that, here, that is where my thumb is. Here we will have our ham button, which will be on top of this. So there are layers on top of one layer. There is another layer. On top of that layer, there is another layer. So I will give it a z index of 2. Let's see. It still doesn't work, right? So z index of 2 will work if it is given a position of absolute or relative. Let's see if I give it a position of relative, what will happen. It still doesn't work. Okay, forget it. So what will I do? Here inside this index.html, as I toggle the class list for header nav, I will also add another class list which will make our hamburger button pop out of the place when the menu is opened, when the black screen is opened. Then it will be popping out of the place. And then as our menu is closed, it will get back to its original place. How so? Let's duplicate this line. And instead of using document.query selector, what will I do? I will use document.getElementId ham button. I will paste it here, and instead of show, I will have another class, and that is close. What will that class be? Let's go below. And by the way, this dot show is outside of media query, even though there is no other purpose for it, but still you should know. So I will have dot close. These are utility classes, right? Right. So I will give it a position of absolute. I will give it a z index of 2 so that it stays on top of everything. And then I will also give it a right of 2 em and left top of, let's say, 12 pixels. Actually, I will give it a color of white. And now you can see the button is visible. I will remove the right to 1 em. I will reduce the right to 1 em. And let's see. And it is looking a similar position. And if I click on it, it goes back. If I click on it, goes back. It comes in, it goes back. So everything seems to work, right? But it's not working still. Why so? See, if I try to scroll it, then you can see the body can be scrolled. But the body should be unscrollable when we see this menu, so that after we close this menu, only then it can be scrollable. How to fix this? We will again go to our document HTML, and there we will get the document, but this time no other thing. We will just get the document.body. And what will I do? I will again add some class, and this time the class list that I will add is overflow hidden. This is a class list that I will add. Actually, toggle overflow hidden. What is that? That is another utility class, overflow hidden, where I will have overflow as hidden. Overflow hidden means whatever in the screen, only that much will be shown, and whatever is flown out of the screen, that will not be shown. Okay, so let's see. Now you can see it cannot be scrolled. Even if I close the menu, only then it can be shown. And as soon as I open the menu, it cannot be scrolled. This is what the purpose of it is. So our HTML navbar is completely interactive with the help of a little 4-line script and some small classes, and I think you have understood the position absolute as well. So this is what we have done. So our project is complete. This news article project is completely complete, as you can see, right? So now we will be learning some JavaScript basics. So learning JavaScript, there are some things that you need to learn the JavaScript basics. Those are variable and constants, data types, basic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication. And by data types, I mean string, integer, float, like those. Control flow like if else statements, for loop, loops, etc. Functions, obviously I mentioned arrow function previously. There are other types of functions as well. And finally, we will again revise our DOM manipulation. DOM means document object model, right? And then we will do a project interactive comments section where we will be applying whatever we learned throughout this JavaScript basics. We will be applying all those, and we will be learning lot more through this um, project. So this will be our final project for this video, entire video. We'll be learning a lot through this project. So let's begin with the variables and constants. But before that, let's print a hello world function. And by the way, you can open your console tab. So you can open any tab over here. You can press Ctrl Shift I, and then you can open this console. You can click on this icon and it will clear everything. And then you can also do something like this. Let's say I do something like console.log hello world. And then if I press enter, then you can see this hello world is getting printed. So you can do anything like this as well. Another way is I am using a code pen. To use a code pen, it is very simple. Just go to this codepen.io website and then you can log in with this. Or the third way is to open a HTML file, just the news project as we were doing. And then inside the script tags, you can write the JavaScript and then you can see it in the console. Open the news website and open the console as I showed you. Open the console and you can see the output as I do. So the first thing I will do is console.log, which as I said earlier, it is a equivalent of printing. And then what we will do, we will console.log our hello world, and you can see hello world is working. So this is the very basic hello world program, just like a ritual that every developer had to do for the first time learning JavaScript. Now let's learn constants. And by the way, to comment out anything anywhere, you need to press Ctrl slash. I press Ctrl slash, this forward slashes, these two forward slash opens up, and this comments out everything. Okay. So this is the first thing, that is the hello world. We are done with the hello world. Now what we will do, we will learn variables and constants. What are they? First thing first, what are variables and why do we need variables? Variables are named addresses where we can store a value. What are named addresses? Remember, we were doing a grid when we were using the grid, learning the grid. We learned grid template areas where we actually name our columns and then we assign those names to the specific areas. Similarly, here, what we do is we either use const keyword or we use let keyword, and then we give a name, let's say A, and then we give a value. Let's say we give 24. So 24 is a value which is present at the address whose name is A. 24 is present in an address in our memory, and that address is known as A. This is the main purpose of variable. And why we are naming this? So that we can use it multiple times. So instead of writing 24 multiple times manually in different places, I can write the A. And then if I update 24 to, let's say, 25, then I can update it. I can update it only in one place, and it will be reflected in every places. So let's see now. Let's console.log A. What will happen? Let's see. And you can see 24 is shown here. And please ignore these warnings. Okay. So let's say if I update it to 25, what will happen? Then A's new value is 25 now. Okay. Now this is what a variable is. Now this let keyword, and there is one more thing, that is constant keyword. And you can see identifier A has already been identified. So identifier can be either let or const. So what is constant and what is let? late means you can change the value, but constant, if you once assign it, you can never change the value. For example, the initial values are 25 and 45, right? Now if I change ab's value to 7 and then again I try to console log that, what will happen? Assignment to constant variable, that is a type error. That means you cannot assign a value to constant. However, if I change it to a, which is the late variable, what will happen? You can see its value gets changed. So that means when you use the late keyword, you can change the value of a variable. But when you use the const keyword, you cannot change the value of the variable. This is constant and variables and constants for you. So we are done with the second thing as well. So now let's learn something about numbers. What are numbers? Obviously we know what are numbers, but let's say how to see. We already are having these numbers over here, right? Now what if I give let's say 4.5? What is this? This 4.5 is nothing but a decimal. This is known as a decimal value. Floating point, we can also say, is float. Float or decimal values are used using like this. We don't need to explicitly say to a variable that it is an integer or a string or a boolean. We don't need to do that. Whatever we assign the value, it will work. It will be assigned just like this. If you have learned Python, then you know this is a very similar thing with Python as well, where we don't need to give a typing. This is dynamic typing. It gets typed automatically. And by the way, if you want to learn more about Python, I have already made a video on Python. You can go and check it out as well. So anyway, let's see some numeric operations on numbers. So the first operation will be, let's say, console.log, and I will log addition, and then I will give 4 plus 5. Well, as you can see, 4 plus 5 gets added to 9. And similarly, if I do something like subtraction and then I give 4 minus 5 instead of plus, what will happen? It will give minus 1, I assume. It should give minus 1, and it gives minus 1. Similarly, if I do multiplication and addition, you get the point, right? Let's see. Multiplication and division, let's see. And you can see multiplication and division also works. For instead of add, it divides 40 by 5 and it gives 8, and 4 into 5 it gives 20. So multiplication and division also works. So this is a very basic of numbers. Now one more thing, that is, if I have double star over here instead of one star, if I write one star, that means it is multiplied. But if I write double star, what will it do? So instead of 5, I will reduce it to 2, and let's see. So it will take some time, refresh, and then it comes to 16. 16 means 4 square. 4 square is 16. So these actually exponents. It works as an exponent, such as I write 4 to the power 2, 4 square. If I write 3, that means 4 cube. What will that be? 64. Wait a second, and you can see 64 is getting printed over here. So if I write 2 to the power 10, what will it do? It will return 1024. And it returns 1024, as you can see. So this is exponent. Now one more way of using exponent is, instead of 10, if I write, let's say I give 100 here and here, 0.5 might work. 0.5, let's see. And it works. So 0.5 means, see, 100 square root of 100, and square root, when we write, we can write by 1 by 2. See, instead of 0.5, if I have a bracket over here and write 1 by 2, then also it will work the same way. Let's see. And you can see it still returns 10. So if I give it for let's say 64, what will happen? It should return 8. And it returns 8, as you can see. So instead of 1 by 2, if I give 1 by 3, what will happen then? It should return 4. And it returns 3.99996, which is 4, roughly, which is 4. So this is what to the power is, and then square root, cube root, like that you can also do that as well. over here using double stars. Okay, so sometimes you might see a stuff written as NaN. What that means is not a number. Always remember this. If you see NaN written somewhere, that means not a number. And there is sometimes, let's say I remove this a equal to 25. I remove this. I just say it's a. And what will it happen? Then if you see, you can see this undefined keyword written here. What that means is that the variable is defined. However, it does not have any value. That means it is an undefined variable. That is what is happening over here. Okay, so that is what these terms you should know. NaN means not a number, undefined means a variable is defined, maybe the name is defined but there are no value to that. So one more thing, that is let's say I want to show you one important thing, that is let's say I use the type of function. What this type of function, it will take an argument and then it will return its data type. So if I write 123, the type of 123 should be equal to, see, number, which says it is a number. And let's delete all these things over here. So it says it is a number. Now what if I turn it into a string? What will happen then? Wait a second. It shows it's a string. Why string? Because it is enclosed in double inverted commas. So anything enclosed in double inverted comma or single inverted comma is known as a string. Now let's say I have a variable known as let a equal to, inside double inverted commas I have 123 and I pass a. What will it return? It will return a string as expected. However, what if I actually let's say, let's copy this line and paste it below. Now what if I actually convert this a to, wait a second, convert this number and reassign its value using number. Just wait for a second and now you can see its response is number. Let's run this program once again. So what happens here is, see, I have given a variable with the value of string, right? And then I check its type, its type is string. However, then I use this number function and I change the type of string, that is this string, to a number using this number function. And then what happens? It is converted back to number. So you can see type of a becomes number. Instead of string, it becomes number. So I explicitly convert a string to a number. That is what happens over here. Now instead of 123, if I give it a, let's say, yar, what will happen then? Then it should throw an error, but it does not throw an error. Wait a second. Let's see a, what will happen? And here you can see NaN is written here, which means not a number, because year is not a number, right? So this is the important thing I wanted to show you. And undefined I have already shown you. Now let's learn more about strings. So what are strings? Strings means word, sentence, anything that we speak, anything that we write. So anything inside this double inverted comma or single inverted comma are known as strings. So let's say I give a variable with the name of a as double inverted comma, and you can see it is a string. You can also, instead of double inverted comma, you can also use single inverted comma, then also it will work. And it converts it into double inverted comma by default, but it works, right? So there are some there are some escape characters. What are escape characters in string? Let's say I have written hi, I am abhik b. Instead of abhik b, if I write hi, I am abhik's computer, let's say. So if I use this single inverted comma and then write abhik's PC, it should work. Wait a second. And it is working, right? However, if I use single inverted comma in these cases, will it work? Well, no, it will not work. So in those cases, to use the apostrophe, what we will do? We will use a backward slash and then it will work. Now this backward slash is not only used for apostrophes. Let's say I want to write something else. Wait a second. Use backward slash and then I write n. What will that do? Well, see, you can see that breaks the line and it becomes a multi-line statement where this slash n means new line. So it creates a new line and it then pushes the remaining stuff to the next line. So escape characters are used for multiple purposes. I will give you a list of all the escape characters in JavaScript. So basically, to define an escape character, use a apostrophe and then you define an escape character. One more thing of strings are, see, I can write length, a dot length, and that will give me how many characters are present in this string. And by the way, this character string also includes the space in between. So if I remove the space, let's say I remove just one space, and then you can see the number will decrease. And now you can see the number got decreased to 20 instead of 21. So it includes the white spaces which are invisible to our human eyes, but those white spaces are also considered as characters. So to get a length of a string, you can use a dot length. And to and let's say everything is written in small letters, right? Everything in our sentence is written in small letters. To change the case, what will I do? I will use two uppercase. You can see here dot two uppercase and then parenthesis. This parenthesis means, see, this is a method. A dot length is not a method, it is an attribute. But a dot two uppercase with this parenthesis, these are known as methods. What are methods? See, each and every string is an object and each object belongs to a particular class. Each class has certain methods, certain functions that we can do. What does this function do? See, this a dot to uppercase, it does not return just the value. It actually takes the whatever was in the string, it converts each and every character to its uppercase value and then it returns that value. This is a main purpose of a function. We will learn about functions, don't worry. But this is what a main function of main purpose of a function is, and that is what this method does. So when a function belongs to a class, we call that a method. Here we will not go deep into class and all, but we will definitely learn a little bit of objects and a little bit of methods later on. So basically what this string this kind of stuff is known as methods. And if I have something else, let's say if I write abhik b and then it is already in uppercase, what will this to uppercase do? But now you can convert it to lowercase, and now it should work. And now you can see abhik b, even though written in capitals, will change it back to abhik b, that is it in small letters. So uppercase and lowercase works. One more thing, another method to, instead of lowercase, what I can do is char at, and then I can pass a char position. What does this do? See, char at means, char means the characters, a small short form of character is char, right? So char at position. So if I give a position 2, then it will search and say, acha, the character at position this is this character, and it will return that character. So h is at the 2 position 2. And how is it calculated? See, a means 0, b means 1, h means 2, I means 3, k means 4, space means 5, and b is 6. So if I give 6 over here, you can see b is returned. And if I give 5, what will be returned? Let's see. It will return blank space. This is space. This is not just a blank string. It has space over here. So if I give 4, it should return k by default. And it returns k. So that is what this char at position does. Char at method does. Keep this in mind because this will come in handy when you actually do web development. Let's now do one more a reverse thing of this, that is index of. What is index of? Let's say index of b, not b, actually h. What will it do? Wait a second, and ignore those stuff. Ignore this -1 and 0 for now. So index of h, what will it return? It will return 2. That means it is present at the index 2. And by the way, when I was passing char at and then I was passing 2, 3, 4, those values are also known as index. So each and every character inside this string is indexed. What does indexed mean? Index means each and every position has a particular number. Index also means order. Remember we were learning z index, that kind of, here also index means order, number. And by that I mean, so if a is 0, b is 1, h is 2, like that. So if I write index of space, it should give me 5, and it returns 5 as a result. See, this is what index does. So index of and caret, keep in mind these both are complementary functions, but these both are very important. Now some more functions such as replace. What will we do with replace? Let's say replace b with c. Let's do that. Wait a second. And you can see when b is replaced with c, you can see the first b is changed to c. However, there are two b's. How will it know that which b is supposed to be changed? It does not know. It will search all the characters, it will check all the characters, and whenever this first character that is passed is checked and it sees, acha, this is the character b that we were searching, then it will replace that character with c. It will not go any further. Once replacement is done, it will stop over there only. It will not go any further. So let's say I want to check, I want to replace both the B with C. What will I do? Instead of replace, I will say replace all. And then you can see A, C, H, I, K, C. Instead of B, it is changed to C both the times. So now what it does is it checks all the characters and sees whether the character that has to be replaced, this B character, is present or not. So in the first place it will say A is not B, so it will ignore it. Then it will say it is B, so B has to be replaced with C, it will replace B with C. However, now it will check whether it is replace all or replace. It is replace all, that means I have to replace all the elements with B, so it will keep on searching. So next up it will be searching with H, it will check whether H equals to B, which is not, then it will ignore that, and then again I will come, it will again ignore that, then K will come, it will ignore that, space will come, it will ignore that, then again B will come, and it will say, acha, this is the character we have to change again. It will replace, and then it will see, acha, this complete sentence is only terminated over here. Okay, then we have to not go any further, and then the replace all function will be ended. After the entire string is searched with the character, it will end the replace all function. Alright, so replace is done. Now we will see slice and split. What does split do? Let's see if I want to split with character H. Let's say, just for a second, I want to split with character H. Wait a second. What will it do? Let's see. See, it will return an array. The array will have two elements. See, array only has two elements. One element is A and B, another element is IK space B. Why IK space B? See, H splits. That means this string gets divided into two parts, and this H will not be divided. The H will stay alone, and this everything be after H will be put in a new string, everything above H will be put in another string, and then this both these strings will be presented as a array element. Each one will be an array element, and this array will be returned as a result. This is known as split. And what about splice? Let's say slice, actually not splice. Slice has another purpose. Instead of passing a character to it, what we pass is, let's say, 2. What will it have do? Let's see. So everything after each everything at position 2 and after that position will be returned as a result. So what that means is it will start from 2 and it will end at the ending string. So what it basically does is, see, 0, 1, then 2. From starting from 2 till the termination, it will create a new string, and then that new string will be returned. What if I give it a value of 2 and 4? What will that do? That will create a new string starting from 2 and ending at 4. So you can see only hi is returned. Actually, instead of colon, it should be comma. So 2 comma 4. 2 means starting and 4 means ending. So that means it will start from 2 and it will end at 4. So A is 0, B is 1, H is 2, and then I is 3, and then K is 4. So it will not end at 4, but it will end before 4. So before the K character pops up, it will end there only. So if I write 2 comma 5, then K will also be included, but the space will be ignored. As you can see, space is ignored. If I write 2 comma 6, then space will be included, but B will be ignored as a result. So this is what splice does. You should know this splice as this slice, speed, split, and all these string formats in details. I will put a link below. You can go to that link and you can learn in detail. So string interpolation is a very important concept and you have to understand this. So let's see what one thing. That is, let's say I print a string hi and then I give a space. It will just print hi space. What if I want to print whatever the username is? See, I have built a website and the user has logged in. The user's name is, let's say, abhik for now. That is a dynamic variable. For example, in my case, if I log in, the username will be abhik. But if you log in, then the username will be your username. So but every user will see hi and then that user's name. How is that possible? To use that, we will use dynamic values. The dynamic value means a value which is changes. So here the dynamic value is changeable value is, in my case it will be my name, in your case it will be your name. How will that be shown to the user? So to show that, it will fetch the data from that is the user's name who has logged in. That username will be fetched from the database. That is not our concern right now. What our concern is, how is it going to be shown? So to show that, I cannot write hi abhik b here, right? I cannot do that because the user's name is only abhik b. How will I write hi over here? So in that case, there are two ways to do that. One thing is, I will statically write hi. Hi is the greeting that we are going to show. And then I will use plus sign and then the A. What does this A means? A is the variable which stores the name of the user, right? So this is a dynamic variable A over here. It changes with time. It changes whenever whatever user logs in, it changes to that user's name, right? And this plus sign means concatenation. This is known as concatenation. What does that do? That joins two strings together. Here we have one string which has hi and then space, and there we have another string that is abhik b. It joins both the two strings to create a new string. And here you can see the new string is hi abhik b, right? There is another way to do this thing, and that is not known as concatenation. That is known as string interpolation. How to do that? So I will use these kind of keys. I think these are known as tilde keys. I am not sure what they are known as, but I think they are known as tilde keys. Then I will write hi, then I will give a space, and then I will write dollar sign. Then the curly braces will be opened. There I will write A, and then the curly brace will be closed. And now you can see hi abhik b is also getting shown. So this is a very important way to do string interpolation. See, here also we can also append some more thing over here. Hi abhik b and then again hyphen abhik b. So that means we can also see this hi and this hyphen abhik b. These are all static string. This string will not change. However, this A's value can change. Let's say I change A's value to, let's say, Rohan. Let's just put it this way. Now you can see hi Rohan B and then it shows hyphen obig. So that means the static part of the string, this part of the string is static. It never changes. However, this A's value will change over time. Whenever whichever user logs in, the A's value will be changed. And that way it will show the changed data over here. Okay. So that is what the main purpose of string interpolation is, to include dynamic values inside a static string. Now we are done with hello world, variable and constants, numbers and strings. Next up we have loops. So before learning loops, what are loops actually? So let's say we have a basic code block. We have certain codes we have written over here. This is a code block and we want to repeat it for n number of times. Let's say I just want to print this hello world code. I want to print it for n number of times. Now I can either manually write it or I can use loops. What are these loops? These loops are certain wrappers around this code block. What these wrappers do is this wrapper will have a condition and because of that condition this entire code block will be executed n number of times. This entire code block will be executed n number of times, and for that we use these wrappers known as loops. And there are multiple types of loops. So the types of loops that we will be learning are three types. Basically there are three types, that is one is for loop, one is for loop, one is while loop, and one is do while loop. One is for loop, one is while loop, and one is do while loop. So let's learn them one by one. So let's learn the do while loop first. So inside do I will have curly braces, and inside that I will have a code block. And then I will, after the curly braces is closed, I will write while, and then inside that I will have a parenthesis. After while I will have a parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis I will have a condition. As long as this condition is getting matched, the code block will be executed. Once this condition is no more satisfied, the code block will be stopped from executing using this do while wrapper. Okay, so the first thing I will do is I will create a variable I whose value will be 1. Let's say let I equal to 1. And inside this code block I will execute a code. However, I will also increment the one I. Why? So that I can have a condition, that is I will be printed for 5 times. Whatever I want to print will be printed for 5 times. Now the condition that I will give here is that I less than 5. But before I do that, I will have to comment it out, so that otherwise it will go to an infinite loop. So I will give you the condition of I less than 5. Whenever the condition gets matched, so that is I, as long as I is less than 5, the code block will be executed. Once I becomes 5 or more than 5, the code block execution will be stopped. Now how will I become more than 5? So for that I will keep on incrementing I using I++. I++ means I will be added, incremented by 1. And if I write I minus minus, that means I will be decremented by 1. Here I will write I++. And what is the code block that I am going to do? I will use console.log hi, and then I will add the I value over here. Instead of plus, actually I will give comma, and then I will have the I. And now let's uncomment all of them. And then clear this. Let's see. And you can see hi is getting printed 4 times. Hi 1, hi 2, hi 3, hi 4. Why not the 5th time? Because I less than 5. When I becomes 5, that means it is no more less than 5. It is 5. Whenever it is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, all these numbers are, all of them are less than 5. When it becomes 5 itself, 5 is no more less than 5. 5 is actually equals to 5. That is why we will the loop will be closed over here. So I less than 5, then it will only print hi only 4 times will be printed. If I increment it to 6, then I will be printed for 5 times. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will be not printed for 6 times. It will only be printed for 5 times. So this is what do while loop is, where I already assign a value to a variable, and then that variable's number is incremented one by one and the condition is given, and inside that whatever I write will be executed. Now this is not the only format of doing it. The base format is to use do and then while and then a particular condition. The condition should be numeric. That is not the case. In certain cases the condition can be true or false. Whenever the thing becomes true, it will be stopped execution, or whenever the things become false, it will be stop the execution. That can also work. So this is the main purpose of do while loop. I will comment it out for now, and then we will learn while loop. Now while loop is a very simple thing where we do while we give the condition over here, and then inside the curly braces what we do code block. We have our code block over here. While the condition is satisfied, only then we will use the execute the code block. So what is the condition? Let's give the I equal to 1 once again, and inside the code block I will give I plus plus. Now the condition should be I is less than 5. Once again I will do that, and the code block will be the same line. Let's do, and now let's see. I will be executed for 4 times. I 1 2 3 4, and once the condition matches, every time what it does is, every time the while loop works, it first checks whether the condition is matching or not. Yes, the condition is matching, then it will print and then it will increment. Then again it will check whether the condition is matching or not. If the condition matches, then it will execute this, and if the condition does not match, then it will stop the execution completely. This is what while loop does. Now another loop there is for loop. So here in the for loop what we'll do, we give the condition, and then inside the curly braces we give the code block. But there is a difference between for loop and while loop. What is the difference? The difference is, in for loop we already don't know how many times the iteration will work. Just like here we also know the number of iteration, here also we know the number of iteration. But in while loop and do while loop, what is happening is, I less than 5, instead of that we can also do something like when I is true or when I is false, that kind of stuff. We can use boolean values, but in case of for loop we will always use numeric values. So let me show you. Let's say I equal to 1, I less than 5, I plus plus. That is the condition that we give inside the for loop. And here inside the code block we will do console.log hello. And there you can see 1 2 3 4. It will print hello for the 4 times, and that works perfectly. So this is what for loop is for. Now that we are done with loops, let's now learn arrays. So what are arrays? Arrays are basically list items. Let's see. So we denote, let's say A is the variable, and we denote an array using these third brackets. Everything inside these third brackets are array elements or list elements. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These all are array elements or list elements, and all of them are indexed. What does index means? Again I am explaining you. Index means all these array elements are in a specific position and they are in continuous position. So inside the memory, all of these array elements are present in continuous structure. That is, if this one is present in a memory address, let's say 1001, then 2 is present in 1002, 3 is present in 1003, and like that 5 is present in 1005. Understandable? And all these these positions are indexed. That is, these positions have an order of 0 1 2 3 4 5, like that. Let's learn that order now. So each of them has an order. Order means index. Index is 0 1 2 3 4. So every array element or a string elements character and an array element starts from 0 and it ends at this. Now if you notice carefully, you will see that the length of this array, that is the number of elements inside this array, is 5. There are 5 elements total, right? And what is the last element's index? That is 5 minus 1, which is 4. So in an array of n elements, the last element's index will be n minus 1. That is the last element. Last element's index, n minus 1. And the first element's index will be 0. Now let's see how to create a code array. So let's say I give a variable let a equal to, and then inside the third brackets I will write 1 2 3 4 5. This is the array, and then I will use console log to log it out. And now you can see our object array of 5 elements, and all the elements are getting shown. Now each of the array has certain methods or functions. The first one is a.length. That means the length of the array element will be shown. That is 5. There are some more functions, but let's see. Remember when we were learning strings, we were getting char at position. Similarly here, we will, let's say, I want to see the array at position of 3. Let's say index 3, what is the array element? So I will again, after a, I will open the third brackets and then I will pass 3. Wait a second, and you can see 4 is getting printed. Let's understand this thing. So when I write a and then inside this, when I write 3, what does this mean? This means that at the index position of 3, whatever element is there, that element should be shown. So a3's value is actually equals to 4. So the value that will be printed is 4. Why? Because at third index the value is 4. That is why. Similarly, if I write instead of 3, if I write 2, then 3 will be shown. If I write 0, then only 1 will be shown. Let's see. Instead of 3, if I write 0, what will be shown? 1 will be shown. And another thing, a dot length minus 1. If I do that, what will be shown? Wait a second. And you can see 5 is getting shown. A dot length minus 1, 5 is getting shown. Why? Because a dot length is 5, 5 elements 5, 5 minus 1 is 4. So at the fourth index, there is the element of 5. However, you see here undefined is also getting shown. When I write a dot length, then undefined will be shown. Why so? Because see here we have index till 4. The length is 5. That means at index 5 there is no element present here. And since value is nothing, that is why it will show undefined. Undefined because means nothing is there. Right? Let's learn how to insert more elements inside A. So let's say if I write a dot push and then I write 6, what will happen? You can see a will be printed, and here you can see 6th element is getting printed. This is the 6th value is getting printed. Why so? This a dot push, what it does is, let's see. So here see 1 2 3 4 5 is there. Now what this 6 does is, when we write a dot push, when I write a dot push 6, what it does is this 6 is pushed inside this array. So another new element is pushed inside this array, and that element will be pushed at the end of it. So that means it will be appended at the end of the array. That is why it is known as push. So this is a dot push, and what if I write a dot pop? Then you don't need to pass anything. What will happen? A dot pop. Wait a second. The last element will be popped out. So 1 2 3 4 5 is the current state, and let's say okay, let's update it to 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's see. You can see 1 2 3 4 5 will already be shown. Why? Because the last element will be popped out. See here, let's say 1 2 1 2 3 4 5, and I have written the function as a dot pop. That means the 5th element will be popped out, then the 4th element will be popped out, then the 3rd element. That's way. So when we add at the last index, and when we pop, then also we pop from the last index. That is, if I pop, then this 6th element will only be popped out. Okay, so this is push and pop. But pop will actually delete the last element, right? So what if I want to delete, let's say, at index position of 2? How to delete that? Very simple. We need to do something like delete and then A and then 2. Let's see. And now you can see the third element is 1, 2, 3. This 3 is actually deleted. Even though the comma still persists, but the 3 is deleted from the array. Similarly, after deleting, let's say one more thing. Let's say instead of deleting, what if I want to update the value of A2? That is, instead of 3, I want to have it something like, let's say 10. What will happen then? I will do A2 that will element at position of 2, right? And then instead of that element, I will update it to a new element, that is this 10. And now you can see instead of 3 we have 0, that is 10 instead of 3. So that way also it works. This is known as changing of elements. Now let's say one more thing. Let's say I have another element array which has some more elements like 10, 11, 12, 13, etc. And I want to concate, that is, remember we were concatenating strings, two strings we are concatenating together. Similarly, what if we want to concat two arrays together? Very simple. I will say a dot concat and then b, and let's see. And now you can see it is just one array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 10, 11, 12, 13. What if instead of a I actually do b, and instead of b I actually do a? We can also work through like that. So you can see that 10, 11, 12, 13, that is the array of b is printed first and then a is printed next, and they are together known as a new one array. So this is known as concatenation. Next up, one more thing. Let's say I have an array element. Let's see, and inside this array I have array inside array. Let's just put it this way: array inside array. Now, if you carefully see, you will see that the first array element is a array, the second array element is another array, and the third is just a plain number. What if I want to print this all of them together as a flat array? That is one array. All the middle the arrays in array element of 1, 1 and 6, 7. I want it inside one array only. How to do that? So, for example, if I print it now, what will happen is this array will print as it is. That is, you can see there are three arrays 1, 1, 6, 7 and 8. But instead of that, if I write c dot flat, sorry, not float, it is flat, what will happen then? Let's see. Now you can see it is just one array element with 5 elements. Array with 5 elements. Instead of 3 array elements, 1, 1, 6, 7, which are 1 and 2 element, and the third element is 8. Instead of that, we now have 5 elements. All of them are combined into one array element. And this is very important thing. Please keep in mind this flat function. Next up, we have index of. So let's say index of, let's say 8. What will it show? Wait a second. And it will show the index of 8 is 2. Why? Because this is the first element 0, this is 1, and then this is 2. That is why it shows. So we can also use the index of function, just like we use on string. We can use this index of function to get the index of a particular array element. And if there are no array element with that index, let's say I give 10. There are no element with the 10, right? So that it will return -1. -1 means the array element, this array does not have that element. This array does not contain that element. That is why it is -1. Now let's see some more functions. So one more function is splice. C.splice, and this splice function, what it does is it takes some arguments. First argument, it will take the index argument. Then how many elements will be deleted? Elements to be deleted. How many numbers should be deleted? Then it takes another argument, and these arguments should be the elements. Let's say 56, 67, any number of elements. So what does this splice do? This splice is a short form of, let's say, it takes an index and then it inserts some element inside this index. It also removes some elements from this index. So either it inserts some element or it removes some element. If here this elements to be deleted, here if I give a number that is, let's say, 1, 2 or 3, then it will delete that many numbers after this index. So let's say I give the index of 3, then 0, 1, 2, then this third index, from this third index it will delete some elements, as many elements I give here, and then it will insert these elements. So let's see that in action. So I will write c.splice, and then I will write, let's say, 3, then I will write 0 elements to be deleted, and I will give some elements 56 and 64. Let's see, and it will take some time. And now you can see after this 3, that is here at index 3, the first element it inserted is 56, and then it inserted 64, and then all the remaining elements still stayed. Now instead of 0, if I give 2 element, what will happen? Let's see it in action. It then deletes these 2 elements, 4 and 5. It actually deletes those 2 elements, and it first inserts 56 and 64, and then it deletes those 2 elements after that. Or maybe it actually deletes first and then insert these 2 elements. That also can happen. So this is the main purpose of c.splice. Another function is c.slice. Actually, dot slice. What does this dot slice do? This dot slice, what it does is, it actually, wait a second. What it does is c.slice. And by the way, this splice happens on the C. Whether it is a let or a const, it will happen on C. Let's see. It still works on C. See, C dots, whether it is a constant or a let, it will always work, this splice, because it modifies, it does not reassign a new value, it actually modifies the value, and that is acceptable in arrays. So this splice works on the real array, and this slice, what it does is, it creates a new array, and that array is returned. So let's say if I have c.slice and then I say give 2 and 5, what will happen is, it will slice a portion of that array. You will see no changes in the original array, that is c.splice. But if I assign it to a new array, let's say let d equal to c.slice, and then I will console.log the d as well, what will happen? Now you can see that d.slice, d is this 3, 56 and 64. So that means from say index 2 till index 5, all the elements will be stored in a new array. So if I give just 2, that means from index 2 till the last element. See, from index 2 till the last element, all the elements will be shown in a new array. This is the main purpose of slice and splice. So another function is c.reverse. That is this array.reverse. What will happen? Let's see. See, the original array is 1, 2, 3, 56, 64, 6, 7, 8. And the reverse array is 8, 7, 6. See, it is reversing from the last index, whatever it is there, then the second last index, then the third last index, that like that it reverses. And the first element will become the last element. The second element will become the second last element, like that. So this is what reverse does. Now let's see another thing. So let's say I want to use the function of find. What does it do? It finds all the elements within a particular condition. So let's say c.find lm means element inside array, and lm is any name, you can give any name, but I am giving lm, and then this equal, and then the angle brackets, and here I will say, actually not converted commas, lm %2 double equals to 0. Let me tell you what does this find function does. So this find method does is, let's say I have an array who's 1, 2, 3, 56, 64, 6, 7, 8. And I want to find a element which is divisible by 2. So how to find the element which is divisible by 2? Percent 2 double equals to 0. That means if that element is divided by 2, if it is divided by 2, if it is an even number, then its remainder will be 0. So to get a remainder we use this percentile symbol, and then to check whether it is equal to 0 or not, we use double equals to, not single equal to. Single equal to means assignment and double equals to means it checks, right? So here lm is the element, that is for each element it will check whether that element percentile 2 is equal to 0 or not. If 0, then it will return that element. And in case of find, what it happens is it gets the first element that matches this condition and then it stops running. As soon as it gets the first element that matches its condition, it will stop running. So this is what happens. And instead of find, if I do filter, what will happen? Instead of find, if I do filter, then what will happen? It will return all the elements which are even number. If I write find, then only the first element that matches this condition will be returned. But if I write filter, then all the element that matches this condition will be returned. This is the main purpose of find and filter. Now let's say I want to print each element inside this array separately. How to do that? So let's say for that I will use for loop. Let's say, so I will do for let I equal to 0, I less than a dot length and I plus plus. Then I will open the inverted curly braces and then I will write console.log a I like this. And if I see, wait a second, and you can see separately in separate line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the elements are shown in this separate line. There is another way to do this same thing, this for loop, same thing. How to? Very simple. A dot for each, I will get the element, each will be an element, and then I will write equal to and then angle brackets, and then I will open the curly braces. And then I will copy this line console.log. But instead of AI, what I will do is I will just press the LM. Then also the same thing will happen. Wait a second. Okay. Then also the same thing happens. It happens double because we are printing it here also. We are printing it here also. So it happens twice. But this is the basic thing. So we can also print elements using for each. So we will use this for each is very important when you learn, when you are more into web development, you will understand why for each is used mainly. Okay, there is another way, and the last way is not to print elements but to access each and every element, and we will have some operation on it and then it will return a new array altogether. So let's say let b equal to a dot map, and then each and every element will be mapped, and we will have the same syntax. And now here I will do return a multiplied by 2. What will this return? It will actually return doubled number. And then I will do console.log b, and now we will see the what I am trying to say. Wait a second, it says not a number. None of them are numbers. How is that possible? Let's see. Type of lim. This is how you debug. Whenever there is an error, you can debug it by this. See here we say type of lm is 2. Okay, I have multiplied a multiplied by 2. Instead of a, it should be lm multiplied by 2. And now you can see each and every number is doubled. So 1 is 2, 2 is 4, 3 is 6, 4 is 8, 5 is 10, and 6 is 12. So each and every number is doubled. Why each and every number is doubled? Because b is a new array. See a dot map, what it does is map actually gets all the elements inside that array, and then it performs certain operations on that array, on each and every element, and these each and every element after performing the operation will be stored as a new element in a new array. and this array will be assigned to the variable b over here, and this b is then printed. So A is still the same and B is the new array. A is still the same. So this is the main purpose of map. So now we have learned for each and map. Next up we will learn reduce. Let's say I have a array known as let's see. And what does this array do? A dot reduce. So I will reduce the array whose name is A. And what will I do? Instead of reduce, inside of reduce, there are two kind of values. It also has a functions. So the first is ACC, which is accumulator, and these are any name. You can give any name to LM. You can give A to LM. You can give any name to ACC. I am giving accumulator ACC for accumulator, short for accumulator, and then I am giving CURR, which is short for current value. So here and then I will give the equal to angle bracket and then the curly braces. And here what I will do, I will do ACC plus CURR. And after that, after the curly braces closes, what I will do, I will give a 0. What will this do? Understand this thing very carefully. What does this thing does? A dot reduce, inside that we have a function, and instead of passing just one element we are passing two elements, and since we are passing two elements we are having this parenthesis. Now the first element is accumulator, means whatever the first value will be, it will be piled up. So for example, the initial value of ACC is 0. Here we have initialized it as 0, right? So first value will be 0 and then it will be added with the current value. First current value is 1. So it will add to the current value. ACC plus current is 0 plus 1 is 1, and then the ACC becomes 2, and the current value also becomes ACC becomes 1, but the current value becomes 2 now. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Like that it will keep on adding up. So this is the this C is actually sum of all the elements inside the array A. Let's print it and let's see console.log C. Let's see. Okay, it prints undefined. Why so? Because here I forgot to return. Now it prints 21. 21 is the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. The sum is 21. And that is what it returns. So ACC is the initial value, and then this is the value that keeps on adding to the current value. So current value is each element. So 1, 2, 3, all the elements one by one, all of them are as current value. And ACC is the accumulated value, that is it is return ACC plus CUR. This ACC plus CURR is actually stored in the ACC variable only. So that is what the reduce function does, and this 0 is actually the initializing of the ACC. So if I give 10 here instead of 0, the value should be 31, and now you can see the value is 31. So this is what reduce function does. Now let's learn if, else and switch one by one. So what does if, else does is, inside if I will write some condition, right, and then I will open this curly braces, and here I will write some code block. So what will happen is, if this condition is matched, then this code block will be executed, and if this condition is not matched, then this code block will not be executed. But this code block will be executed just for one time only. In while loop or do while loop, it was getting executed for multiple times, as many times the as long as the condition does not get fulfilled, it will keep on printing, it will keep on executing. Here it will be executed just for one time only using if. And if this this condition doesn't match, we can also have one more thing, that is else. Then we will have another code block. This can also happen. So for now we will just remove the if, and we will have a condition, and the condition will be, let's say, let a equal to 10. If a is divisible by 2, a% 2 double equals to 0, then we will print even. console.log even, and let's see, it actually prints even. As you can see, it prints even. However, if I use the else now, using else, I will do console.log odd. Even though it is actually even, so it will print just even, it will not print odd. And if I update 10, instead of 10 it becomes 11, then what will happen? Then it will print odd instead of even. So this if and else is a very fundamental block of programming. You can find if else in almost every programming language, so it is very essential to understand this. Now that we know what if and else does, one more thing that we will learn is switch statements. What are switch statements? So let's say we instead of just two cases, that is if and else, for if one case and if either yes or no. If this condition matches, else we will do something. So here I have a switch case. So I have given a value of 2, and then I have had a string with just a blank string with no space also. Then I write switch a, and inside that I write a condition. Okay, so a value, that value will be matched with another value, and don't write any expression here, only values will be entertained in case of cases, no condition, just values, no condition, just value. So in case of 0 it will be Sunday, in case of 1 it will be Monday, 2 Tuesday, 3 Wednesday, 4 Thursday, 5 Friday, and 6 Saturday. So like that. So I will update value of 2, instead of 2 I will make it 4. Let's see, and it will print Thursday. If I write 6, then it will give Saturday, and it gives Saturday. However, if I give 7, what will happen? Well, it should throw an error. It doesn't throw any error, but it gives a default. So we can it just prints the default value of day. Now we can also handle the default value ourselves. What will we do? We will do default, and then we will write day equal to none. Let's see. And you can see now none is getting printed. Whatever we wrote, that none is getting printed. So this is the switch case statement. You can use switch case statements like this. And these switch case statements are also very important for using in JavaScript. If else and switch case both are very important. So let's learn what are ternary operators. What are ternary operators? See, this question mark and this colon are known as ternary operators. Let me explain. So I have a variable age whose value is 18. Now I also have another variable, and here I directly have a condition. The condition is age is greater than or equal to 18. This question mark means if age is greater than or equal to 18, this condition is true. If this condition is true, then after whatever is after the question mark, we will save it as the value, assign it as the value to message variable. If whatever this condition is false, the final result of this condition is false, then whatever after this colon is, we will assign this to the messages value, as a messages value. So let's see, you are an adult is getting shown. So if I write age equal to let's say 13, what will happen? And it says you are a minor. So greater than or equal to means 18, age is less than or equal to 18, not age is less than 18, neither greater than or not equal to 18, right? So it will this condition does not pass. That is why after whatever after colon is there, that is getting shown. So when you want to do this one liner conditions, then it is known as ternary operators. This colon and this question mark is known as ternary operators, right? Now one more thing that you need to learn is this logical operators. See, age greater than or equal to. Greater than means greater than obviously, and when we pair it with greater than or equal to, that means either it is above 18 or it is equal to 18. Now remember this thing, this equal to should come after, not before. If it comes before, then it will not work. It is working in see, it is not working in this case. You are an adult, it is getting shown. However, it is not, it shouldn't be working that way, right? So it should be always greater than or equal to, and instead of if you want to do it for the opposite side, that is less than or equal to, then also less than symbol should be first and then it should have 80 equals to. Okay, so this thing you should keep in mind. There are some other as well. There are some other what should I say, there are some other logical operators as well. Let's say gender be male. There are two values of gender here for this example, male and female. So if age greater than or equal to 18 and gender double equals to m, only then you are an adult, otherwise you are a minor. Now don't take this literally, I am just showing to prove you an example. That is all I am trying to say. Please don't misunderstand. Okay, and don't please cancel me. Age greater than or equal to 18 and gender double equals to male, then you are an adult, otherwise then you are an adult male. Let's say adult male. Let's see, and it shows you are a minor. Why? Because here and is given, and even though gender double equals to male, however age is not greater than or equal to 18. So when there are a double ampersand sign, that means and means both the condition has to be satisfied. Only then the entire condition is satisfied. Otherwise the entire condition is not satisfied. And if entire condition is not satisfied, then these ternary operators will not work, right? Or if even if you use if else statement, there also if the entire condition is not satisfied, in case of here we have two subparts of our entire condition. The first subpart is this age and second subpart is this gender. So if both the subparts are not satisfied, then it will not work in case of and. But here if I write this pipe signs, which you can have, that is this backward slash symbol, those key in the keyboard, this means or is you are an adult male, you can see. So either the first condition satisfied or the second condition satisfied, then the entire condition will be considered as satisfied. If any of the subpart condition satisfies, then both the condition is said to be satisfied. If in case of or, here we use double pipes, which means ors, right? Another thing can be, I will again come back to and, but here I will have instead of gender double equals to m, I will have gender not equals to m, not equals to actually f. That fits the, and let's increase it to 19. Let's see now. You are an adult male is getting shown. What happened here? I increased the age's value to 18 so that this condition now satisfies. However, here I have another condition, that is gender not equal to f. Instead of having double equals to, I now have not equals to. That means gender should not be equal to f. Gender should be equals to any value but not f. Then this condition will be satisfied. Any value but not f. Only then this condition will be satisfied. There is another way to write this thing. I will remove the age part completely. Not gender double equals to f. Not gender double equals to f. Then also this condition will be satisfied. So I write not first and then write gender double equals to f. So whatever the value of gender double equals to f is, if gender double equals to f is true, then not true means false. And if gender double equals to f is false, then not false is true. So that way this condition will also be satisfied. Let's now learn about JavaScript objects. What are JavaScript objects? Well, they look like a simple variable, but to define a JavaScript object, we use curly braces. Inside curly braces, see, like array has indexes, which array is has values which are indexed using numbers, right? Like 0, 1, 2. Here, the person object, this object will have values which are indexed using named variables. What are they? Let's say I will give it a name, and I will give it a name of abhik, let's say. Then I will give it a age, which is another named variable, and then let's say I will give my age over here. Then I will give it the gender. Wait a second. gender, which will be male obviously. Then I will give it a nationality maybe, which is Indian obviously. So here you can see these are the values obhik 24 am Indian. These are the values to the person, and these values are indexed as name, age, gender, nationality. So whenever we do something like person dot gender, let's say, it should show my gender. So let's console.log that. Wait a second, I think somewhere something is missing. And you can see aim is getting shown, so that means it is working. Okay. So instead of gender, if I give age, what will it do? It should show my age, and it shows my age. So this is the basic of object, and to get an object's value, you can do like this. Another way to get is, instead of dot, what will I do? I will do something like this, and then I will write age. Then also it should work the same way, and it works the same way. Either you can get by this, or you can do something like person dot age. Both will work the same way, as you can see. So this is the very basic of JavaScript object, but JavaScript objects are very important. You have to learn them at all costs. One important thing that you can do in JavaScript object, which you cannot do in arrays, are, let's say I can do something like greet. What is this greet? This will be a function. You cannot have any function inside any other. So I will write return, and then inside string interpretation I will write hi, I am, and then I will get the dollar sign, then the curly braces, and there I will write this dot name. What is this? I will explain shortly. So I clear the console, and instead of age I will do something like greet, and then I will have the parenthesis. Why parenthesis? Because this is a method. And you can see hi I am abhik is getting shown. If I update the name to something like abhik, so the spelling is a little bit altered, and you can see then again it is changed. What does these keyword do? So this keyword, what it does is, let's just put an example. See, we all are human objects. This is just an example, please don't get offended. Let's just put it this way, I am a human object, you are also a human object. Now when I ask you what your name is, you are a defined human object, I am a defined human object, but the structure of the object is same for everyone. That is, we both have bones, we both have heart, we both have brain, we both have eyes, nose, lips, and all. However, the structure of object is human object is same for both of us, but both of us have different names, right? So to access each of our name, what do I say? I say my name is Ubik. You say your name is whatever your name is. So instead of here, we say this person object, whatever this person object's name is, that name should be shown. If the name instead of Ubik it is Rohan, let's say, then it should return Rohan. Wait a second, and it says I am Rohan. Okay, so whatever your name is, that name should be shown. However, this dot means that this particular object's property. So this particular objects, whatever the value will be, that will be shown. This dot name, that means this name, this age, this gender. And let's say, okay, let's give an example in better way. Let person1, and I will duplicate it, and I will have person2, and person2 will be Ubik. And now person1 dot greet, if I write, wait a second, let's clear. See, both person1 and person2, both of them have the same structure, same stuff, everything is same. But if I write person1, then it should show Rohan, and person2 should show Ovik, and it shows Ovik. See, this, so this dot means for person1, whatever this dot is, whatever. And this dot for person2 is whatever values in whatever index are there inside the person2, only those indexes will be caught as this dot. Okay, so this is the basic thing about this object. This dot means person2 dot name. This dot name means person1 dot name. That is what it means actually. So now one more thing that we can do here is object, right, object dot keys. This will get all the index, named index. So just like all the named numbered index for arrays are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly here all the indexes are known inside an object. All the indexes are known as keys, and all the values are known as values. So these keys are name, age, gender, nationality, greet. See, if you write object.keys, then it will show all the keys and not the values, just the keys. But and present it in an array. Now if I show all object.values, what will happen? Then it will show all the values one by one. Wait a second. It shows all the values Rohan 24 AM Indian, and then the function also, complete function will be printed in an array as an array element. Okay. So these are object.values, and instead of that, if I want to have an array, let me show you entries. If you write dot entries or object.entries, what will happen? It will have a bigger array, and each element and see each key and its value will be a separate array, and one first element of that array will be the key and second element of that array will be the value, and like that we will have multiple array as array element of the bigger array, as you can see. So this is the very basics of object. You will learn more about object as you start developing web development. And there is one more thing that comes with object, that is JSON. We will learn about JSON while doing our project. Now let's learn about JavaScript functions. So to define a function, what we do, we write function and then the name of the function. Let's say greet, and we will take no parameters over here. So what is the purpose of a function? A function, what it does is, function is a code block with a name. So here we have the name greet, and this is the named code block. We can call this particular code block anywhere, anytime, any number of times we want to. Let's say I want to print greet 5 times, but not immediately 5 times. When we use loop, we print the loop one by one. As soon as the first code block is executed, then the next time for one iteration, then next iteration, then third iteration, then fourth iteration, like that. Inside a loop, every iteration is printed immediately. Every iteration is executed immediately. However, here this function will be executed only once, but we can manually write how many times we want to execute it. Okay, so how many places, wherever we need, we can execute it. Let's say I want to execute this greet function here. Then after that I write some code blocks, then I write some more code blocks, and then I write some more code blocks, and then again I want to execute this greet function. Then I will call this greet function once again. Like that, how many times I want to, I can do it manually. Whenever we want to, I will do that manually. So for that purpose we use these functions. Now inside functions I can do anything a JavaScript can do. However, I will do, for now I will just do hello, and let's see what happens. And it prints just the hello because we call this greet. And see this parenthesis, when we call a function we call this using this parenthesis. Now this parenthesis also has another usage. For what? Let's say I give some space to hello, and then I write plus, and or I write comma, and then I write name. What is name? Name is nothing, but here is a value that will be passed, and this value here I will pass here is abhik, let's say. And then you can see hello abhik is getting shown. Okay, I think I should, instead of comma I should actually use plus, then it should be in a one single sentence, right? What happened here? See, greet abhik, this abhik is known as a parameter that I have passed, and here this same thing is known as an argument. When we are defining it in the function signature, then this thing is known as an argument, and this argument or parameter is added to the string. So I can give anything. Let's say I have written greet abhik, later on I can use greet Rohan as well, and this will also work. See, first it does greet abhik and then it does greet Rohan. So both these things work. right? So how many times I want to, I can do it. There's that many times, and I can pass any value, and that value will be printed over here using this syntax. That value will be captured over here, and then that value can be used multiple times. We can use anything with that operation, or with that we can do any operation with that value. This is the main purpose of function. This is the very basic of function. Now, what are arrow functions? Functions are nothing but a concise syntax to write functions. Let's say I want to write let greet, same greet function, but here I will actually change the name to greet1 because same name cannot be applied. So here I will get the name inside parentheses, and then I will use equal to, and then angle brackets, and then curly braces, and then I will do the same thing that I do. Now here I can write greet1, and then I can write inside string I can write abhik. Let's see. And you can see hello week, this greet, hello Rohan, this greet, and then hello week again from this greet one. So the greet one, actually when we can call it the same way we call the normal function definition. However, the way of writing is a little different. Now another use case for this kind of functions are, let's say let sum equal to num1 and num2, and then in this single line I will do num1 plus num2, then I will colon, and after greet1 what will I do? I will do sum of, let's say, 12 and 13. What will it do? It should show me 25, and wait a second, it does not, actually it does not print because I don't console.log. So I will have to console.log this value, and then it should print, and you can see here 25 is getting printed. Now instead of sum 12, 13, if I give another value, let's say 6, 13, it should show 19, right? And it shows 19. So in single line, we actually do the thing that we can do in multiple lines as well. So that is the main purpose of arrow function, is to have a concise syntax of functions. We will learn more about functions when we will be doing this project. One more thing that you should know about function is, when a function returns a return value, using return you can return anything. Let's say undefined, you can return any value using return. Then it is a function which returns a value, and if it does not return a value, okay, undefined is nothing, let's return 12, then it should work. Okay, I have given wrong spelling also, return 12, actually it seems. So you should, a function when it returns something, it is not a void function, it is a function which returns something. However, and the function's data type becomes the data type that it returns. Whatever value it returns, that value's data type becomes the function's data type. However, if the function does not return anything, then it is a void function. That means it does not return any value, it returns void, null. That is why it is known as void functions. So we are done with functions, it seems. We will learn more about this as we start creating our project. So I have already created a folder, comments folder, and I have already opened it. Now here are two files that I have already created, styles.css and index.html. And I have linked the styles.css using the link command, link tags, right? Now what are we trying to create? We are trying to create this HTML comment. This comment should have, see, this is how the comment will look like. Now this will be, say this is one section, here is the DP. Instead of this violet circle we will have a DP, but we will not create the DP over here, we will just have the violet circle, then the name, then how many days ago, the timestamp actually, how many days ago the comment was posted, then here should be the body of the comment, that is whatever the text of the body is, then here will be a counter, this will increment and decrement obviously, and then here will be a reply button. Now on what I am trying to do is I am trying to build this in such a way that we can later on add responsiveness to this website as well, right? So for that I am trying to build it like this way. So this is the design will be. So let's build it. So inside body I will have main, and inside, because this will be the main content, right? Inside main I will have a div with the class name of comments. I will also have another thing, that is this form. The form for, right, adding a new comment. But we will build this form later on. So right now what I'm trying to build is these comments. So each comment will be our article, and class name will be comment. Right? Now inside comment, see here we have header, we have the body, and then the counter and the this button. So we will build the HTML accordingly, right? So first thing first, I will build the header, dot header, that will be a div. Then I will, after writing dot header, I will write plus. For what? So that we can create all the divs together with each class name. So after header, what I will do? I will do content. Because see, after header we have the content, and then the counter and the reply button. Plus counter plus reply. And then I will press enter, and then 4 divs will be created. One will be header, content, counter, and reply. Now the last one, instead of div reply, what we will do? We will do button reply. Why? Because this will be a button. We don't need an external div for this. This can be directly a button, because this will be a clickable button, right? So now let's build the header section one by one. So header will have a circle, then the name, and then the timestamp. So first thing first, I will have a dp, then author name. Actually it should be author dp, author name, then I will have timestamp. Let's click, and instead of div author name I will actually have p author name. It should be a p text, and here I will write abhik b, and the timestamp should also be p, and here I will write 12 days ago, right? Now our header div is done. Let's create the content div. Inside the content, this shouldn't be a div actually. It should be a p tag, and inside the p tag I will actually have some lorem ipsum. So I will write lorem and then press enter. So the content is also created. Now the counter part, this will be a div, and this div will have 2 buttons and 1 paragraph tag. What for 2 buttons? See, plus and minus, right? So I will have button dot add plus button dot sub plus p dot count. Let's press enter, and we have 2 buttons and 1 p dot count. So I will take the p dot count in between the 2 buttons. The add button will have plus sign, the sub button will have minus sign, and the count will have, let's give it 12 for now, right? Let's save it, and then finally the reply button. Now inside the reply button, for now I will write reply, and I will give it a emoji, and then this icon will be, I will select this icon and I will paste it for you. So I will save it, and let's see in HTML how it looks like. So in HTML it looks something like this. This is what it looks like for now. Now let's stylize them using the styles.css. So I already have pasted some colors over here. You can check those colors, you can see them, and you can use them in your code as well. So the first thing I will do is I will get all the elements, and then I will give them a margin of 0 and a padding of 0. This is the ritual. As I said, you have to do it for each of them, because that is how it will remove all the initial padding, margin, everything. And also we will give the box sizing to border box. By default the box sizing for each element is content box, so we will mention that border box should be the box sizing. What are they? I have already explained you in the first project. So then what I will do is I will take the body. and I will give the body a padding of, let's say, 4 em. Also, I will give it a display of grid, and I will place all the items center. Place items center. So this way, all the items will be placed at the center of the screen, right? Let's save it and let's see. Now you will not understand this thing, but it is working a little bit. Now I will give the body a background of this color. I will copy it and paste it over here. Let's see. Yes, it has a light bluish effect, violet effect, light violet, right? Then I will get the article with the name of comment, and each comment I will give it a background of white. Each comment will have a background of white. It will have a padding of 12 pixels and 24 pixels. 12 pixels on top and bottom, 24 pixels on left and right. Let's see now, and it looks a little better. Now I will give this article some box shadow as well. 0 pixels on x-axis, 7 pixels on y-axis, 24 pixels blur, 0 pixels spread. Let's see, and it looks much better. The box shadow looks better. Also, I will give it a border radius because it should have some rounded corners. I will give the border radius as 12 pixels. And now you can see it has some rounded corners and it looks nice. Now one thing before I proceed, the thing is, this will be a mobile first approach. What does that mean? See, I will design this particular website, I will design it first for the mobile screens. Why am I designing it first for the mobile screens? For this case, because we will be using this console tab a lot, because we are learning JavaScript and we will be console logging a lot of things and we will be using console log a lot. So I will keep my inspector tab opened up always, so that I can see it and I can also see this mobile, how it looks like in mobile screen and how it looks like in small screens. I will use the mobile first approach. However, a lot of designers prefer to use mobile first approach and a lot of designers prefer to use desktop first approach. In the second project, that is this news website, we actually created the desktop first approach and then we slowly transition to mobile screens, tablet screens, right? Here we will be targeting the mobile screen first using the mobile first approach, and then we will be targeting the desktop screen or the tablet screen and all. Okay, so now let's stylize the article. Till now what we have styled is, we have created the basic body of the article. Now we have to create this header. Okay, so header, you can see everything inside this header is in column direction, right? And we also don't have this circle over here. So let's target the circle first. So the circle's name is actually, here you can see author DP. So I will get author DP, and then what I will do, I will give it a background of this background color. Wait a second, this deep color. I will give this background a deep color. Then I will give it a height of, let's say, 24 pixels, and I will also give it a width of 24 pixels. This way it will look like a square. As you can see, it looks like a square, right? Now I will give the border radius to 100%. What will that do? That will make it look like a circle. Wait a second, and now you can see it looks like a circle. Now all I have to do is this this header. All I have to do is get this header dot header, give it a display of flex, and then give it some gap of, let's say, 12 pixels. Let's see. Now you can see it looks much better. However, there is one thing that is missing, and that one thing, if you can see here, is they are not aligned at the center. So to make them align at the center, what I will do, align items center, and this is before and now this is after, and now you can see they are aligned at the center line, and that makes it look much better. You can see it looks much better now. Also one thing, this author name should be you can wrap it around b tags, or you can get that author name over here, author name class, and then make the font weight of bold. I will do this font weight of bold, and it looks a little bold. Address this counter over here. See, the counter also, this counter is also having like the header. These also have flex display, right? So I will address that one as well, and it also has some color as well. So I'll get the counter. I will give it some background color. What will be the background color? Wait a second. And right now I am using background color property, but you can also write background, just background. Both will work, right? I am using this color that I got from here, and then I am using the color of the text as this color. Let's see, and the color also looks a little better. All I have to do is give it a display of flex and gap of 12 pixel like that. Let's give it, and let's see. Now it does not look that good. Why? Because we have to, instead of giving gap of 12 pixels, what I will do is I will give it a padding of 12 pixels. Okay, and then what I will do is I will give justify content as space evenly. What will that do? That will create even spaces between them. So three of them will be spaced evenly. Let's see. See, three of them are spaced evenly. Now you might wonder, it is taking the entire card size for now. Don't worry, when we will be stylizing the entire article, we will create that to limit the counters width to this much only. Don't worry, I will be using grid display for that. Now we will be addressing one more thing, that is the buttons. Each button should have a border of none, the background of none. Background should also be none, border should also be none, and the border buttons should also have the color of, wait a second, not column gap, it should be color, this same color, this what we give to the counter. If we refresh, it is very small to see. Let's zoom it, and you can see the color is changed and it looks much better now. So reset it, and then now let's address the article, entire article now. How will we address this? So to come to this layout, what I'm trying to plan is, say I will use display grid and I will give grid template areas. Why I am using grid template areas and display grid? So that when we do responsive design, we can have a different design for this altogether. So this header will be taking two columns. Why? Because here we have two columns. See, one column, two column, right? So header will be taking two columns. This content will also be taking two columns, and this two will be divided into one column each. And there will be three rows together. So let's use display grid. And why I am using grid template areas, naming these columns, naming them, giving them areas according to their name, so that later on when we design the responsive style, we can have it in our way as well. Okay, we can change the grid template areas to a different template areas, and then it will be acted accordingly. Template areas, and then what I will do is inside these inverted commas, first I will do header and header. Then in the next line, what I will do, I will have again inverted commas, and there I will do content. Then in the last line, what I will do, reply, and this one should be counter. That's it, and none should be removed from here. Now let's give the header a grid area of header. Right, the counter should have grid area of counter. Reply should have dot reply should have, wait a second, grid area of reply. What is remaining? Content. So dot content should have grid area of content. Actually this is a reserved keyword, it has a specific purpose as well. So instead of writing content, I will actually write body, and I will give it a body. Instead of content, I will give it body. Let's see. Okay, now it comes in a layout, but it does not look good. Why? So let's see. Inside main disk article grid. Okay. Why doesn't it look that good? Because even though we give it a 2 areas, it is only taking 1 area. See, the content is taking only 1 area. Even though we actually give it a grid area body, that is the entire grid area. Okay, here I have written content and here I have written body. So I will update both of them to body, and now you can see it looks something like this. It looks something like this. Wait a second. Looks something like this. It looks perfect for now, and what I will do here is some more thing inside the article.comment. I will give it a gap of 1 year. Let's see, and it's spaced it's spaced and it looks perfect for now. So we have already designed our article, and this is what our design looks like in mobile screens. We will handle the responsiveness later on after completing the entire project. So next up, what I will do here is I will go back to my index.html, and now what I will do is after this div closes, that is this div.class comments, I will actually start with the forms, HTML forms. So what are forms basically? Now you have seen a lot of places where a user registers using sign up form where you have to give your username, then user ID, then a password. These kind of things are known as forms. There are other forms like you give a feedback form. Sometimes you have to give your email as a contact form. Sometimes you do some other stuff using forms. So the users input some data and that data goes to the server or wherever the developer has designed. That is known as, for that we use form. And inside form, what I will do, I will create, to create a form you use form tags like this, right? And you can use input tags outside of form as well, but I am using it inside form element for now. So what are input tags? So input tags are basically used for inputting data, right? Input, and by default inputs type is text. So if you go to here and you can see here we have a text box, and you can write anything, number, text, space, symbol, everything you want you can write through this. However, inputs default type is text, right? Inputs default type is text. You can change this type prop attribute inside an input to make it work according to your needs. So if you write type, and then you can see here multiple types are greeted: button, checkbox, color, date time, local, email, file, hidden, image, month, number, password, radio, range, reset, search, submit, tail, text. Oh my god, so many are there, right? So let's change, instead of type text, I will change the type to number. Let's see what happens. Now if I refresh, you can type any text over here, but that will not work. Only when you type numbers, only that will work. You can also type symbols and all, that will also not work. There is another way, that is password. Input type number, text we have done. Now let's learn input type password. So when you give a password, what happens is you will see some black dots over there. You will not see the entire password written there. So that is what it does with this password. Let's see. If I write anything, you can see that it just shows black dots. It does not show the password in general, right? So this is input type of password. There are multiple types. I will go with some other types like checkbox. Let's see, and now you can see nothing is there, just a checkbox is there. However, there is nothing written here. How will you understand what is this checkbox means, or what does this checkbox does? So to address that, what we use is we also use a label. Label inside label tags, you can write HTML for. You can write for this input, and I have to give this input a name of, let's say, check for now. You can give any name. I will give check for now. And there you will write something like Let's say you are a product website and you give some services to the clients, so you ask as a feedback, are you satisfied? So for that, now if you see here, you can see are you satisfied written here, and then there is this checkbox. If you click on this, then this checkbox will be ticked. That means you are satisfied. Otherwise it will be left that no, you are not satisfied, right? So here you write label. So to define a label, what you do is write label and then for. What does this for do? This for says that this label belongs to the, it is not name actually, it should be id. Id equal to check, and then this for will work for this. See here we have already written the id of a label form related element in the same document as the label element. The first element is the document id with an id matching the value of the for attribute is the label control for this label element. So the label should actually come down and then it should work perfectly. Now you can see are you satisfied, and this is how it looks like. So this is the basic of input and label and forms like this. There are multiple forms, like instead of checkbox you can also have radio as well. And radio are these circles where you can click on that. Those are this radio. You can also choose color also. See here you can just choose the color. That is also possible. So this is how input is, this is how labels are used for, and this is how actually the forms are designed. Now there are some other things for this form as well. Not only does this label input and these types and all, there are also one more thing, that is to submit a form you need a submit button. So you will check a button and then submit. That means the button type is submit. When you click on this button, whatever text is written, let's say send is written, if you click on this button will submit the form. The form will be submitted. Form needs to be submitted, right? So the form will be submitted. So anyway, in our example, in our project, what do we need? Actually, we don't need an input actually. We need a text area. What is a text area now? Let me show you the text area. Wait a second. And wait a second. Now input is a self-closing tag. It closes itself, but text area is not a self-closing tag, right? You need to keep that in mind. So here you can write text area over here. You can see a text area, and see you can drag it and make it as big as possible, and you can write anything. You can just copy this entire comment and paste it over here. You can write anything as big as possible, right? So for that we use text area. Text area is generally used for bigger, let's say I am uploading a comment or a feedback. For that case, I will write according to my own wish, like, so for that we need a bigger text area. So for that we use text area. Otherwise if we just need the name, the roll number, or a very small amount of text, let's say a sentence, not even a sentence, a small 2 or 3 word, a phrase, for in those cases we use input type text, right? So in this case we will be using a text area, right? And then we will have a form button of submit, and above we will have another dp, this author dp. We will have once again this div class. I will copy and paste it over here, and it should look something like this. Now to make it look a little beautiful, what will we do? We'll get the form element over here. We'll make it a display of flex. We will give the gap as 12 pixels, and let's see, and it looks something like this. Also I will give it a margin top of 2 em, let's say. Yeah, and it looks something like this. It looks much better now. One important thing about forms are, form has two things that are very important attributes. One is action and another attribute is method. Now you can see here method, we have two options, very important options, that is get and post. Those are related to server. Get means you get the something, and post means you post something. So they are very important concepts, but this is not in the scope of the syllabus for this video. So we will not be learning that. So we will not be learning method in this example. But action, what is action? Action is a very simple thing. Action means it will send it to see here we pass a URL, right? So the URL will be sent, and according to that URL we will pass it to some, let's say I actually submit, I will actually write something, right? I write something and then click on send option. Then whatever the data I have already written, that will be, since the button is submit here, so when I click on this send button, this action means whatever URL I give, let's say I give a URL of whatever URL I give, that to that URL this entire data will be sent. To that URL this entire data will be sent, and that URL should receive the data and then process accordingly, right? So here we don't have any URL to send our data, so I will just keep a dot and that will work. So we have already designed our HTML and CSS. We have completely done with the designing part for now. Okay, and we have also written the HTML, so we are completely done with the HTML as well. Now let's begin with JavaScript. So what will I do? I'll first create another file known as main.js. You can give any name to this JavaScript file, but I am giving main.js. And JavaScript files end with the extension .js, right? Now inside this index.html, you can import it in two places. Either you can import the JavaScript file in head, or you can import it after the, just before closing the body tag. So I will import it first here, script, and then the src will be set to main.js, and then I will close the script. That will also work. So here I will just write console.log hello. Let's see, and you can see here the console log is happening, hello is getting printed over here. So it is working, right? It has completely imported, and now we will do certain stuff. What are the stuff that we will do? The first thing first is we will actually create a new comment actually, and then what we will do, we will populate some data using that create new component. What is populating data and what, I will explain it. Then what will I do? I will use this to update the counter. See here we have the counter plus and minus button. We will use it to update the counter. And finally what I will do, I will add replies to this comment. See, each comment will have some replies. So for that I will use handle reply. Okay, so these are the four tasks that we have to do inside this JavaScript. First thing first, let's create a new comment. What do I mean by creating a new comment? See, we will create a function with which we will create this entire, see this article class comment, this entire article, we will create that using JavaScript. And why do we create that using JavaScript? So that when the form gets submitted, let's say here we have lorem ipsum. So now let's say I give a different comment like this, and when I click on this send button, an entire similar structure of HTML should be shown, added below this particular comment. Below this particular comment, entire same structure, that is this kind of DP, this obhik, this timestamp. The timestamp will be different obviously. Then there will be a counter, this reply button, and there instead of the content, whatever content I am writing here in the form, that should be written here. So that is how we will actually dynamically upload data. So when this website reaches to the users, it will not reach to the user for now, for in this video. But if you create a website where the user actually handles this data, whatever the user uploads, that gets uploaded over here. So to simulate that, what we will do, we will actually create a JavaScript, this comment using JavaScript. And why I am creating a function for that? So that not only when the form submits that, then only we do it, we will also use it to populate the data. And what is population of data, I will explain. Don't worry. We will learn a lot through that. So right now what I will do is I will create a function. I will write function and then I will give the function a name, create new comment. And by the way, the style of writing this is known as, see here this first name is small, then it is capital letter, and then it is capital letter. This is also known as camel case. This is how normally coders in JavaScript actually code using this convention. Not a rule, but this is a naming convention that normally all developers follow. Anyway, so inside create new component comment, what is the first thing that I will do? I will first create the article using JavaScript. Then inside the article I will create all these subparts. So how to create an article? The first thing I will create a new variable and I will give it a constant because that variable will never change its value. I will give it a name of new article, and then I will do document. Remember I already taught you document, using document, so I will use document, and then I will do create element. Using document you can create a HTML element inside JavaScript. Document.create element, and then I will create the article element. So I will inside this create element I will give the tag whose element I am going to create, and that tag is article. So now that we have created this article, what will I do? I will give this article a attribute. What is an attribute? Again, I am explaining. Oh, see, this class is an attribute. There can be an ID which will also be an attribute. So here we will give it an ID. So I will write new article dot set attribute. This way we actually set our attribute like class, ID, or multiple stuff to that article. So in here as an input, I can also set the if I had an input over here, I could see here we have a button. So I can also set the button's type to be submit using this set attribute, right? So for here, and this set attribute takes two things. One is the qualified name, and then there is a val. What is the qualified name? The attribute's name. So here the attribute's name is ID. And what will be the value? The value will be something that you can give on your own. So what value right now I am giving here is comment then -1. For now I am giving it a static ID. Later on using string interpolation I will give it a dynamic value. Don't worry, just learn how we use the set attribute format for now. So now that I have created this article, what will I do? I have already created this article using the function. However, how do I add this article inside our document element? We need to add it to our document. Where is the document? See here inside the document we have main tags, inside the document we have body, then inside body we have main, and inside main we have this div with the class of comments. So I want this article that we are creating in JavaScript, I want this article to be appended inside this comments div. Inside this comments div we should have our article. How to do that? Well, to do that first we need to get this comments class. How to get this comment class? Let's in outside of this function what will I do? I'll get the comments class, comments div, actually comment not comments div, document dot query selector. And why query selector? Because we are trying to get this class, get the div with the class. Class is comments, so I will get that div, and here inside the function what will I do? I will get the comments div dot append child. What is the child that we are trying to append? This new article, and then I will pass the new article. So this, see inside this comments class we have this article, and this article is a child of this comments div. So here we are also appending a new child to this comments div. But if I save it, it will not work. Why? Because we have to call this function also. So below I will actually call this function create new comment. Anytime you define a function, you also need to call that function somewhere so that that function works. And you can see here void written. Why is void written? Because we don't return anything. This function doesn't need to return anything, so we can directly have a void function over here. Now let's see. For now you can see inside these comments we already have one article with the name of comment, one article, right? Now I will refresh, and then inside this div you can see two articles are here. One is this comment class, another one is this comment one. However, one is stylized so much and the another one is not stylized. Why so? Because also the second one does not have a class of comment. Here it has just the ID of comment. Why? Because the one that has class of comment has some styling, but the one that has class of nothing does not have any styling. That is why. So let's see, instead of id and not only id, I will also give set attribute class, and then I will give it a class of comment. And why I am setting this id, you will understand when we handle this reply. For that we need this id. For now I will explain you when we do that. Okay, so now let's refresh, and now you can see here there is some white box over here, just like this. Here also we have some white box, however there is no gap in between. So what will I do here is, I will get every article with a class of comments, and there I will give the margin of 24 pixels and 0, because for the horizontal axis we don't need any margin. We just need the margin on the top and bottom vertical axis, so that it gets some spacing. Now you can see it gets some certain spacing in between, and it looks better now. It has box shadow and all, padding, border radius and all. It does have those. However, what it misses is that text content, right? So now let's create something for the text contents as well. So we have just created the base article. Now inside the base article, we have the header, we have the content, we have the counter, and we have the reply button. So let's create the header first. As you can see here, header is a div. So for that, what will I do in this side of the screen? Pay attention to this side of the screen. Here, what we'll do, I will create a constant header div. And inside this header div, I will again use the document.create article, create element. And there, what will I do? I will have a div element. And inside this div element, I will have a div of author dp, p of author name, and p of timestamp. Right? Let's do that. So inside this header div, I will actually duplicate that line 3 times. And inside that, what will I do? First div will be the dp. So I will do dp div, and the next up we will have a p tags. What will be that be? The p tag will be author name. That will be a p tag. And finally we will have timestamp. Now one by one I will start giving classes, that is setting attributes, and the text content to them. Let's understand those things one by one. So header div dot set attribute. What will be the attribute I set? I will set the attribute as class, and what will be the value? Value will be header. Let's do with this. Then what will I have? I will have the dp div. I will get this. And what does the dp divs has? Author dp class. So I will give the class as author dp, and I'll update the name to dp div. Right? So both these are done. Now what will we do? We will do for author name. One more thing that we have to set for it, and that is the text content. So for now I am giving it a static string, but later on we will have dynamic values. So author name dot text content. What does text content means? Text content means whatever text it is holding. There is another way to do this, and that is inner HTML. That will also do the same thing. Inner HTML means whatever inner HTML is. So for example, here we have the div of header, and inside that header we have 3 HTML tags, right? Similarly, here also we can directly write inner HTML, and then we can write some HTML, let's say p of something. We can directly do that, but this is not the case in our case. We don't need to do all this, so we will go back to text content, and for now I will give it a static string of obp. Right? Later on we will update that. Timestamp. What will be the timestamp? I will actually duplicate this same thing, and instead of author name I will actually change it to timestamp. And what will I do? I will actually select the author name, and then I will press Ctrl D. That will get the next author name, and we will have a multiple cursor, so both will be selected, so that we can change that together. So that timestamp will be, instead of author name, we will actually have the timestamp, and the timestamp for here a static value of 12 desert. Actually I make it 10 desert. Okay, so right now the header is completely done. Now what we will do, we have actually created an article and we have appended that article inside the comments. We have also done the header. Let's see actually. Wait, it does not work. Why? Why it does not work? Because even though we actually create this header, we don't include that header inside our new article. Okay, just like comments div needs to be appended to the new article, this header also needs to be appended to the new article. So first thing I will do is, if I add all this dp div, author name, timestamp all manually to the new article, that will also not work. Why? Because this timestamp, author name and dp div actually belongs to the header div. So what will I do here is, I will actually create the header div and then I will append child. And what child I will append to, I will actually duplicate this line 3 times. So the first child that I will append is this dp div. The second child that I will append is author name. And the third child that I will append is timestamp. Now make sure the order should stay the same. So first we want to appear the dp div, then the author name and then the timestamp. So according to the appearance, that is how you will have the order. And then what will I do? I will get the new article and there I will append this child of header div inside the new article. Now if I refresh, now you can see the header is working perfectly. Inside this, here if you go to the HTML, you can see the article ID comment and here we have a header where we have the author DP, author name and timestamp. So it is working. Now let's create the content and the counter button, etc. one by one. So after the header is done, so to create the content, it is very simple. We will just create a p tag with class of content. Let's do that. I will actually copy this author name over here. I'll actually paste it over here. And instead of author name, that should be content. And then content dot text content will be, let's say, hello. I'm just giving a static value for now. And then what will I do? I will actually have to set attribute of class of content. Instead of class author name, it should be content. That's it. Now we have to append this content. But where will we append this? We will append this directly to the new article. Why? Because this p content is direct child of the article. So I will actually duplicate this line, header div line, and instead of header div, I will have content. That's it. Let's see. Now you can see just the hello is getting shown. So we are done with the header, we are done with the content as well. Now let's create the counter, and this counter has a div class of counter, button, 2 buttons and 1 p. So let's do that. So what I have done here is I have created a counter div and then I have created add button, which is a button, sub button, which is a button, and notice here I have written just btn, and then I have created a p tag with the name of count. Okay, so let's now stylize them one by one. What will we do? We will actually use the set attribute. Now I have a set attribute of each of them. I have set an attribute of class, counter, add, sub and count. Now just adding will not do. We will also have to set the text content, right? So let's do that as well. So the add button's text content will be just the plus symbol. The sub button's text content will be just the minus symbol. And also you can say the hyphen, and counts text content will be, for here I will be giving 2, but the default value should be 0, right? We will add those dynamically, don't worry. This will be static, but this count will be dynamic value. We will add that later. So again what we will do, we will append this add button, sub button and count inside the counter div, and then we will append this counter div inside the new article. So let's do that. We will actually get this header div and I will put it over here. So the timestamp is done. So the header is completely done, then the content is done, and the counter counter dot append child. And what will the child be appended? The first child that will be appended is add button. Then I will not add the sub button. I will add the count, and then the sub button will be appended. Now that the sub button is appended, after the content, what will I add? I will add the counter. So let's now see it. And you can see the counter is also getting appended, and it looks very similar. Plus, minus, just how it looks, this also looks the same. Now just let's give the reply button, and then everything will be set. So to give the reply button, what will I do? I will actually create a button very similar to this. I will actually copy this and paste it over here. Instead of add button, I will have reply button. And then what will I do? I will set some attribute over here, reply button attribute. What will be the reply button attribute? Let's say I will select this, and I will have a reply button attribute over here with the class name of reply. And I will also give it a text content. What will be the text content? Let's see. The text content will be this. I will just copy it and paste it over here. That's it. Now the reply button is a direct child of the article, so I will directly paste it over here. Append child reply button. Let's see. And now you can see it looks perfect. Instead of hello, if I actually select this lorem ipsum and give it there, so let's select the lorem ipsum over here and give it, instead of hello, just hello, I will give that lorem ipsum. Wait a second. So if I have the lorem ipsum, and notice that instead of double inverted commas, I am using the template literals, that is this key like tilde key. So then also it should work. So let's refresh, and now you can see it looks perfect. Just like how the previous comment looks, we have designed with HTML. We are creating a new comment using JavaScript. Now our purpose will be, when we click on this send button, this should actually work. And also we can use it to populate data. And now it's time to learn what is populating data. What do I mean by populating data? What do I mean by populating data? So populating data, by that what I mean is, I will fetch two comments from internet, and that two comments will be I will get those two comments from the data, and then we will use the JavaScript method, and using the JavaScript function of create new comment, we will actually create new data over here, and that is known as populating of data. So we will create two comments. However, these two comments data will come from an external source. We will not create them manually. We'll get that, extract the data from there, and then we will put that into our function. And after that, when our function is ready, we will after that our function will create two articles, and each of them will be a comment, and the content of the comment, the username, all will be coming from outside. So that is how. So when the process of actually using that, getting that comments, and then using those comments and putting it into our function to create the article, this is known as populating the data. So to populate the data, before populating data, we need to learn a little bit of JSON. What is JSON? JSON means JavaScript Object Notation. So what happens is, when you try to fetch data from internet, majority of the times that data comes in a format of JSON, JavaScript Object Notation. And it looks something like this. See, here we open a JavaScript object, and there we have a key comments, and inside this comments key we have an array, and inside this array we have two objects. Each object have some keys like ID, content, created at, score, username. These are some keys, and each of them has some values. And by the way, this is known as data.json. This is a file that I have created. Link is in the description. So data.json means .json. When a file ends with .json, that means it is a JSON file. JSON, again I am saying, JSON means JavaScript Object Notation. So inside a JSON file, this is how the data is created. And when you get fetch data from internet, you don't get file, you get a data in the format of a JSON. That is like this format, a JavaScript object format, right? So this is what a JSON object is, and this is what each of the object inside the JSON is. However, how do I import that inside our JavaScript file? So there is no way to import it because we are statically using this index.html page over here. There is no way to get the get this data.json file inside our JavaScript file or inside our HTML. So to get that, what we need to do is we need to use fetch. What is fetch? Fetch is a function, built-in function. What it does is it when we give a URL to this fetch, it actually goes to that URL and retrieves all the data it can get from that URL, and then we process that data. How? Let's see. So after fetch, I will give it a URL. In our case, the URL comments this data.json is inside this comments root directory. So I will just write dot, which means the root directory, and then the slash, and then data.json. And what will that do? Let's save it and let's see. I will open the console tab and I will refresh. It will not work. Why is it not working? Because we are using the static site. So when we use the static site, that will not work. Static site means this index.html page directly. That will not work. So for that we need a web server. And how do we get a web server very easily? So inside VS Code, what will I do? I will actually go to extensions tab. You can also press Ctrl Shift S, and then I will search for live server. It will take some time and then it will return a server. And you can see the live server by Ritvik Day. You have to install that. There will be a button, install button. You have to click that button and it will install this live server. I have already installed it, and after you install, close this extension tab again. You can see at the bottom of the page, you can see go live is written. You have to just click that. And then it will open a live server. See, here we have the index.html, but here we have a port. This port number is 127.0.0.1, which is the localhost port, and 500, that is the port number. And here you can see these two comments are getting shown. And here, if you open the console tab, you will get no error of fetching. You will have no error from fetching, but you will have error from fetching in this index.html. So from now onwards, we will not be using this static file, rather we will be using this live server, right? So after fetch.json, what will happen? I will get .then. And what are .then? You can see here there are multiple things like catch, finally, then. What are they? They belong to promise. We will learn promise just in a moment. So here .then, and then what will I do? I will write response. Now don't worry if these things feel a little overwhelming, just wait and watch. I will explain each of them in details. So response, and then I will just press equal to an angle bracket, and then I will write console.log response. Let's see. And it returns a response. See, it fetches that JSON file and it returns a response. What is the response? The response has a body. It has a body used. It has some headers. It has some OK, redirected, status text OK. That means the URL fetching was true. Now that URL fetching was OK. Status was OK. Response was OK. And you can see the URL. The URL is data.json. If I go to this URL, if I write data.json, you can see the JSON file over here. You can see the entire JSON file is getting shown over here. The source code of the entire JSON file. So when we fetch, we can get that data. And if I write response.json, what will happen? Let's see that as well. It will return a promise of fulfilled promise and the object. And inside this object, you can see promise result. Inside this, it has an object, and inside this object, we have comments array. Inside that comments array, we have two array elements, 0 at index 0 and index 1. And those two array elements are these things that we can see inside this data.json. Same things is there. So now understand what is happening over here. We actually fetch this, we actually visit this URL that is present there, and we get whatever is in the whatever response it is giving, we get that response. And after we get that response, what we do? So here we get that response. After we get that response, then after the response is received, we get that response and we pass it to another function. And this then inside this inverted this then inside this console log till the console log, what happens is this entire thing is a function, arrow function. And inside this arrow function, we actually get the response and then we pass that response to console log so that we can get that response. However, we just need the JSON part of that response. So we say response.json and the parenthesis. So the JSON method opens up so that we can get the promise of response.json. Now instead of console logging, what will I do? I will actually do return response.json. And after return response.json, inside curly braces, I will write return response.json. After that, what will I do? I will again open another then, and then I will name it as data. You can give any name. So the response name can also be any name. And here I will give it a data, and then inside the curly braces, I will do something like console.log data. Let's see what happens. So I will save this, and let's see what happens. You can see directly the comments array gets shown. Directly the comments array is passed. So what happens actually? Again I am explaining. First we fetch that data, and then after we receive the data, we actually return the response.json. We get the response. We don't need the entire response. We just need the response.json in our example. So in your case, if you need the entire response, you can use that one as well. But here we just need the response.json. So we return this response.json. And then again, that response.json is passed to this function as data. We name that response.json as data inside this function. And then again we console.log. Now instead of console.log, what we can do is we can call this create new comment with this data. With each comment inside this data, there are two comments, right? It is an array with two comments. For each array element, we can call the create new comment and we can pass that. But before doing all those, let's learn promise. So what are JavaScript promises? Promises are unknown values which are unknown at this moment, however will be known in the near future. Okay, so these are the values. Let's give you an example. So let's say you have ordered a pizza, right? You have called them the restaurant and they have taken your order. Now this order is when the delivery boy gets out with your pizza. Till then you are pending with the order. The delivery boy has left the restaurant and is on his way to your home. Till then it is pending, right? The pizza delivery is pending. So think of this as that pizza as a promise. Okay, think of that pizza as the promise. So the delivery boy has still not reached your home, so that means it is in pending state. So that means you don't even know whether the pizza will reach you or not, how the pizza looks. Let's just assume you don't even know how the pizza looks. So you don't even know what the pizza is coming to your place, right? Because pizza is the promise that hasn't even delivered yet, but is on its way to deliver to you. If the pizza delivery boy reaches your doorstep, that means the pizza order that you made, that order is resolved and you get to see the pizza, what the pizza is and all. And if the delivery boy, due to some other reason, cancels the delivery and you don't get to see the pizza because the delivery is only cancelled, then it is known as rejection. So the pizza order is rejected. Now this resolve and reject keyword, similarly here this same thing happens in pizza promise as well. So in promise, if the promise is successful, then it's resolved, and if the promise is unsuccessful, then it is rejected, right? So how do you handle when the promise is created? So here in our case, what happens is when we fetch the data, the response you get is a promise, and this promise, or not the entire response, but response.json is actually the promise. Now what happens to this promise is, as you get it takes some time to when you fetch the data, it takes some time to go to that URL and get that data and then return back. So this time is the pending time, as I said in the pizza example, right? So after that, what happens is, when if the pizza delivery is successful, if the promise is successful, then you will use then. However, here what happens is, we get to the we fetch the data, we get the response. That means the promise is successful, and when the promise is successful, then we use that data to do some other stuff. And this dot then again, see, the first then only resolves it. Okay, however, we do it for the second then. Why? There is no absolute reason for using two then, but we use it because we then, after the response.json is returned, we then use that response.json to uh, break that array elements to get that array, and break that array elements into two parts. But that is unnecessary. You can do that in same also, but we use it for the second then, so that it becomes easier for us to handle. Now, what if the promise gets rejected? We don't know beforehand whether the promise will be resolved, accepted, or rejected, right? So in that case, we can, to handle it, the rejection, what we do catch. So what actually happens is, we write the code. If the code succeeds, then it will go to the then statement, and then after that, it will go to the first then, and then it will go to the second then. However, if the promise rejects, that is, the fetch has some error, there is some error in this command, what will happen? It will ignore this dot then, and then the second then it will completely ignore and directly go to this dot catch. Okay, and here what we will do, we will get the error, and then we will show the error. Let's say console dot error, this error will be shown here. I will not show any error because there is no error. However, if there is some error, then that error will be shown. And regardless of whether the promise resolves or rejects, we can have a finally, and there inside the finally, whatever data we get, we can use that. Here I'm just console logging, but you can use that data to do whatever you want. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, there you can have the finally statement to execute some final code, right? So here we don't need the finally, we are happy with the catch and catch error, and this then, both this then, we are done with this. So this is what promise is. Now, promise is not promise does not come under JavaScript basics, because it is a little complicated stuff and not everyone understands these things so simply. So what I suggest you to do is, after you complete this video, as you start building even harder projects, you can use those projects. I mean, you can build projects which involves promise, so that you can play around with promise a little more, to learn a little more about promises. Okay, let's populate the data now. How to do that? See, data actually returns an array, right? So what we will do, we will do something. You remember when I was teaching you the array, I was teaching you for each. So here we will do for each. So instead of array, actually we will have data dot for each, and each element will have, we will create a new comment using this each element. So I will call this create new comment, and then I will pass this element. Now what does this element has? If you see here, this element, each element will have ID, content, created at, score, and username. Where we will use each of them, let's see. So this create new comment function, what will I do? Have a comment. I will write a comment. What does this mean? This means a parameter comment, and this parameter will then be used over here. So this comment has what properties? ID. Where will I use this ID? Let's see, comment one, you can see over here. What will I do? I will actually delete it, and instead that I will actually use template literals using these keys, right? There I will write comment, then hyphen, and then the dollar symbol, and then the curly braces. Why dollar symbol and curly braces? So that comment hyphen is a static string, but the ID, whatever ID I pass, that ID will be there. Comment.id. So the first ID is 1. So for the first comment, it will have ID of 1. For the second comment, it will have ID of 2. And by the way, I will actually delete this create new comment line over here. Anyway, so now that we have actually handled the comment ID, what will I do next? Next, what will I do is I will actually say instead of the static value of abhik b, what will I state the author name? Author name should be the username. So let's do that. Instead of string abhik b, I will have the comment dot username. And here instead of the timestamp, what will I do? I will do comment dot what is there created at. I will copy this and paste it here. Comment dot created. Now here the text content we have lorem ipsum, right? I will delete that and instead I will have comment dot content. Comment dot content, right? And after that here we have the text content of 2. Instead of text content of 2, I will have the score. So I will write comment dot score. And I think we are done with this. Yes, we are done with this. So let's now save it and let's see it in action now. So I will go to my browser and you can see that type error is getting shown. Data.forEach is not a function. Well, why is that getting shown? So let's comment out data.forEach for now and actually console.log data once again. Okay, what happens is data is an object and inside that object we have an array and that array's name is comments. So array is key is comments. So we have to write data.comments and then you can get an array. So instead of data.forEach, what will I do? I will do, okay, let's uncomment it and I will do data.comments. Data.comments.forEach, each element will then be passed as a new comment. And now what you can see here is we have the first initial comment that we create using this HTML. Then we have our emit option, that comment, and then we have the max flag on this comment. So all these comments are getting shown. And you can also see that the score is the same that we have given over here, that is given inside this JSON file. The timestamp is also 2 weeks, 1 month, 12 days. That timestamp is also given from here. So this is what it looks like. And if I Control Shift I, what happens is this gets broken. And why does that get broken? I think should remove the body padding to 2 em, and that will make it look nicer. Okay, so I will go to the styles.css and instead of padding 4 em, I will reduce it to 2 em, and now it looks a little nicer. And now you can see actually this is what populating data means. You get the data from internet and then you use the data and populate that data over here, right? That is what populating data means. So our populating of data is working perfectly. Populate data working is perfectly. Now what we will do, we will update the counter. How do you update the counter? Well, very simple. What will I do? I will actually get another function, and function will be handle count. That will actually take a value. What value it will take? See, here we have plus button, here we have minus button. So if I send the value as minus, then it will decrease the count. If I send the value as plus, then it will increase the count. How will we do that? So we will actually get the OP here. OP means OP is short for operation. So I will get a variable known as OP. What will I do? I will actually use a switch statement where the key will be this OP. So if the OP is plus, then we will add. If the OP is minus, then we will subtract, right? So here the case will be inside string, we will have plus sign. Then I will duplicate this case and break, and there we will have, instead of plus, we will have minus sign. What does this break means? So this break statement means after we execute certain lines of code over here, if the code execution sees break, then it will get out of this switch case altogether. If I use the break statement inside loop, then it will get outside of the loop within a second, and it will not let the loop finish. It will just break the loop. Similarly, here it will break the switch case. So in case of plus, what will I get? We will actually get this p with the class of count. How to get that? Very simple. I will constant count equal to document.query selector p. Document.query selector p. However, now what happens is here we have three comments. So there are three p with the count of p. Three p with the this count written here, three variables 12, 12 and 5. Which one we have to update? How will I know? So this is not the right approach for that. So the right approach for that will be, first we have to handle from where is this, which button is clicked. So if I click this plus button or this minus button, which button is actually clicked? This comments plus button or minus button, or maybe this comments plus button or minus button. We need to handle that. How do we do that? Very simple. We will actually get another element known as E. What is this E? E will be the target element that actually handles this click. That means if I click the third comments plus button is clicked, then this E will be that plus button. Okay. So I will explain that once you start understanding. So I will write a new variable constant button clicked equal to e dot target. This will be the button that is clicked. And then what will I do? This is very important. You need to understand. See, if the button is the plus button, then the next element to it is this count. And if the button is the minus button, then its previous element is this count. Okay, so keep that in mind. So here we will get the previous next element, and here we will get the previous element, right? So let's do that. But before that, what will I do? I will get let score equals to 0 for now, right? So here we will get the next element. In case of plus, we will get the next element. How will we get the next element? So let count equal to this button clicked. I will get that button, and then next element sibling. That means the element sibling. Next element sibling. So all three of them are siblings to each other, right? So the next element sibling will be this count. We will get that count, and we will actually get the inner text. What we will do with the p text? We will just get the inner text of that. And since we are going to increment the number, see, by default HTML stores the values as strings. We need to increment it by number. So for that we will use we will convert it to a number. Now we will use parse int, and then we will convert that string to a number. Then what we will do? We will actually increment the count plus equal to 1. Actually, not the okay, count plus equal to 1, and I will delete this code for now. That code is not necessary. Then what will I do? I will again select this inner text line. I will actually select this line, and then I will give it assign the count. Whatever the value of count is, that value will be now assigned again back to this button clicked next element simply. So this count will be incremented by 1, because here we increment it by 1, and to increment it by 1 you can write plus equal to 1. Plus equal to 2, if you write, it will increment by 2, right? So once the value is incremented, we don't need to append it back to the parent element or all. We don't need to do that. We can directly increment or decrement the text value. We can directly modify the text. That is what I'm trying to say. Now I will copy this entire thing and I will paste it over here. And I will actually have a new name, count2. And instead of next element sibling, here we will have previous element sibling. Previous element sibling, and here also we will have previous element sibling. And instead of count, I will have count2. and count 2 will not be plus equal to 1, it will actually be minus equal to 1. So count 2 will be decreased by 1. Then we will update the value of the count to this count 2 and then it is done. However, we have just created this handle count. How do we call this handle count? Well, to do that, what we will do, we will go to our create new comment function. And then there, when we create these buttons, we will add event listener to these buttons. Each button will have an event listener and it will listen for the click event. As it gets clicked, it will call this function with that target, and it itself will be the target element. So for example, if this first comments plus button will have the click listener, so it when I click, it will know that this particular 12 is the next sibling to this particular element, right? If I select the third element and I click on the minus button, as an event listener will be added to it. So this particular element's previous sibling is this 5. It will know that because we will add event listener to each of them. Let's do that. After I add the text content, what will I do? Add button dot add event listener. Here I will have the event listener as click, and there I will call the handle count, and I will pass the value as plus. Also I will pass the e. However, where is this e coming from? So for that, what we need to do is we need to create an arrow function. I will do an arrow function e, then I will press equal to, and then an angle brackets, and then this e. Similarly, I will duplicate this line, and instead of add button, I will have sub button, and there instead of plus, I will do it for minus. Let's save it and let's see it in action now. I refresh the page, even though we don't need to refresh because live server is running, we don't need to refresh. Now if I increment this plus, you can see nothing is happening. But if I decrement this, it is actually working. But the increment button is working, but here increment does not work. Actually, the first comment does not have any event listener added, but the second comment has event listener added, and the third comment has event listener added. So as you plus and as you subtract, you can see the value getting incremented and decremented accordingly. So it is working as expected. So now what I will do, I will now handle the form submit. That is, when we write inside this text area and then click on the send button, it should create a new comment just like this. So let's do that. So how will we do that? What we will do here is, since this form action doesn't go to any URL, or here is we are using plain JavaScript, what we will do is we will get this button. We will actually whenever this send button will be clicked, we will handle that. How to handle that? Let's see. So we will create a function, and that function name is form submit. Okay, and that submit will again have a event, just like the handle count has an event. This will also have an event, and let's see. So this will be called when we click on the send button, right? So how will we do that? Let's see. Here we have the send button. We will get the send button. So how to get the send button? Constant send btn equal to document dot query selector, actually query, not query, query selector, and that will be the dot send. Actually this button does not have a class, so I will actually give it a id of send button. So id send, and this means id, right? Hash means id. So then I will give a send button dot add event listener click, and then I will create an arrow function, and inside this arrow function, actually this arrow function will get the e, and then inside this arrow function we will actually call this form submit. Instead of this we will have the form submit with the e, right? And here we will create this form submit function. Now you can also do this directly inside this here. Instead of writing form submit, you can have curly braces, and there also you can write these things. but just for the clarity I am doing it a form submit a different function. So what we will do, first thing first, as soon as it gets printed, I want to see what the form data is. So how to see the form data? See, here we have a text area, right? We will get that text area. How to get that text area? Constant text area, and A should be capital, right? Document dot query selector. There is only one text area in our form, so we will have just get that by text area, and we will get the text area dot value. Here we will not get inner text content or anything like that, inner text like that. We will get the value because that value is what we will be inputting here, right? So let's see. So I will write something like, say, hi, I am abhik, and then I will click on send button. What will happen? It got refreshed. The page got refreshed. Why? Because even though we get the E, see here form action is dot, right? So it will actually refresh. Let's remove that action and let's see. In that case, I think it should work. Hi, I am abhik. It again got refreshed. So no, it doesn't work. That means here you have to click e.prevent default. By default, it will refresh the page. However, you need to write e.prevent default. This way, it will not refresh the page and it will keep the state as it is. Let's see. Hi, I am abhik. And then if I click send, you can see, acha, I have a wrong spelling over here. Document. It seems. Refresh the page and I will write hi, I am abhik. Let's see what happens. And now you can see whatever the text value we entered, that text value is getting printed over here. So it is working. Now instead of console logging, what we will do, we will create a new comment. However, to create a new comment, see here we pass a comment. Comment is an object which has properties like ID, content, created at, score, username. So the content is what the text area's value is, right? Created at and score, username and ID we have to manually keep. So by default, so let's create an empty object. The empty object should be let. You can also do constant new comment equals to our empty object, and this empty object will have a ID. What will the ID's value be? Well, see how many comments are here. 1, 2, 3. If you see here, this div, if you see here, you will see the second comment has comment ID of 1 and the third has comment ID of 2, 1 and 2, right? So we will get all the children of these comments. Inside these comments, as many children are there, we will get all the children and then we will add it by 1. I am explaining you. We will get the comments div. Comments div is this comments div which holds all the 3 comments. And then I will get the children count, child element count. That will give me the comment ID of 3 over here, right? And after that, what I will do, I will get the content. The content will be this text area value. So text area dot value. That will be the content. Then what we have created at. So created at will be new date, and I am going to explain new date very soon. Just wait for a moment, and I will put a comma over here. Then username will be abhik. By default, we will have a username of abhik. There is also one more thing, and that thing is score. So let's give a score. Score by default should be 0. Now we have created this new comment. And now what we will do, I will create a new comment. I will call the create new comment function, and there I will pass this new comment. What does this code actually does is it prevents default. That means it prevents the form from refreshing the page. Then we get the text area. Then we create a new comment object where we set the ID as the number of children the comments div has currently. Then what we do, we get the content, and we get the content as the text area's value. We set the created at as the new date, that is the time for now. I will explain new date later on. What is username? I will get the username, which I am by default setting is at it as abhik b. But later on, not in this project, but if you work a harder project, then you can see how to dynamically change that as well. And score by default, I will put it as 0 score. Right, and then I call this create new comment function where I pass this as a new comment. Now I will write the comment over here. So let's say I write hi, I am abhik b. Then I click on the send button. You can see that our actually we added a new comment. However, the date is actually for I mean it screwed up the header section. However, the counter works. It has 0 scored by default, and I made it to 0 to 1. I can also make it negative. You can see the reply button is also here, and everything is working except the date function over here. So now we will learn about the date, but before that, so adding a new comment is working perfectly. We had to do nothing but just to create a new comment object, and then we call the create new comment function with the new comment object where we statically set the username and the score and date value as well. So let's learn what is dates. Date. Date is a JavaScript object that returns a date or time variable. For example, if I console log this, console log new date, what will happen? See here I console log Thursday for February 29, 2024, and the time is 2:50 42 seconds GMT plus 5010:0530, that is Indian Standard Time IST, right? Now there are lots of methods using this new date. You can see get date method. What will that do? That will get the day of the month, that is 29th. Today is 29th February, so we get the 29th. Instead of get date, if I do get day, what will happen? You will get 4. See, today at the time of recording, it is Thursday. So Thursday is 4. If I write get full year, what will it return? It will return 2024. Similarly, here a lot of things get hours. You return 14 because now is 14. See, you can see the time here 14:51. So this is how you use actually date. I will put a link in the description where you can learn a lot more about date. Here new date dot, we will do what is I will convert it actually to date string. What will it do? Well, you will understand. Let's write the project now. I am p, and then I will click send, and now you can see it actually writes a very small thing, Thursday Feb 29 2024, and you get the comment as well. And this counter is also there, button is also there, reply button is also there. So till now what we have done, we have created new comment using JavaScript. We have populated data by fetching data from data.json. Then we have updated, we have made the counters clickable and works. Also what we have done is we have also made the form submit work perfectly. Now only one thing is remaining, and that is clicking on this reply button and making these reply buttons work. We will do that as well. So to handle reply, what we will do is we will actually here inside this reply button, here we will actually add a event listener. What event listener we will add? We will add a click event listener. After the text content is set, we'll actually create a event listener which will listen to click event for each. And I will also pass the E over here, even though it is not necessary. So what is my idea of doing it? The first thing first is whichever reply button I click, I want that this text area should have that username at the rate and that username. So how to do that? So I will get the text area. Wait a second. Text area is not available here. Why? Because if you see here, you can see in forms of it, we get a text area, constant text area. We select the text area. However, this is a scoped variable. That is, it is a local variable. This local variable is not available outside of this function. Outside of this function, you cannot access this text area. That is why it is known as a local variable. However, this send button, you can see, you can access it anywhere inside function, outside function, anywhere inside this main.js file. You can access that. This is known as global variable. However, since you cannot access this outside of this function, that is why it is known as local variable. So we only have one text area in our project. We don't need to complicate matters. I will cut it and I will paste it at the top so that it becomes a global variable now. Now text area becomes a global variable. I can use it anywhere. So I will use it here. I will set the text content to uh, at the rate. Then I will give the username comment. Actually, you can use string interpolation at the rate dollar and then curly braces comment dot username, then give a space and then whatever the text value is. Wait a second, and then whatever the text area's value will be, right? So this means it will actually add a text area value over here. So let's see, I have already saved it. So let's click on the second comment, amid option. As I click, you can see here at the rate amid option is getting shown. Now one thing, so the previous whatever value previously the text area had, it still keeps on persisting that. It does not erase that one. We need to clear that one. So what we will do is I will create a function and that function's name will be clear text area, and this will not take any parameters, and there I will again get the text area dot value and I will set it to a empty string, not a space, not even a space, and then I will call this function inside this reply button before I actually set the text area content. So I will say clear text area. Okay, what happened over here is I wrote text content over here. It should be actually updated to value instead of text content. That way it will fix any errors. And then if I go to this, you can see if I refresh the page and if I click on amid option, you can see amid option gets selected. If I click on max blackground, only max background gets selected, right? And if I click on this, you can see a little space is there. Now you can write something, whatever you want to, whatever comment you want to. If I click on send, now you can see that at the rate max blackground is selected and then this comment is getting shown. So a new comment is also getting updated. One more thing, even though I create a new comment, you can see the text box text area still has the comment written over here. I want to clear that from there as well. What will I do? I want to clear that from there as well. What will I do? I will call this clear text area. After this new comment is created, I will call this clear text area. So let's see what happens. I will select a comment and then I will write something and then I will click send, and now you can see that text area gets completely erased and you also have a new comment over here, right? So it works. Now we have to stylize a reply. Since this is just a comment, but instead we want it to be a reply. So a reply should have a different style, right? So for that, what will I do is I will actually have a flag known as reply flag, and I will set its value to false. Why have a reply flag? And make sure the spelling is right. Why have a reply flag? Because if it is a reply, then we will add a different class. Instead of just adding comment and this comment ID, we will have different class. And why do I have this comment ID? I will explain very soon. Instead of comment, I will have reply comment. And if it is just a normal comment, then I will have a different comment. That way I can have different styles for them, right? So if it is reply flag, if reply flag is set to true, then what we will do, we will actually have this. I will duplicate this line and I will paste it here. Instead not only comment, we will have reply comment as well. If reply flag is set to true, then we will have reply comment as well. And also one more thing, if reply flag is set to true, then we will not have the reply button should not work then. If the reply flag is set to true, then the reply button should not work. Instead, I will not even show the reply button. So what will I do here? If reply flag is not reply flag means if the reply flag's value is true, then not reply flag means the value will be false. So if not reply flag, if here see if function only works when the reply flag is true. So if not reply flag is true, that means original value of reply flag is false. So it is not reply flag. That means it is not a reply. Rather, it is just a normal comment. Then we will actually create this reply button. Otherwise, if it is a reply, then we will not create this reply button. And here also, if I click on the reply button, then the reply flag should be set to true. Now you might think you might get a little confused here. So understand this thing very carefully. See, what happens here is when I don't, please just ignore this error for now. So when we actually create a new comment over here, when I add a new comment over here, what happens? What happens is we get a comment structure like this article reply button with the reply button. However, if I click on the reply button and then here at the red symbol with the username is getting shown and then the entire form state has a reply. So that means we are going to reply to a particular comment. There are three comments shown. We are going to reply to any one of them, right? So when I reply to that comment, what happens is I will not be able to reply to that reply. Okay, so there will be the replies should not have any reply button. So here we will have no reply button if that is a reply flag. However, if not reply flag, that means this is a basic comment. So when I click on the reply button of a basic comment, then the reply flag should get open, get to true. That is what I'm trying to do, right? And here you can see reply button gets added one thing. So I will actually cut this reply flag, everything written like this for the reply button. I will cut it, and after we have already appended the counter, there I will do this, and I will also move this new article inside the if, because see the reply button is a global not a global variable, it becomes a local variable inside this code block of if. So I will remove the new article to if, and if there is no reply flag, that case we will actually create a reply button and add it after counter, and if there is a reply flag, then we will completely skip that part. Okay, now it should have no error, and it does not have any error. So is it all? Well, I think so. And as I have given reply comment over here class, let's stylize reply comment. So I have given some styles to reply comment, and I'm doing it so fast so that you can understand. See, margin left is given to 36 pixels, and I also have another thing that is important over here. Why important? So that it overrides. See, our article.comment, since article.comment is here, it is a superior selector. Specificity is superior to just reply comment. Okay, and here we set the margin to 24 pixels for left and right, and but for left and right we have margin of 0, right? So here to override that we use this 36 pixels and important. And by the way, this reply comment class will also have the comment class. See, we by default set the comment class to this as well. So that will happen. One more thing we can do here is else we will have, I will cut this and I will paste it here. So ID will be set to class comment ID, and if it is a reply flag, then the class will be set to reply comment. Now these things might look a little confusing once you see it in action, and then if I start explaining, you will understand that much better. Okay. So I have already given some style and I have given position of relative. Why? So that we can use the pseudo element before, double colon before, which is a pseudo element. And this before, what it does is I have given, so every pseudo element, whether it is before or after, you need to make it work like content. You have to give it a content of anything. It can be a blank string or it can be anything inside that string, but it has to be a string, right? And then I've given position of absolute with the 1 pixel, height of something, left and top of something, and then I've given a background color as gray. Why I have given that? That will create a line like this beside the comment. Now let's see it in action. So I'll reply to amid option and I will write, hi, how are you? Let's click on send, and you can see, okay, here comes a serious problem. The comment doesn't look perfect, but you can see here a straight line is getting shown and this reply comment looks a little different. If you open the HTML over here, you can see this reply comment looks a little different. However, there is one thing that is missing, that is this reply comment should also have a class of comment, so to make it look a little equal. How to make it look like that? Wait a second. Here what I have fucked up. I think set attribute. Acha. But the problem here is it actually overrides this class. I have set attribute class as comment. It overrides it using reply comment. So instead of set attribute here, I will add class list dot add, and then I will give it a thing like this reply comment. Then it should work. So let's do it with max blackboard now. Actually, I should do it with amid option. Hi. And if I click on send, now you can see it looks like a class. It looks like an article with the name of comment. You can see here article comment, and then there is reply comment. So here it has no reply button, but here it still has the counter. It still has the comment. Over here it has the @ amid option written here, and everything else just like it should have. However, one more thing you can see here is this line, and because of this line, to have this line, we use this reply comment and then this reply comment before, right? So one thing that is missing is @ amid option, but here it is max blackwood. We are commenting below max blackwood and not below amid option. So how to move this below amid option? So to do that, we will have to get this particular comment. How to get this comment? See here, this comment is a base comment, and this comment has the ID of comment 2, right? So we will insert our comment before comment 2. But how will we understand that this comment has to be inserted before comment 2 and all? Let's do that now. So let's explain you one more time what happens over here. So if I click on the reply button, what happens? So if I click on the reply button, first thing first, before I click on the reply button, there is a reply flag whose default value is false. So when I submit the form over here, a new comment is getting created, right? Or when I fetch the data over here, new comments are getting created. In those times, the reply flag is set to false. Since reply flag is not true, so we don't add a reply comment. We just have a comment class and we have an ID with comment ID, which makes sure that these base comments stand out from the reply comments, right? Then at the ending, we have, if the reply flag is set to false, only then what we will do, we will actually create a reply button and then we will append that button to the new article. However, this reply button will also have a event listener. What event listener? It will listen to the click event. And what will happen if I click on that reply button? Then first of all, the text area will be removed. Everything inside the text area will be cleared. Then remove this console log. Then we will set the reply flag to true, and then we will actually have inside the text area we will have the @comment.username. So the comment to whom this reply button belongs to, the reply button you clicked, that reply button belongs to a comment. That comment's username will be tagged over here using the symbol, and then we will you can write whatever you want. And after you write, you click on the send button, what will happen? It will again register it as a new comment. However, since the reply button is set to true, as long as the reply button is set to true, what will happen? Since reply flag is set to true, the new article will add the class of reply comment also, and instead of adding an id of comment id, it will actually add the reply comment class. Then it will completely ignore the reply button. It will not even add the reply button to that. And since you have added the reply comment class, here you have some styles over here. What will happen? You can see that, let's see, you can see that there will be a simple line and it will look like a thread like structure. And so till now we have done like this, but we never set the reply button to false. So what will happen is, after this form submit is done, what will happen is we actually set the reply flag to false, so that the next comment becomes not, next comment does not become a reply. So let's see, if I reply to Max Blagoon, see, it's a reply, but now if I return a comment, it becomes a normal comment. If you don't understand, then just see the elements over here. See, first element is just a comment which we write static HTML. Then we create an ID with comment 1 and comment 2. These are the IDs that we get from the we get these comments from where do we get this comment? We actually get this comment from the data.json. Then we have our reply comment, and then finally we have our comment. So one more thing which we can do here is, see, comment equals to comment -4. We will actually, instead of comment -4, what we will do? We will actually store a ID over here so that we can keep track of these IDs. Generally, you don't need to do that, because when you fetch the data from there, you don't see here I am giving a comment ID, but generally you don't need to give any comment ID on your own. So I will actually have let comment ID equals to 3, let's say. Why 3? Because here we have 1 and 2, so I will make it 3. And every time we actually have a comment over here, see, here instead of having comments div as child element count, what we will do, we will actually have the comment ID, and we will then update the comment ID over here. We will update the comment ID to, wait a second, comment ID to plus equal to what, or plus plus, directly write comment ID plus plus. That way, see here, now we have only two comments, comment ID 1 and comment ID 2. Now if I write a comment, it will be comment 3, and if I write another comment, then it will be comment 4. Now if I reply to Max Blagoon, it should have no comment ID because it is a reply comment. And then again, if I write a comment, it should have comment ID. Actually, it should have comment ID of 5. It is having 6. Why so? So let's console log the comment IDs for now. To see console.log comment ID. Let's see. You see 3. I see 4. Okay, now the comment ID. Actually, if the reply, okay, what happens here is, since reply flag is set to 4, we should actually check here, if reply flag is set to true, then the comment ID will not be incremented before we clear the text area also. So here we will check if reply flag is set to true, then if not reply flag is set to true, only then we will actually have the comment ID plus plus. Let's save it, and you can also, by the way, you can do it in one line also. Okay, so now let's see, if I reply, comment ID is still set to 3. Comment ID is set to 3 now, actually, and comment ID is set to 3, as you can see. The comment ID is set to 4, so it is working, right? And why I actually updated the comment ID part, you will understand this as soon as I start working on it. So now let's work with the reply flag. See here we have set the reply flag to false over here. After we actually do it, we set the reply flag to false, right? So we are done with the reply flag as well. We are done with all of them. Now let's see how to actually insert before the next element. So how to actually see, if I click the reply button of Amir option, then I should insert the reply before the Max Blackbone's comment, right? How to do that? Well, it is a little bit complicated. So what we will do is, inside this reply button, here we will actually set our next comment ID to be the current comments ID plus 1. ID plus 1. Now what is this next comment ID? It should be a global variable, just like comment ID. It should be let next comment ID equals to -1 for now, so that there is no next comment is selected, right? For when no next comment is selected, it will be -1. When we select a comment, it will be set to that comment. And what will we do with that? So here, where did it go? Here, instead of comment div append child new article, append child means appending the child at the below of it, at the bottom of the tree structure. We will not do that. If reply flag is set to true, what we will do? We will do something else. And if reply flag is set to false, then we will append the child to the bottom. But if reply flag is set to true, then we will not append the child to bottom. What we will do? We will get that comment div and then we will insert before. That means we see insert before what? We will insert before our new article, which has the reply, right? And before which article or which comment we will insert before, that element we need to get. So I will get an element constant next element, which will be document.query selector. Actually, document.get element by ID. Why get element by ID? See here, we have comment with ID comment 1, ID comment 2. So we will get that comment ID, comment hyphen $sign inside curly braces. We will get the next comment ID, and then we will get that next element using next element. So what happens here? See, we actually in the beginning we said next comment to -1, right? Here then what happens is, we then when we actually click on the reply button, we then said that next comment ID should be comment. If we click on that comment button, reply button, then the comment ID set will be the current ID plus 1. Whatever the current ID will be, that will be plus 1. So that means the next comment, right? So if I click on the comment ID of 1, then the next comment will have the comment ID of 2. So that is how we actually said that, right? And then what we do here, we actually get that element by ID. If reply flag is set to true, then we get that element by ID whose comment is the next comment ID, right? And then we insert our new article before that element. I will save it and let's see it. And also, after I have already inserted it, what will I do? I will set the next comment ID to -1 once again. So let's see now. So I will reply to Amir option. I will say reply and then I will write hi, how are you? And let's click on send. And now you can see that this comment comes below Amir option and before Max Blackbone. And if you can see here, you can see clearly that comment 1, then reply comment, and then comment 2. What if I want to reply once again to Amir option? I will again reply anything. I will reply, and you can see that comes below reply, the first reply comment. Why so? Because see, we will actually append. See what happens. We insert our reply. Whatever our replies will be inserted before the comment with comment ID of 2. So when we click on the Amir options comment ID is comment 1, right? and here we say next comment IDs before we will insert before next comment ID. Next comment ID is comment 2. So whatever we insert actually above max playground. Whatever we insert above max playground. And since there is this thread-like structure we have given with the pseudo elements, so it looks something like this, which makes it look beautiful. Now, what if I want to comment below max playground? I will write something, and then you can see since there is no comment next comment ID, so there is no comment ID with comment 3. Comment 2 is here. So if I comment ID plus 1 is comment 3, so comment 3 there is no ID element with the comment ID 3, so it will insert below max playground, right? Now if I write a genuine comment over here, basic comment, see it becomes comment 3. And now if I reply to max playground, then also it will see now we have a comment C, so it will insert before comment C, right? So if I reply to this comment 3 now, what will happen? C at the rate of B. So now we don't have any comment 4, so it will return at the insert at the end of the string. However, if there was comment 4, then it will have inserted before that comment 4. So this is what we have done till now. We have achieved till now is we have achieved 99% of the work. Now all we have to do is we have to make this comments look a little better for large scale. That's it. Then we will have perfectly working threads completely. So I will target the for min width 1024 pixel. What does that mean? That means I will target all the screen sizes whose width is more than 1024 pixel or at least 1024 pixel, right? What will I target? I will target the article dot comment, and here I will change the display grid areas. Grid template areas, I will change it completely. What will I change it to? Wait a second. I will have the counter present in both the rows. Only 2 rows will be there, and both the rows should have counter. But now we will have 3 columns. So one column will have counter, then header, then reply. And the next column will have counter and then body and body. That's it. So also what will I do here is I will actually give some grid template columns to them. Why? Because I want to adjust the width. Otherwise right now it will look something like this. You can see. So to adjust the width, what will I do? I will give 0.01 FR width to the counter yes, and 1 FR to the body and the header. However, only 0.1 FR to the reply button. And if I save it, now you can see it looks a little better. Also, one more thing, I will give them a max width of 720 pixels. Let's see, and it looks much better now. So one thing I think here is a way too much padding over here. So let's see how much padding we have given over there. I will actually reduce the padding. I will copy it here and I will reduce the padding. So instead of 24 pixels, it should have just 12 pixels. See, it now looks much better. Now, see the buttons doesn't look that good, right? Counter buttons. So I will get the counter and I will give the flex direction of column. That way it looks much better. I will give padding and gap both to it. Padding will be 12 pixel. Gap will also be 12 pixel. Now it looks much better, right? Now you can see if I click on the reply button, you can select here and you can write any reply over here, and the threads also work perfectly. You can create a new comment as well, that will also work perfectly. So everything works perfectly. You can click on the counter buttons, it also works, and you can also give counter a cursor of pointer that will make it look functional. Actually counter buttons should be, button should have a cursor of pointer. Wait a second, Every button should have a cursor of pointer. I will cut it here and I will paste it over here. Let's see. Every button should have a cursor of pointer, and it looks perfect, right? And everything works perfectly. It looks also perfect. I hope you have enjoyed working on this project. If you have any doubts on working on this project, do comment down below. I will personally address them and I will respond to you as fast as possible. If you made it so far, congratulations. You are a dedicated learner, a very dedicated learner. So all the three projects are done. Now what? Well, the next steps are as follows. Create your own project, learn CSS, animation, JavaScript frameworks, or backend stuff, whatever you decide. Thank you for watching this video, and to all my subscribers, thanks for watching.